Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After being thoroughly briefed on the consequences of his own prior requests, Rudius was led by Ghislaine to a guest room where he would await a formal meeting with Eris's father, the lord of the estate. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hall. The door opened to reveal a slender young man who entered with brisk energy. "Apologies for the delay. I was caught up in an important meeting," he said without preamble. As he stepped fully into view, Thomas, who had been seated nearby, stood and offered a respectful bow. "You arrived at the perfect time, my lord. Young Rudius has just arrived." Rudius rose and offered a polite nod. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Rudius Greyrat. I am Philip Boreas Greyrat," the man replied with a discerning gaze. "Allow me a word of advice, Rudius. Among nobles, greetings require a certain decorum. Right hand over the chest, a modest bow of the head. If you greeted my father as you did me, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a sharp reprimand." Taking the cue, Rudius quickly corrected his posture and mirrored the gesture. "Like this. That will suffice for now. Though I must say, your initial greeting was more fit for a blacksmith than a nobleman." Philip gestured toward a nearby chair. "Please have a seat." As both settled in, Philip wasted no time. "Now, tell me, what do you know about the arrangement made with your father?" Rudius answered confidently. "I was told that in exchange for tutoring Miss Eris for 3 years, we would receive financial support to attend the Magua University, myself and another companion. That's all." "Yes, my lord." "I see." Philip leaned forward, resting his chin atop his clasped hands, deep in thought. After a moment, his next question came unexpectedly. "Tell me, Rudius, do you like women?" Rudius blinked, then answered matter-of-factly, "Not quite to my father's level of enthusiasm, if that's what you mean." Philip chuckled softly. "Good to know. You should be aware that apart from you, there's another guest in this household, someone very important. Prince Gilgamesh, my daughter's betrothed. He is not to be disturbed under any circumstances. You'll be teaching her, and I expect you to be mindful of that." "Of course," Rudius replied, suppressing a sigh. "If Eris becomes interested in me, well, that wouldn't be my fault." But Philip's tone shifted as he gave a final warning. "Understand, I don't say this to imply you'd act inappropriately. But if anything were to happen, I would be powerless to shield you from the consequences. Be wise, and you have the job." Rudius nodded, but his mind briefly wandered to Gilgamesh, a prince who, for what he'd heard, considered himself unmatched. Typical noble arrogance. Philip continued, "My daughter has changed quite a bit since the prince's arrival. She's grown more receptive to instruction and now accepts teachers in various disciplines. You will only be responsible for her magical education." "I see," Rudius said, still pondering the prince's influence. "Will my age be an issue when it comes to teaching her?" "Not at all," Philip replied with a shrug. "Though, be warned, rumors here often carry a kernel of truth. If you do your job and respect the prince's space, you'll have no problems." "I understand now," Rudius affirmed. "To be frank," Philip said, his tone more relaxed, "had you come sooner, I'd have doubted your ability to handle this. But now, I think you might actually manage. I'm willing to give you a shot." "I'll do my best once I get to know her," Rudius replied, though a trace of skepticism remained in his voice. "If this doesn't work out, I'll have to find another way into that university." "Well then, let's not waste more time." Philip stood and called to Thomas, "Fetch Eris." A few minutes later, Eris entered the room. She cast a glance at her father, a subtle expression that seemed to ask if this was some sort of joke. She didn't speak right away, simply studied Rudius, smaller than her, with mild disdain. Rudius stepped forward, adopting the noble posture Philip had shown him. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Rudius Greyrat." Umph, Eris replied, her tone disinterested. I'm Eris. You're small. Are you sure you're qualified to teach me magic? Knowing something doesn't mean you can teach it. Isn't that right, father? I believe I have what it takes to be your teacher, Rudius responded with an awkward smile and a hint of irritation. Whether or not I succeed depends on your willingness to learn. Eris's brow furrowed. So, if I fail to learn, it's my fault and not yours? Very well. If your teaching doesn't meet my standards, I simply won't study magic. My friend, same age as me, learned magic quite well under my guidance. I'm confident you'll manage just fine. Magic isn't everything, Eris snapped. It may grant power faster, but against a skilled swordsman, magic isn't always superior. I'm only studying it because Father asked me to, not because I want to. With that, she turned and walked out without waiting for a reply. Philip, watching the exchange, nodded in approval. That went better than I expected. She's changed, and I'm grateful. As he followed his daughter out, Thomas remained behind and gave Rudius a congratulatory nod. Looks like you're officially hired, young Rudius. Rudius exhaled. Much easier than I thought, though I wish I didn't have to live under the same roof. Rudius had often heard tales of exceptional youths beyond his home. His father made sure of that. But none intrigued him as much as the one name that echoed across the kingdom, Gilgamesh. A prince of the realm, fourth in line to the throne, Gilgamesh was cloaked in both awe and dread. Some claimed he was a warrior who reveled in battle. Others whispered of his ruthlessness. Stories of him slaying those who offended him, even a sword king, weren't uncommon. Rumors called him the Sword Child, a prodigy destined to become the next sword god, a title reserved for those who stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Only Ghislaine, the current Sword King, held such a distinction. If the stories were true, Gilgamesh wasn't just powerful, he was extraordinary. But Rudius wondered, what if he was like me, a reincarnated soul, only born with better luck and a royal cradle? A monster who seeks only destruction, Rudius muttered under his breath as he wandered alone down a dimly lit corridor. Then, a presence. From the corner of his vision, someone appeared so suddenly it made his heart lurch. Ah! He gasped, stumbling back. The figure before him gave a calm smile. You must be Eris's magic tutor. The young man's golden hair shimmered faintly in the torchlight, but it was his eyes, blood-red and sharp like polished rubies, that left Rudius stunned. They were nothing like Eris's. No, these eyes belonged to someone far older than his youthful appearance suggested. Rudius quickly composed himself. Yes, I'm Rudius Greyrat. It's an honor to meet you. Gilgamesh, the boy said simply, extending a hand. I came to greet you personally. You're strong, stronger than most your age. That's rare. Haha, I started learning magic very early, Rudius replied, accepting the hand and giving a cautious smile. Gilgamesh gave a faint nod. No need to worry about me. I have more than enough on my plate already. You won't see me around much. Same here, Rudius said with a nervous chuckle. I'll be teaching Eris magic for 3 years, then I'll move on. You don't have to worry. I won't do anything improper. I just want to do my job. But something shifted in the air. The temperature, the weight of the moment, everything grew heavier. Gilgamesh stepped in closer, his voice colder now. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Rudius stiffened as Gilgamesh released his hand and leaned slightly forward. I'm not threatened by your presence, Gilgamesh said softly. I know exactly what I'm worth. If Eris were to stray towards someone else, that would be unfortunate, but that's life. People make choices. His gaze darkened. However, he continued, voice edged with iron, if anyone acts on thoughts they shouldn't have, then I'll tear that intent from their soul. You're free to think what you like, but should your actions ever cross the line, remember, you have 2 sisters, a father with 2 wives, and even a lovely semi-elf friend. Rudius's eyes widened. How does he know that? Gilgamesh's presence now felt suffocating. Rudius opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out, as if invisible fingers gripped his throat. Work hard, teach well, and no one gets hurt, Gilgamesh said with a serene smile. But if that corrupted little mind of yours slips, I won't just take your hands. I'll take everything you love." Then, as if nothing had happened, Gilgamesh stepped back with a casual elegance. "Of course, you're just a magic tutor. I met your father when I accompanied Ghislaine to find a teacher for Eris. I was surprised to see it was a child." He turned halfway, then looked back once more. "Learning magic at 6 requires intellect, discipline, comprehension. That's commendable. Even most noble heirs would envy such a feat. Excluding me, of course." He waved dismissively. "If you need anything, feel free to come to me." And with that, Gilgamesh walked away, vanishing into the corridor shadows. Rudius staggered backward, then collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. For a moment, he'd forgotten how to breathe. His whole body trembled, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Who is he?" he whispered, wiping his forehead with shaking fingers. This wasn't just a child prince. This wasn't someone like him. No, Gilgamesh felt like a sovereign draped in the skin of a boy, a monarch born from nightmare and prophecy. I need to avoid him. Completely. Trouble wasn't what Rudius wanted. Not in this life. He'd built a decent future for himself, and he didn't plan to lose it to some royal sadist with eyes that could see through souls. He would teach Eris, do his job, and when it was over, he would leave. "Yes, that's what I'll do," Rudius whispered, rising to his feet and making his way to his room, unaware that in the shadows behind him, someone was quietly following his every— Who? Rudius collapsed on the ground, clutching his chest as it continued to beat rapidly. He had completely misunderstood everyone's intentions when they warned him about Prince Gilgamesh's behavior. He wasn't a self-conscious young man who cried over things he thought were his. Unlike other nobles with a unique character, Gilgamesh didn't seem to be anything like them. The prince's qualities were on a completely different level, something he still couldn't comprehend. Gilgamesh was something entirely different from anything he knew. He was a true noble who strongly represented his title. And to think someone like me thought Gilgamesh would be a jealous child just because his fiancé's tutor is a few years younger than him. I'm losing my way in my mind. The fear he felt when hearing those words from Prince Gilgamesh still lingered in his mind, something he didn't think possible for a child. He must be like me, there's no doubt. I'll have to ask that person about it another time. The next day, Rudius attended Eris's first class and expected to see Gilgamesh there, but he was nowhere to be found. After inquiring about it from Eris, she simply mentioned that he occasionally went out on business and didn't return for days. "So, I will teach you the fundamentals of magic." That's right. Rudius, who watched the days go by, remembered each and every one of his experiences. "Fireball," Rudius applauded and said, "That's incredible. If you didn't pursue the sword, I'm sure you'd be a great mage." "That's the best I can say, but even I know that intermediate rank is the highest you can achieve." Eris. As a magic tutor for a 9-year-old girl, my life in the castle changed completely. I had grown accustomed to living in the solitude of my room, learning and devising new magic, focusing on my private studies, and avoiding interaction with others, not even considering Sylphie within this. However, Eris, the girl I was supposed to teach, was the complete opposite. She was much friendlier and more confident than I was at her age, and her reserved way of speaking intrigued me. From the first day, I noticed that Eris had a natural talent for fire magic. Though her skills were raw, her potential was undeniable. It didn't take long before I began teaching her the basics of magic, and she absorbed every lesson with enthusiasm. It was clear she wanted to learn and better herself, often mentioning that she wanted to impress Gilgamesh with her spells. Despite our personality differences, we began to forge a bond. Often after our lessons, we would sit together in the castle garden, gazing at the stars and sharing stories from our lives. Eris didn't talk much about her family, but there was something in her gaze that shone with a certain sadness as she noticed Gilgamesh's frequent absences. After he threatened to harm my family, I sent an urgent letter home, but the response in the following days was quite simple. They were fine, and nothing had changed since his absence. They did mention Prince Gilgamesh, who had shown an interest in Sylphie and her talent for magic. But beyond that, nothing seemed to catch the attention of her family, or at least that's how her idiotic father appeared to perceive it. At times over the past few days, I try to learn more about sword techniques. Ghislaine was very helpful in the practice, but as I knew, I wasn't talented at wielding a sword, and beyond one of the simple ranks, I knew I would never excel. My attempts to seek out Prince Gilgamesh were never granted. I never saw him up close again, so I knew the chances of doing so in the future were slim. Initially, I had admired his bravery. A boy just over 10 years old was truly an incredible being for his age, so as time passed here, I wanted to somehow find out if his suspicions were true. I believed it that way until I received another visit from that strange being. Uruk Tower. Did Gilgamesh sense apostles heading towards the village where that half-elf girl is? Elaine thought carefully, and after realizing that what Gilgamesh was referring to was about to begin, she said, "Select a strong squad. Send a sword emperor as the captain." "Yes, my lady." Elaine looked at the documents in her hand and murmured, "It seems that this is now a battle of who has better future-seeing abilities." Somehow, I sense that Gilgamesh's enemy wants to eliminate future allies or wives. It's not a bad idea, but manipulating the future in such a way is truly horrible. I hope this doesn't escalate further. A few hours later, a man with a face hardened by his vast experiences bowed before Elaine and said in a serious tone, "I'm proud to know that you require my expertise. I'll be more than willing to fulfill your wishes." "It's not that serious, Sir Kalen. That girl in the village of Ban isn't special beyond her talent for magic and great spellcasting abilities, not to mention her, but what's most important is that some people with ill intentions could harm those folks, and Gilgamesh's wish is for you to prevent all of that in the best way possible." Kalen nodded and said, "My lord's wishes are orders. I will fulfill his demands to the letter. I'll depart as soon as possible. I'll have to travel by magical ship to arrive in less than a day. In that case, I'll sign the necessary documents, so you have no concerns on the way." Elaine nodded as she walked toward her office. Kalen, who followed her, saw a young girl. To be honest, she looked like a child, but those enormous daggers on her waist gave her a completely different appearance. "Is she your personal guard?" Elaine shook her head and said, "Not at all, but she enjoys talking to me when no one else is around, and I often teach her many things. Her name is Anna. She was rescued by Gilgamesh from the hands of an old pig. She's dangerous," was the only thing Kalen thought when he saw Anna, looking at him and smiling faintly. Gilgamesh often buys slaves of all kinds. Warriors are the best purchases, but many of them decide to try to return to their homes. An example would be the beast girls who are returned to their forest, all with the sole intention of establishing good relations with large tribes and hidden villages. Slavery is something that no one cares about. They see it as natural. But Kalen detests that about society as a whole. So when he learned that an organization was buying up all the slaves in ours, he secretly investigated them. But in just one night, he was caught, explained his motives, and to his surprise, Elaine personally told him the intention of the one behind all of this. He never believed it was true, but when he visited those orphanages, he felt deeply moved. From that day on, he swore loyalty to Prince Gilgamesh, received immense power, and wholeheartedly committed himself to follow him to the death if necessary. If Prince Gilgamesh ever becomes king, it would be fantastic for the future of the Asura kingdom. In the following days, everything seemed very calm. While Eris studied and learned magic from her peculiar teacher, Gilgamesh devised a plan with Soros and Philip to address the looming issue in the shadows of this region. According to what Gilgamesh had seen, the explosion would cover a significant part of the Fitoa region, but there was an exception if people were stationed at a specific location during the explosion. The next problem was not how to transport the city's inhabitants to that point, but how to convince them that this was due to a sudden explosion unimaginable in their lives. But that seemingly minor problem would be addressed last. For now, the focus was on establishing the location where everyone should seek refuge when the explosion began. On the map, a unique place was chosen to build a magical fortress that would be connected to a floating platform that Gilgamesh would summon from his gate of Babylon. So, what needed to be done was to find a peaceful place with the capacity for more than 1 million people, all of whom could enter in an orderly manner with a predetermined program. For this, the newly graduated knights would be responsible for guarding the location, and the workers would handle the construction. However, even with this plan in place, achieving the construction, which would likely take more than a year to complete, was time-limited. The workforce would take time to arrive, and progress would be slow. Therefore, Gilgamesh would send mages to expedite the construction, helping with whatever was needed. Once that place was established, Gilgamesh would inaugurate the area with large magical ships considered enormous arks capable of transporting more than 20,000 people. These magical ships operated with mana stones, which Gilgamesh had in abundance in his inventory, so he could make use of these magical devices that appeared somewhat irregularly in this world. Having presented all these proposals, Gilgamesh, along with the two lords of this region, knew what lay behind them and what they expected to gain after the explosion occurred. It was not just a matter of politics, but also a change, and when Gilgamesh's forces would move to eliminate the Grerat family. Once the main family of the city of Ars was left without lords, Philip would rule the family as the new lord and establish absolute control with the help of the expanding Uruk towers. The money, resources, and labor needed in this place barely satisfied Gilgamesh, but he was confident that within about 5 years, a capital 20 times larger, stronger, and brighter would be established here. As for the Ars region, that would be left to the Grerat family. At this moment, Gilgamesh's fortune, with all these innovative ideas being implemented by Elaine, had reached unimaginable amounts for any other noble. As a result, he was swiftly and effectively taking control of the slaves in all regions of the Asura kingdom. Furthermore, his pigeons, the organization led by knights who had abandoned their titles and men hired through special methods, quietly took control of these organizations without many even realizing it. In this way, Gilgamesh's power had extended to all regions, ready to conduct a large-scale cleansing within the Asura kingdom. Whenever he wished, he could ascend to the throne or create chaos. My lord, as ordered, an emperor-class mage and a squadron of 20 knights are heading towards the village of Bana. The withered old man entered Gilgamesh's room and informed him of all this. That's quite excessive, but it's fine. Is there anything new to report about Eris's new tutor? Gilgamesh asked in a calm tone. That boy exhibits certain behaviors when no one is looking that don't correspond to his age, but beyond that, he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. He teaches Miss Eris, and from time to time, they spend time training with the sword, although his results in this regard are quite poor. That's enough. You should return to the Purple Horse family and spend time with your own family. They must miss you greatly. Tell Alaster to take your place as an instructor and take a few months to rest. There won't be much activity during that time. Gilgamesh dismissed the withered old man. Thank you very much for your consideration, my lord. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Having been left alone in the room, Gilgamesh knew that in the coming years, he only had to take good care of his kingdom and eventually find a human god. As long as his body grew to that of an adult, he would be able to make full use of his armor, and there would be no one who could stop him. They should arrive before nightfall. Well, it will be interesting to see how that girl, the elf, will respond. Gilgamesh smiled as he walked to sleep under a tree, much like his friend Enkidu would have done in his leisure time. 10 kilometers from the village of Ban. Can you tell me who this girl is that our lord is so interested in? A knight with the title of Sword King walked as he gazed out at the landscape from the magical ship flying at a speed 5 times faster than a conventional carriage. Now, is it our job to question our lord's orders by doubting each of his decisions? Asked the captain of the knights, who was a sword emperor recently promoted after months of training in a special chamber. Captain Falcon, you know perfectly well what my question means. I'm just a curious man, replied the same knight as he stroked his beautiful black armor. Captain Falcon looked at this young man named Eric and responded calmly. She's a girl no older than 10 who possesses a terrifying amount of magic. We don't usually recruit children at such a young age, but our Lord decided to do so due to circumstances I am unaware of. However, knowing the reasons behind the prince's choices, it must be someone who will be useful to him in the future. You're very composed, Falcon. If it's a very strong girl, then our Lord Gilgamesh must be looking to ignite the desire to learn in the young magicians in ours. Although there are hundreds of young magicians, their abilities to learn and understand the limits of their strength are limited. If a girl her age enters the Mage Tower, those children will feel the need to study and reach new levels. Eric nodded and said, "The powerful mage Kalen is truly wise. Of course, it's about fostering competitive spirit. If they have someone stronger as a competitor, those children will strive twice as hard to match those levels." Kalen, the mage sent on this mission, smiled strangely. After all, his magical reserves had increased due to that strange potion he had been given in the Tower of Uruk. "Get ready. I'll be going down alone, but you should be vigilant in case there's any kind of anomaly," Kalen said as he stood up. Eric joked, his eyes directed towards his captain. "We are 9 sword kings, 1 sword emperor, and another mage. Who in this kingdom could pose a threat? Anomalies tend to happen." Kalen was an experienced warrior, so the last thing he wanted was to fail his lord. Kalen walked slowly, his calculating gaze exuding a presence so trustworthy that anyone who interacted with him would think he was a great man. His age barely reached 45 years, which is normal when considering his power. Upon appearing in Ban Village, he walked directly to the house of the girl he had come to recruit, and long before entering, he could see a blonde-haired man who was an elf. The elf had noticed him earlier and approached first. "Good afternoon. Are you looking for someone? You must be Sylphiette's father. If you'll permit me, I would like to have a very important conversation, both for you and for the future of your daughter," Kalen said, placing his hand over his chest. "By the way, my name is Kalen, and I am a mage from the Ars Mage Tower. I'm Laz, Sylphie's father." Laz shook hands with the mage, who seemed to come from a powerful background. After Sylphie's friend left, she seemed very sad, and she was hiding something that had happened before Paul's son left. Now that this mage had introduced himself, Laz knew it was about that. "May I have a closer conversation with you and your wife?" Kalen looked at the man in front of him and was as polite as possible. "Of course, you may come in." Laz had no reason to refuse, but he certainly had his doubts that he wanted to clarify in this conversation. "Darling, we have a visitor. I'm coming." A woman's voice could be heard from the back of this small house. Kalen smiled as he waited, sitting on a sofa, observing the living conditions of this family. At least they seemed humble, something every man living in the rural areas of the kingdom aspires to be. He couldn't deny that this kind of life was one he once dreamed of himself, but certainly now that dream had been overshadowed by a greater one since he met Gilgamesh. "Who is he, Laz?" A human woman walked over and took a seat beside her husband. Laz reassured his wife and said, "He's a mage, dear. His name is Kalen, and he says he wants to talk about something involving Sylphie." "Oh." Sylphie's mother nodded and regarded the mage in front of her with some vigilance. "You don't have to worry. My lord happened to see your daughter and discovered that she has great potential for magic. You, as experienced parents, must know that there is something that stands out above all jobs, and that is magic. Something similar to it is swordsmanship, but certainly this group is more common." Kalen extended his hand and said, "I come with no ill intentions. I am one of the representatives of the Mage Tower of the Asura Kingdom, and currently I reside in Ars, the capital of the kingdom. My intention is to take your daughter so she can access the true mysteries of magic, be endowed with various knowledge, and her life undergo a significant change. Of course, you can accompany her at all times." Laz clenched his fists and asked, "I can't deny that your proposal is tempting, but why her?" Kalen smiled and said, "It's no mystery. She has a natural talent for magic, and her mana reserves are even higher than those of an adult human. Living in this rural village is not the end of her life, and I'm sure you can see the same. Sooner or later, she will leave this house in search of more knowledge. What is there to fear if the door that is now opening to her is the safest? That." "Then, who recommended my daughter?" Law's wife asked with some curiosity. "My lord is Gilgamesh, the prince of the Asura kingdom and the future king of this realm." Kalen opened both hands as if presenting a divine being. "Laz, that's absurd. You know how nobles can be. This may seem tempting, but it could also be a trap. Sylphie's mother stopped when she realized she had said too much. Please forgive my wife. She tends to be very protective, and both of us become quite sensitive when it comes to our daughter's safety. Laws placed a hand on his wife's shoulder to calm her. But you haven't done anything to make her happy. Kalen's attitude changed completely when these people judged his lord, who had only good intentions. What did you say? Come on, you know what I mean. This godforsaken village has caused your daughter a lot of harm with its absurd comments fueled by their damned ignorance. What have you done about it? Kalen looked at Laws and said, They won't be missed if you decide to come with us. Besides, I want you to be very clear about something. I'm not here to lick anyone's boots or kneel. That's not it. You're mistaken, Mr. Kalen, Laws said sincerely. Of course, I'm willing to give my daughter a better future. If what you say is true, then we are willing to accompany you. Laws, we should consult this with our daughter first. This time, no, a decision is made this way. And since she has a chance to shine, we are no one to prevent that. Laws said decisively. Kalen smiled and said, You have made a good decision. I'm sure both of you will lead your daughter to a new future. By the time Kalen's words ended, his perception sensed something approaching. So knowing that only the three of them were in the room, he raised his staff and struck it against the ground, creating one huge rune after another. Don't move. Boom. When Kalen's words ended, an explosion swept through the entire wooden house they were in, destroying everything in its path from the foundations. Due to the shield he conjured earlier, fortunately, they remained unharmed. Who dares to attack me? Kalen was furious and without speaking, materialized several ice shards emitting a frigid aura. It seems there's a powerful mage annoyed that disrupted my plans. If you leave now and leave these people behind, you won't die. An extremely faint voice sounded in the distance, deep within a forest. They are now under the protection of Gilgamesh. If you dare to go against his words, you will die a cruel death at our hands. Kalen said with a severe tone, Your lord is just a broken star. Are you sure he will win the impending war? That same voice asked as a corrupt magic attack approached Kalen's direction. At that moment, just as he was about to cast another spell, a suffocating battle aura burst forth, and a green-colored sword attack crushed the dark energy attack. Who is attacking us? Falcon, who was hundreds of meters away, appeared in front of the shattered house, with a dozen figures behind him, their swords drawn. An unknown enemy located right at the entrance of the forest to our right. It seems to be near a cliff, moving into an open space. Kalen said as he used magic to sharpen his hearing. Tisich, the enemy beat us to it. Falcon frowned as he thought. Turning around, he told the other knights, Half of you go and find Sylphie. The rest come with me. Yes, sir. Are you talking about those kinds of enemies? Kalen couldn't believe it. It seems they also have some potential to cause trouble for our lord, completely defying the precautions taken when considering our enemy. Without saying another word, Falcon disappeared from the scene, but not before saying, Take care of Sylphie's parents. They might be important for the future. Don't worry. I'll step in once they are safe. Kalen nodded as he turned to look at Sylphie's parents with a kind smile. Just before the conversation between Gilgamesh and the withered lord ended a few hours ago, he shared something important. My enemy's apostles are on the move. They are desperate, so they will try to eliminate anyone of importance to me through foolish methods. They will attack. Well, that god, if he has the ability to see the future, knows perfectly well that the future changed drastically with my presence in this world. Unlike any other human, he can't manipulate me, let alone kill me so easily. Gilgamesh held his wine glass and said, That's why he'll try to change the game board. Now, instead of killing me, something he'll find impossible, he'll try to get rid of the minor nuisances in his path by eliminating my potential wives, subordinates, and friends. He will take care of removing important pieces that would lead me to him and destroy him. So, I want to make sure everyone is aware of this. The withered lord nodded, looked at Gilgamesh, and asked more directly, My lord, didn't you say the apostles are very weak and would take time to act? That's true, but remember that it wasn't predictable in that God's plan, and his apostles were likely in motion long before even you were born. He should have some puppets lurking in the world, and we won't know until he personally comes looking for us. Understand, my lord. I will keep everyone alert. Village of Bana. Grerat residence. Paul was training with his sword, while Sylphie took care of their 2 growing daughters. She used to visit this house frequently after Rudius's departure. Hey, Sylphie, would you like a glass of orange game juice? Zenith asked as she approached with a glass of game juice for their son's little friend. However, at that very moment, a thunderous explosion rang out not far from their location, followed by a huge cloud of black smoke rising into the sky. Boom! What was that? Sylphie, like everyone else, was startled and rushed out of the house. Paul quickly sheathed his sword and furrowed his brow. He was ready to investigate, but from the corner of his eye, he saw several black shadows moving at almost indescribable speed towards his family. Be careful, Zenith! Paul shouted in a panic, but just as he was about to move, a sword's edge was at his throat. Be cautious, sir. We are not the enemy. A cold voice sounded behind Paul, making him freeze in his tracks. His clouded eyes steadied, and he saw several knights in black armor beginning to surround his family. However, their approach was different. Instead of harming them, they were protecting them. Who are you and what's going on? Paul broke out in a cold sweat because he didn't sense the presence of these unknown figures, but their armor indicated they were from the Asura kingdom. My name is Eric, King of the Sword in the Golden Lion's Edge technique. We are under attack by a hostile individual who seeks to kill that half-elf girl. Eric pointed at Sylphie as he felt the strong energies emanating from a distance. Paul, taken by surprise, frowned and shouted, "That's nonsense. Why would anyone want to harm a simple girl? Perhaps she is a girl in your eyes now, but in the future, she may become someone much more important. Maybe that's not her destiny, and she ends up being the mother of an incredibly powerful child. The statistics that you, as a simple knight, can see blind you to what will happen in the future. Stop interfering in the battle of 2 beings who can see the future and stay out of it." Eric ignored Paul and instead walked towards Sylphie. He gazed at this green-haired half-elf girl and said, "Your parents are fine. You were lucky that they were attacked when a class emperor magician with different magics was nearby. Otherwise, a tragedy would have occurred." "My parents were attacked?" Sylphie asked, suddenly panicking. She immediately wanted to go to their aid, but a strong hand held her back and advised her, "Listen carefully, child. We have come to recruit you personally to become a student at the Tower of Mages and Ars, for reasons we still don't fully understand. Perhaps that caused the future to change, prompting a powerful being to attack directly to kill you. That doesn't make sense. She's just a child, and you are complete strangers." Zenith fell silent when she saw the knight's gazes. They too were confused. If even they didn't know what was happening, it meant that something was going wrong. And if something went wrong, not only they but everyone in this village would die. So, if the enemy is over there, what are you doing here? Paul looked at the knights with some consternation and said, "No matter what you intend to do, I have to warn the people in the village who have taken refuge far away. Our captain will face the enemy. He is a sword emperor and is accompanied by 10 kings of the sword. If they can't eliminate the enemy, our only option is to flee with Sylphie while we inform our lord." "How can they be so strong?" Paul asked, confused. The magnitude of these people's strength made no sense. He could say with certainty that there was no more than one sword king, and that was Ghislaine, who was in the city. How could there be so many incredibly powerful beings, and all of them serving a single person? This doesn't make sense, but I still have a job to do here. Paul made a decision, put on his shirt, and looked at Zenith. "I'll be back." In the house where Sylphie's parents were, they were just recovering from what had happened only seconds ago. What is happening? Kalen furrowed his brow deeply. Within the possibilities, according to our calculations and future predictions, there are several timelines that flow around each of our lives. In that regard, some beings are born with the ability to see the future, and my lord is one of them. Some time ago, through a twist of fate, he became an enemy of an ancient being who can see the future in different timelines, just like him. Kalen clenched his teeth and told these desperate parents about what was happening. In a way, that ancient being has a unique ability to enter the minds of any living being in this world and deceive us to the point of turning us into enemies of my Lord. Those who now believe in the ancient Lord's word are known as the apostles. My Lord is a threat that can end the ancient Lord. So the way to weaken my Lord's power is through the murders of those who could be his potential wives, allies, and those who could pose a threat to the ancient being's survival. Are you saying my daughter is a target? Laws panicked. He had witnessed that attack, and it was not something he, a simple hunter, could stop. He was sure that if it weren't for Kalen, he and his wife would have died. You have a terrifying look. Falcon raised his sword and pointed it at the figure in front of him. Facing him, a scrawny but incredibly tall man wore an armor covered in dull scarlet, and several chains hung from various parts of his body. His weapon was a long spear, covered in blood and not revealing his face due to the helmet he carried. He stood still, looking directly into Falcon's eyes. You are all just a nuisance. Call your lord to face me like a man. The figure slightly opened his mouth, and words were uttered in a grating tone. How dare you summon my lord with your filthy mouth, beast? I will tear your head from your body, open so many holes in your heart that the last sensation as you die will be watching me finish mutilating your corpse. Ha ha! Very well. First I'll finish off the infants, so that the Father who created them appears before me. I will prove to my enlightenment that I am more than enough to eliminate that annoying ant who dared to defy my lord. The man in the red armor said, By the way, you can be proud to die at the hands of the Dark Bear. It seems his power surpasses that of an ordinary sword king, but we are not ordinary. Yes, first I'll cut his pride, but before that, we need to find out how skilled the enemy is and if he poses any real threat. Falcon, determined to eliminate the enemy, said, Attack formation, eliminate the enemy in a coordinated strike. Yes, sir. At that moment, 10 battle auras burst forth in a golden tone, and an attack by an Emperor of the Sword and 6 kings moved in a coordinated formation. As they had learned, there is no honor on the battlefield, as the only thing sought is to come out alive. In this way, Falcon was leveraging his advantage to finish this without any anomalies. Yes, come. The man known as the Dark Bear lifted his spear and assumed a defensive stance. In this first attack, Falcon took the lead, his body disappeared and reappeared like a phantom behind his enemy. His body radiated a powerful battle aura subtly contained in every part of his body, making his speed akin to that of lightning. However, unlike his subordinates who were sword kings, his steps were silent and steady. As he moved towards the enemy, his feet didn't seem to be touching the ground. He barely grazed the surface as he moved at lightning speed, only to test what the enemy was made of. The Red Bear Man moved forward to meet him, matching his speed. He had released a completely different dark energy, unrelated to any form of magic. A powerful and bloodthirsty enemy was on the verge of making his first move. In just a few seconds, 7 figures had already begun to test their speed, which was vastly superior to that of any ordinary human. There was no comparison. Gilgamesh's knights had mastered their abilities, making them extremely powerful, and they were not chasing what seemed to be an apostle. Cutting through the dense forest, they reappeared in a clear landscape in mere seconds, moving from one place to another, only to return to a position similar to where they had been before. If you were to ask someone else, they might say this was unnecessary, but others would argue that they were studying their opponent during this time. Now, Falcon spun his body, momentarily increasing his speed, and the edge of his sword aimed for his enemy's head. The Dark Bear Man turned his body, and his sword received Falcon's strike, generating a wave of brute force clashes. Sword art. Lion's roar. Boom, boom, boom. 3 sword arts of the same technique were launched at Falcon's back, but he had disappeared seconds before these attacks reached him, causing these sword techniques to hit the enemy directly. An enormous crater appeared at the site, but the figure of the Dark Bear Man had vanished. Following the trail of his aura, A sword king who felt a presence to his left immediately expelled an abnormal amount of battle aura and brandished his sword. Boom! Acting instinctively, his sword collided with the strike of a crimson lance that would have decapitated him if he hadn't responded to the attack. However, due to his poor posture, his body was sent flying like an uncontrolled comet. Og! Sword art, golden slash. A knight swung his sword as he appeared in front of his enemy and precisely slashed across the chest, causing a wound from which blood spurted. However, Falcon, who had a better perception of the battle, knew that this cut was not deep enough. Defend yourself. The knight felt a black aura approaching, so instinctively, he raised his sword over his chest in an attempt to protect his most vital organ. Seconds later, the blade of the lance struck his sword, but miraculously, this last defensive move fulfilled its task, and the attack only pierced his shoulder. Boom! The wounded knight was sent flying by the attack and crashed into a thick tree, temporarily taken out of the fight. In just a few minutes of battle, 2 kings of the sword had been taken out of combat in an extraordinary manner by the enemy. But the enemy didn't emerge unscathed, as a considerable wound bled from their chest, significantly diminishing their future prospects in this fight. But the others didn't stop and continued to attack, knowing that if they stopped for any reason, the condition of their comrades could become critical because they were unfamiliar with more attacks from their current enemy. Furthermore, the wounds the other knights had were minor, and they were confident they would recover soon. Boom! 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 Gravel and stones flew in all directions. Falcon took advantage of this moment to step forward and attack with all his might while preventing the enemy from using their lance in close quarters. As Falcon attacked, each of his blows was aimed at a vital area of his enemy's body. If any of his strikes landed, his enemy would likely lose so much blood that they would die in minutes, even if they were powerful. Falcon moved his sword, attempting to decapitate his enemy, but once again, it was met by the defense of the red lance. However, midway through, he reached out and mercilessly grabbed his enemy's throat. The dark bear man raised his right shoulder and blocked, lifting the hand that had grabbed his throat. His right hand shot out at a speed similar to that of lightning, seeking to strike Falcon's head. Falcon managed to dodge that attack and, in response, delivered a powerful kick that struck his enemy's elbow, causing it to snap. After that, the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly, and both opponents leaped away, establishing some distance. It turned out that Falcon's kick had managed to fracture his enemy's left elbow, significantly reducing his combat capabilities in this battle. This meant that the use of the enemy's lance would have fewer variations and obviously reduced strength. The man in the red armor couldn't help but be surprised that the kick had been so effective. He had vast experience as a fighter, having faced tremendously powerful foes for decades. However, this time was different because his opponent had achieved something that no one else had ever done before, breaking one of his limbs. The battle was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. Don't interfere. Help the wounded and regroup. Falcon, who was stabilizing himself, burst into power and sped toward his enemy at a velocity even kings of the sword couldn't match. The dark bear man snorted coldly. This time, he wouldn't use any techniques to move. Instead, he raised his lance with his right hand, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, both to protect himself and to attack. A turbulent wind surrounded the dark bear man, enveloping him in a dark cloak. Numerous streams of battle aura were expelled from his body, concentrating at the tip of his lance, and his attacks immediately went for their target. The wind drew in a great snowstorm of dust, attracting a powerful concentration of energies and advantageous natural conditions toward it. In no time, a black serpent materialized, coiling around the right arm of the dark bear man. Boom, boom, boom. Several impacts were heard, along with the sounds of powerful explosions. Finally, there was a fearsome snarl. The wind seemed to disperse any method of attack, and the tip of the lance suddenly appeared in front of Falcon. The dark bear man, who had taken 3 steps back, spat blood as pieces of armor fell from his body one after another. When he looked down, a clear punch mark appeared on his chest, and two deafening sounds were heard behind him. Kalen, who had arrived on the battlefield, pierced through the back of the dark bear man, who was standing in front of Falcon. These two effective strikes were enough to momentarily freeze the battle, halting everything that was happening for a few minutes. The dark bear man snarled coldly, took a deep breath, and suddenly let out a roar. "If you think I'm alone, you're sorely mistaken." This time, it was Falcon's turn to defend himself, doing the same thing his enemy had done before to avoid fatal blows. His two legs changed positions at an extreme speed, retreating from these attacks. But at that moment, he felt an attack coming from afar, so he leaned his entire body to the ground, narrowly avoiding that strike. Falcon, another enemy. Boom! Kalen, who raised his staff, chanted a powerful fire spell. Spirit of fire, shine and kill all in the west. Boom! Boom! The sky was filled with a crimson hue, and suddenly, the vast amount of mana released in this attack caused even the clouds to turn red. The powerful fire spell spread across the sky, revealing the enemy hidden in the heavens to everyone. "Can you hold on?" Falcon asked as he stood up. "Yes, don't worry." Kalen nodded as he conjured more powerful spells, each one aimed at this sudden enemy. Sword style, Thousand Pillar attack. Using one of the last techniques he had learned from the combat style created by Gilgamesh, especially for his people, several swords made of golden battle aura materialized behind him, forming a powerful attack slowly. Finally, creating a powerful disturbance in the surroundings and increasing the concentration of power more and more, Falcon launched himself forward. In an instant, two powerful impact sounds were heard. However, the golden light swords were launched at the chest and various parts of his enemy, piercing through him and causing horrible fatal wounds. When the dust cleared, there was a large crater in the ground, and the dark bear man was kneeling while continuously spitting out blood. His helmet fell off, and Falcon, who was sure it was a man, was pleasantly surprised, as in front of him was the face of a beautiful woman who was slowly losing her life. "You have released me, knight. My curse was to live as a man hated and repudiated by all humans. This is your victory." The dark bear man, or rather, the woman imprisoned within, was freed as death began to embrace her. She lifted her head and gazed at the beautiful blue sky that had cleared earlier due to Kalen's attack, with a certain sadness on her face. However, even though she knew she was dying, there was no regret, and she accepted her death with open arms. "Tell me, is the human god your lord?" Kalen asked as he sheathed his sword and walked slowly towards his enemy. "My name is Carla. The human god was the only one who saw my true face and promised to return my body to its original state. Although I knew he was lying, that feeling of trust and kindness was something I had never felt from any other human after leaving that labyrinth. You can think whatever you want. Each of us serve a different god. We are just simple pawns. No, my lord is not a god, and he has never considered himself one, even though we all happily declare him our god. He is just a human with the same flaws, mistakes, and desires to protect what he can within his abilities. As for yours, it's just a simple god who hides and sends only his apostles to a lost battle. In the end, although his enemy was similar in strength to a sword emperor, Falcon's final attack ended up destroying his enemy. Without any consideration, he watched as the enemy bled out and slowly died. In a life or death battle, Falcon saw how his men enriched themselves with experience, and those wounds he now had on his body were more than enough for them to learn how much they lacked to be strong. Boom! At that moment, Kalen, who was facing an unknown figure in the air, began using increasingly powerful spells, shaking the earth and creating powerful gusts of wind due to the impacts in the air. It's a pity she died so pitifully. Well, she was just a simple pawn. A voice interrupted Falcon's thoughts as he guarded Kalen's back. In front of them, an incredibly ordinary-looking being appeared, but in its hands, it held a silvery metallic sword. However, when they least expected it, That sword in its hand pierced its own chest, and every part of its body began to expand at an alarmingly abnormal rate. What kind of demon is that? Kalen shouted as he prepared to cast an Emperor-class fire spell. I don't know, but we'd better attack. Falcon didn't want to waste time, so he instructed Kalen to unleash his best and most powerful spell to eliminate this new enemy in an instant. Understood. Kalen raised his magical staff and said in a cold tone, Meteor shower of the yellow abyss, shine and embrace all my enemies. The instant he spoke those words, a powerful concentration of magic was directed towards a single attack, and in an instant, the attack was formed and launched seconds after being created. The powerful wave of the attack caused even the ground to split open, generating powerful waves of heat. Falcon's eyes widened in surprise. This magical attack was truly terrifying, and he was sure that even if the enemy was stronger than the previous one, this attack was more than enough to win and defeat the enemy. Boom! When the explosion swept over the enemy, disaster spread over several hundred meters, creating a powerful shockwave that raised a thick curtain of smoke. The fire used in this attack formed into several powerful circles that were launched continuously like meteorites. When one hit, two more followed and further devastated the battlefield. Boom! Boom! However, just as everyone believed they had won, a charred figure shot out of the flame curtain, heading towards Kalen, who had just released a powerful spell. How is this possible? The putrid Emperor-class spell should have pulverized his body. So why is the enemy still moving? When Kalen wanted to cast a defensive spell, his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to do. However, right at that moment, Falcon appeared with a powerful battle aura and confronted the enemy head-on. 1, 2, 3 sword strikes shook the surroundings, and 3 horrible wounds appeared on the enemy's chest. Is he dead? No, he's not, shouted one of the Sword Emperors who was still standing nearby, as he saw a powerful punch break through the dust and strike his captain. Falcon felt his body being shaken with great force. Then he was sent flying, and his body sank into the earth due to the strong impact. Everyone, follow the hunters who are signaling. Don't panic. There are knights already facing the enemies. Paul shouted as he took charge of maintaining calm in the village. They all watched as Law's house was reduced to ashes, so they feared the same fate for their homes. Even without knowing the details of what was happening, they followed the instructions of the knights stationed in their village to ensure the safety of the place. It was hard for everyone to believe that something like this was happening. Aside from a few aggressive beasts that hunters occasionally encountered in the forest, there was nothing else they should worry about. But it seemed that things were far more serious, to the extent that they could die if anything went even slightly wrong. Paul, do you know what's going on? The children are scared. A middle-aged woman approached the strongest man in their village and asked this question. I don't know either. I can only tell you with absolute certainty that the knights will take care of whatever is happening, Paul said with a reassuring look. But at that moment, he saw a large stone approaching from the sky. Everyone get down, Paul shouted, warning everyone before preparing to make a move. I've got this, knight. A voice sounded nearby, and a knight launched himself like a phantom, attacking the stone with a battle aura, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Eric, who had abandoned his previous position, appeared on the field, followed by 3 more figures who didn't stop and advanced toward the area where the battle was unfolding. How's the battle going? Paul approached Eric and asked. Eric looked ahead and frowned. An Emperor-class mage, a swordsman, and 6 King-class warriors are facing truly formidable enemies, which is why the battle is taking so long. Although we're not Class S, we're ranked as formidable even within the ranks of Uruk's warriors. Are there stronger ones than you? Paul asked unconsciously. Of course, there are even groups of women who are far superior to us. We're just a group that has recently graduated from the Uruk Tower, so we're not that strong, but by no means are we considered weak. But if things continue like this, we're obligated to report to our lord, Eric said as he walked slowly toward the battlefield. I recommend you not come, but if you're not afraid of death, you can satisfy your curiosity. Paul looked at one of the hunters nearby and said, take charge of evacuating the people. I'll go to that place to see how things are going. Be careful, Paul. By the time Eric arrived, he saw with his own eyes a dozen warriors facing a massive monster that stood holding a huge, heavy sword. Under its feet, the ground was completely shattered. Kalen, what's happening? When Kalen sensed Eric's presence, his eyes took on a troubled expression. He looked at the beast a few meters away and said, "This beast keeps regenerating its body every time Falcon cuts it, and its speed and strength become more brutal as time passes. According to my calculations, every time it takes a hit, it multiplies the damage it deals with its attacks. Does that mean we can't defeat it?" Eric couldn't see any other way out of the embarrassing situation they were in. "It's not like that." Kalen shook his head, fixed his gaze on the beast, and explained, "As far as I understand, there's some sort of core in that monster, and unless it's destroyed, it can regenerate as many times as it wants. However, when I cast a magical spell on it, it condenses its particles around the core to prevent its destruction. Magic doesn't seem to result in a prolonged damage effect on its body, so I'm only focused on slowing down its movements and supporting the knights in avoiding its attacks with precision." Kalen also couldn't cast spells materializing ice or stone spears, since this method would result in the same outcome as Falcon's attacks. This beast resembled an orc, but its body was larger, and its regeneration made no sense. In this world, although there were terrible creatures, no one had ever seen an ogre like the one they had in front of them. Gilgamesh didn't know of any related creatures, but if he were to guess, he would say it was a summoned spirit. Very few were capable of creating spirits and then summoning them, so this achievement could be considered significant in the realm of magic. Gilgamesh had wanted to create a spirit with his divine energy and then summon it to see what kind of being would emerge, but he had been busy recently and hadn't had time for such hobbies. Damn it, what kind of creature is this? Falcon, in the distance, continued to split the ogre's body multiple times with powerful attacks, but none seemed to work. The new knights who had arrived immediately launched an attack, helping to regulate the team and stabilize those who were tired or wounded. The initial attacks took us by surprise. I myself was severely injured by the powerful strike resulting from Kalen's attack. Despite being in this situation, everyone remained calm because the enemy was just incredibly tough to eliminate but didn't pose a real threat. When Paul arrived, he saw the terrible beast and all the chaos in the surroundings. This can't be. Despite having been an adventurer, Paul had never before seen a creature survive such powerful attacks from two sword emperors. "It's grotesque, isn't it?" Eric greeted Paul while helping one of his comrades tend to a wound before it was treated by Kalen. "Can you eliminate it?" Paul was confused since most of the swordsmen were sitting on the ground, drinking water and watching the battle's progress with confusion. "It's complicated." Eric didn't know how to respond to Paul. "It's complicated to kill something that is constantly being supplied with energy by its owner." A voice interrupted the people's communication, and at that moment, several swords shot out of the air and headed towards the large enemy being confronted by two sword emperors. "Careful, get back." Kalen warned his people, who were at a considerable distance from the huge monster when those swords were launched. Boom, boom, boom. The already devastated ground was obliterated, and everyone was forced to retreat, watching as just 3 projectiles completely destroyed the monster they were fighting. "My lord, I deeply regret not being able to meet your standards." Kalen knelt before an 11-year-old boy who had suddenly appeared before them all. "Prince Gilgamesh." Paul was paralyzed, seeing how a boy just a little older than his son was strong. They sure got a beating. I should send them the new modifications to my golden lion sword style. Well, we'll talk about that later. As Gilgamesh walked forward, the gigantic ogre reformed and directed a gaze filled with murderous intent towards him. He perceived this as nothing more than the sight of a small dog barking, without really knowing whom it's barking at. But considering that things have been quite dull in Roa lately, this time he would show off a bit in front of everyone. "I don't even want to know why you attacked this village or what your intentions are. I'll figure that out with my own eyes later, so don't bother telling me anything." Gilgamesh seemed a bit serious as he looked at Falcon and said, "Watch this spectacle from above. or it won't be interesting. Yes, my lord. Kalen immediately waved his hand, and a floating ship appeared behind them. After boarding it, they rose into the sky, looking down where Gilgamesh stood doing nothing. Is he going to fight alone? Paul didn't seem to agree with the choice these knights had made. Even if Gilgamesh is powerful, they shouldn't have left him alone. Even if Rudius is strong, as a father, he wouldn't let him fight alone against an unknown creature. We'll only interfere if necessary. We're not on his level. After all, Falcon, who had been healed by Kalen, watched closely what was happening below. Just pay attention and don't speak. All the gods believe they have the authority to meddle in my decisions, come to kill those who will be something to me in the future, or try to wage wars against me. Gilgamesh, who had ceased to be as arrogant as before due to Eris's presence, today once again showed his eyes to the world, releasing an aura so arrogant that even the gods bowed before him. Come ye. As he uttered those words, a golden ripple shone intensely on the ground, and a pressure that shook the surroundings began to unconsciously emanate. The sky turned black, crimson lightning flashed, and a bladeless sword appeared in Gilgamesh's hand, releasing an aura of power that could crush any god. What must I prove for you to patiently wait in your place until I decide to visit you personally? At this moment, Gilgamesh looked down at the gods, demonstrating that with his presence alone, he could crush them without leaving any trace of their past, present, or future. His divinity was omnipotent, making even monsters or demons unable to raise their gaze to his eyes. No one was worthy of looking at him at the same level, at least not here. He hadn't met anyone worthy of even calling a friend. This sword can only be used by me, a unique existence in this universe, incapable of being surpassed, and suitable only for a ruler. The weapon Gilgamesh held had an abnormal shape that didn't fit the typical classification of a sword in this world. It was something that existed before the concept that this world called a sword, so it couldn't truly be called a sword, nor did it have the shape of a known blade. As Gilgamesh held his sword by the hilt, a stream of energy began to surround him, growing stronger with each passing second. As the energy concentrated, the tip of the sword itself began to spin in a spiral. Boom! As the ground sank, Gilgamesh soared directly into the sky and looked down at the motionless monster below him. How much will be enough to not destroy this world? Gilgamesh raised his sword, which had the form of a cylindrical pillar, like a drill, composed of 3 rotating segments engraved with crimson cuneiform letters that spun slowly in alternating directions. The same weapon from the universe. This was the first time Gilgamesh would use his most trusted weapon in combat, the one with which he had killed numerous apostles in his past life with the power of a god, a weapon with which he had pulverized divine, ancient, and cosmic beasts. Boom! The aura forming around Gilgamesh was enough to completely obliterate a city the size of Roa. But he didn't stop there. He decided that the power he would unleash would be even greater. Both the monster on the ground and other powerful divinities in this world felt the terrifying power Gilgamesh was releasing at this moment. Now, very few could match the power about to be unleashed. Gilgamesh only looked at that monster, and through his eyes he saw the human god lurking like a shadow behind that individual. Lowering his weapon, he muttered only a few words, Enuma Elish. Boom! The thunderous power unleashed was a strange combination of energies, all concentrated and directed toward a specific location with brutality. The energy of the attack swept across the plains and shot forward. Boom! Any response attack would be reduced to nothing, disappearing from reality. This attack, seemingly originating from a god, completely pulverized the enemy, and to those nearby, it seemed like the end of the world. Is that attack from a mere human? Paul fell to the ground with no strength in his legs, and the others were no different. Never before in their lives had they seen such a terrifying attack capable of annihilating an entire city. A loud explosion echoed, and a hole as deep as an abyss was being created on the ground due to Gilgamesh's unstoppable attack. Those far away threw themselves to the ground. Animals fled in panic, and the wind severely damaged the nearby village houses. On the ground, after Gilgamesh had released only 1% of his power with EA, a massive crater lay where it seemed to have no end. The monster that had caused so much trouble to Falcon's group had disappeared without a trace. Spectators watched this scene with pale expressions. Even the Emperor Dragon's greatest attack couldn't cause this magnitude of damage. Moreover, it seemed that the just-released attack had no weak form that others could defend against. Once again, human god, you have lost. Gilgamesh said this indifferently as he walked toward the edge of the crater. However, as if something, an entity, wanted to continually present problems to Gilgamesh, a white figure appeared not too far away. Without showing any negative intentions, he saluted respectfully and said, "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, my lord. My name is Almanfi of the Bright, and my lord Pelagius-Dola sent me to investigate what happened in this place." Gilgamesh didn't sheath his EA, but instead looked directly at this masked man, who seemed arrogantly demanding information about what had happened, as if this were his backyard into which he could enter without any problem. "Isn't that the armored dragon?" Gilgamesh asked as he looked at the man in the white mask. Almanfi's voice turned notably cold. His gaze shifted towards Gilgamesh, and he responded with more firmness this time. "Pelagius-Dola is a high-ranking member of the Dragon Tribe, bearing the title Armored Dragon King, and one of the 7 great heroes who sealed the demon god Laplace 500 years ago. He currently resides in the floating castle Chaos Breaker, awaiting the resurgence of the demon god. Should I personally thank him for his great deeds?" Gilgamesh asked, tilting his head forward slightly, expecting a response. "What? As far as I'm concerned, sealing an enemy is a clear humiliation and defeat. If you can't kill your enemy, then you've lost. Now he's in that floating fortress, traveling back and forth, waiting for the resurgence of another enemy." Gilgamesh vanished, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Almanfi, who hadn't reacted in time. The moment he realized what was about to happen, he gathered all his strength to defend himself. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Almanfi, who was the one affected, suffered significant damage to his body. He crashed to the ground, making it impossible for him to get up for a while. If you're looking for information, tell him that Gilgamesh was the cause. Furthermore, remind him that if he's afraid that enemies from the past will be released in this era, I will take care of eliminating them myself. This time, I'll be kind, but next time if he wants answers, tell him to come himself and not send a weak spirit like you." Gilgamesh, who had arrived in front of Almanfi, whispered, "In addition, tell him that his enemies are of no importance to me. I'm already busy searching for a certain god who likes to play hide and seek. If your lord knows what I mean, tell him that we might meet in person when the time comes. I will deliver your message." Almanfi said this while looking at the large crater behind Gilgamesh, implying that he was still trying to understand what had happened here. "Are you still interested in that? I killed a god's fly for you. If the one you serve is perceptive and strong enough, he will understand what kind of energies were present in this place. He will know perfectly well whom I eliminated and why I did it. If he can't understand that, then he's not worth my attention." Gilgamesh sheathed his EA weapon in the gate of Babylon and brushed the dust off his chest. "Then I shall take my leave and deliver your message to my lord." Almanfi glowed in a golden light and disappeared from the location. Gilgamesh made no move and watched Almanfi disappear. His presence was merely interesting in his eyes. Nevertheless, he wanted to know in detail what had happened in this place without having to search for it himself. "My lord, was that an enemy?" Kalen arrived at the forefront and asked this question in a doubtful tone. Gilgamesh turned his head, looked at him, smiled slightly, and said, "It's not about an enemy. By the way, what happened in this place from the beginning? We came to recruit the girl named Sylphie, as you had proposed, but she wasn't at home, so I decided to talk to her parents first. Just at that moment, we were attacked by an enemy that Falcon took care of eliminating. As Kalen explained, they arrived in front of a woman who had been dead for some time, surprising many who didn't know she was a woman. It turns out she's a woman, and that corrupted energy still has dense traces of another being, That seal on her body was similar to Elaine's, so this must have happened to her if I hadn't eliminated it in time. I must come to understand that it happened because she didn't succumb to the curse unlike this woman. This is very interesting indeed. Gilgamesh could see the seal that had cursed the woman in front of him, so there's no need to draw further conclusions about her condition. What makes this interesting is that there might be more apostles much closer than he thought, so he must be even stricter with his precautions and pay more attention to the small details. Oh, Prince Gilgamesh, I must thank you for helping save our village. There are no words to describe the gratitude we feel for solving this problem. Paul spoke, not having the chance to arrange his words properly, so he blurted them out when he finally had the opportunity to speak. I'm a prince of this kingdom, and that is the least I can do with my status. Moreover, I will certainly help those in need, even if they are ignorant. Gilgamesh's response was simple and straightforward, causing some surprise in Paul, who knew little about the prince in front of him. My lord, should we at least take that girl named Sylphie with us? Her future may be somehow connected to you. Kalen made this suggestion that caught everyone's attention. Gilgamesh nodded and said, I will send her to Elaine. She is a woman of the same race as Sylphie and can train her better. She has the talent to shine, so it would be a shame for her to stay in that place. Besides, she will be properly protected there. Paul took a step forward and asked, why were those people looking for a girl? Sylphie is a friend of my son, so I should at least protect those who are part of my family. Well, where do I begin? Gilgamesh walked a bit slower as the others headed towards the group of people who were still frightened by the disaster. From what I can gather, every race once had a supreme god, someone who stood above all, protecting and guiding their respective civilizations. I understand that for now, only one god is my enemy. The others have disappeared or died for reasons I don't care about. The dragon god might know something about it, but until I meet him, I can't say much more beyond my vague knowledge of this world. When Gilgamesh least expected it, he had talked too much with this man who was Paul's father, but he continued nonetheless. I will kill the human god who intruded into one of my dreams. I will find him. I'm sure of that. If you're wondering who attacked us, when that god enters your dreams and speaks to you, you slowly become a messenger of God, better known as an apostle. Paul was a simple man with worldly desires and flaws, a common father who wasn't prepared, but still faced life. Gilgamesh had seen glimpses of his future after the teleportation event, and certainly, this man's ending was tragic, a death that was the most avoidable of all. He knew he needed to prepare for the future, and he needed a strong ally in case Rudius somehow tried to rebel against him. What better ally than the Father himself? That human god is certainly a deity, and many humans believe he's practically their god. But he's much worse than you think. He looks into futures and alternate timelines beyond our reality to maintain his power and ensure nothing can threaten him. I made a promise to myself not to see the future of any woman I meet. After all, I don't want to know if she'll become one of my wives again. Gilgamesh was a variant in this reality, but he had seen in the future that Gilgamesh would actually become one of his wives. When he vaguely saw two more figures, he decided to immediately cut off his ability to see into the future. But now that he thinks about it, there's no use deceiving himself. He knew that in the future, he would have 3 wives, as he had set out to do, and he really didn't want to know who the other 2 were. In that case, are you saying that Sylphie will become someone so important that she can threaten the existence of a god? Paul couldn't believe it. If she is that dangerous, wouldn't his son be equally a threat? Maybe not her, but her son or grandson. The future is not just about oneself, but about the consequences of our existence. Gilgamesh looked at Paul and asked, "Do you want the power to protect your family?" Paul looked at Gilgamesh and fell silent. He didn't understand what he meant when he asked that question, but if he had an ability to see the future, he must have seen something. Did something happen to me in the future that could be avoided by being strong? I don't need anything from you. I simply want you to become a knight of the Tower of Uruk under my command. If you do that, not only will I give you impressive power, but I will also provide a way to ensure that God doesn't interfere in the lives of your family. Gilgamesh opened a golden ripple, and a beautiful black sword appeared. In his previous life, if it weren't for the war, he would have given away all his treasures. But this time, he does it because he needs good subordinates and reliable tools to deal with certain troubles that may arise. If he has Paul as one of his followers, and if that Rudius, who is a reincarnate, becomes a nuisance, his own father will take care of stopping him, and family drama will handle those simple problems. When Paul saw that sword, he felt that he should accept that power. He had seen with his own eyes how weak he was and how easily he would have died if it weren't for the presence of these people. When he imagined what would have happened to his daughters and wives, he couldn't even think about the pain it would have meant. I accept it. I want to become stronger, Prince Gilgamesh. Paul knelt before a child and pledged his loyalty with all his heart. I know you feel a certain hatred, not only for the nobility, but also for how weak you are compared to others. So if you want to be considered strong, you must do more than just strive. Gilgamesh placed the sword in Paul's hands, which carried not only his blessing, but also certain enhancements. Many things would happen in the future, and they couldn't predict all of them. But even so, Gilgamesh wants to have his own close and protected, and he will educate this kingdom with the word of man, thus eliminating any harmful religion for humans. He did it once, and he will do it here too, regardless of the consequences. You must go back because these people trust you, Paul. Gilgamesh walked toward the village while Paul was still kneeling. Yes, those men haven't stopped being around me. Does that have anything to do with that boy named Gilgamesh? Sylphie asked herself that question when she saw several guards walking behind her after she approached where her parents were. In her life, she had always been a very distrustful girl. However, Sylphie knew that she couldn't always be that way, so she was determined to change. Still, she didn't dare to say anything about it. Gilgamesh was scary. He seemed to be one of the countless children who had labeled her as a demon. Some knights had withdrawn a while ago. Even Lord Paul had also gone to where the fight was unfolding. But for a while now, there had been no sound. She was strong, but she couldn't just go there and cast one of her spells after seeing the sky turn red due to the flames. When everyone returned, Paul appeared far behind, and indeed, Gilgamesh was by his side. When Sylphie heard that he would send a mage to take her to the city of Ars, she didn't pay much attention to it. But now everything had changed because he was here to take her away. Paul's face was very cheerful. In fact, there were clear signs of happiness. When he arrived in front of everyone, he shouted, "I have news about what just happened. I'll tell you everything you want to know." The village was about to be attacked by very powerful beasts, but the knights led by Prince Gilgamesh managed to eliminate the beast. There is no longer any danger to worry about, so we will be safe for a few days. So, do you mean that these beasts will appear frequently from now on? Is that true? It can't be. In just a few seconds, chaos fell among the people. So the fear in their hearts that had been suppressed completely clouded their thinking, and some even refused to believe what was happening. At that moment, Gilgamesh raised his hand for Paul to continue speaking and introduced himself directly. "I am Gilgamesh Asura, the fourth prince, and I fully understand your fears. But you must not panic. Those monsters are not very common, and the fight just now drove away all those that were nearby. If your concern is so great, I can send my knights to investigate beyond the forest and find out if there is no other enemy of that magnitude. But you must know that the same thing will not happen again. It doesn't work that way." When everyone saw Gilgamesh, they immediately fell silent. After all, they were in the presence of Prince Gilgamesh, someone much more important than any ordinary noble. This was a prince who could become their future king. What is Prince Gilgamesh doing in this place? Well, it's not that many understand nobles, and it's not like they really care. What arouses their curiosity is what a prince was doing in this part of the kingdom, where even the feudal lords of Fitoa had never appeared before. I know you all are afraid, but you must not let that negative feeling torment your thoughts. You must be stronger than that, because no one is free living in fear. Gilgamesh looked at Sylphie, who was hiding among her parents, and gave her a faint smile. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Because you have all suffered in one way or another, you will receive 10 Asura gold coins, each to repair whatever was damaged. Thank you very much, Prince Gilgamesh. We are all grateful. Some were surprised by Prince Gilgamesh's humility, while others cried directly because of it. After all, no one is so crazy as to give away hundreds, perhaps thousands of Asura gold coins. It should be known that with 2 coins, a family can live for a few months, which is simply incredible. All right, Kalen, take care of delivering the coins by family. Gilgamesh took out a bag with 10,000 coins and then walked directly to Sylphie, who was with her parents, still worried about the complete destruction of their house. Mr. Gilgamesh, I must thank you for the help you have offered us. If it weren't for Kalen, we wouldn't be right here at this moment, Laws said as he looked at Gilgamesh. Your home was completely destroyed. Do you want to come with me and go to ours so that your daughter can train in magic? You don't have to worry. Anyone under my care doesn't suffer discrimination or hunger. Gilgamesh looked toward the other people and said, You have nothing here. It would be good for you to start anew in ours. But that city is very expensive. Law's worried about not being able to protect his family, let alone feed them. I have various businesses under my own care. I ensure the protection of those working for me, so there will be no one who dares to harm you. Money, on the other hand, is not a problem. You can take this and take care of buying clothes for yourself, your wife, and your daughter. Gilgamesh handed him a pouch with 1,000 gold coins. No, this is too much. Sylphie's mom couldn't accept so much money. But Laws reached out his hand and said, Then we will be in your care. I hope my daughter can have a bright future. Dad, what are you saying? Sylphie didn't understand what her father meant. Daughter, we are going to the city of ours. There, you will learn more about magic and acquire knowledge that very few privileged individuals can obtain. Laws knelt down to his daughter's level and explained in detail what they had discussed with Kalen. But I have to wait for Rudius. He will come back. Sylphie didn't want to leave this place, mainly because Rudius could return at any moment. You shouldn't depend on your friends so much, daughter. Sylphie's mother smiled and knew exactly what was worrying her daughter, so she advised, You should become even more amazing for when you reunite. Gilgamesh looked at Sylphie and said, He wants to go to the magic school. You can go there when you are ready to travel. I may also visit that place myself, but only briefly. Then it's okay. Sylphie wasn't sure what to think of Gilgamesh. Her shyness and lack of contact with other children made it difficult for her to talk to people other than Rudius. Besides, she didn't have good experiences with other children besides her only friend. Gilgamesh then said, Now that it's settled, we will leave as soon as possible. Just let Kalen finish resolving the money issue, and we will depart immediately. Having decided what to do, Gilgamesh sought out Kalen to take charge of preparing a ritual for Paul, integrating him into his forces. However, he wouldn't be removed from this place. Gilgamesh didn't plan to change things too much because it didn't benefit him much. On the contrary, as the hours passed, everyone returned to their homes, especially those who needed to repair the damage caused. Kalen, on the other hand, went directly to the massive pit created by Gilgamesh to seal it securely enough to prevent anyone from accidentally falling in. Falcon, on his part, prepared a blood ritual for Paul, who was about to receive a power boost throughout his body. Based on his potential and age, it was highly likely he could become a sword king if he worked hard enough. In addition to that, he received a manual for the golden lion sword style that Gilgamesh had prepared. This new version he had created was perfect, much faster, quieter, and stronger than before. Having improved the styles he had created previously, this new sword style was incredibly powerful and quite possibly unmatched in this world. The 9 techniques of this sword style were sufficient to defeat any enemy, not to mention the movement technique and the situations for which this sword style was designed. On the ship, Sylphie was looking in awe as it floated above the ground without any kind of automatic mechanism. This was new to many, so even the adults watched this floating ship in amazement. Does that girl hate me? Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Then, approaching her, he said, Have you thought about what awaits you once you arrive in ours? There are many children like you. All try to learn magic to have a much better life in the future. I hope that at least my parents will be happy in that new place. They have been sad since our home was destroyed by that monster. so I will become strong enough to be the one who protects them. Sylphie momentarily forgot who she was talking to. Her response was not only for Gilgamesh, but also for herself. Interesting answer. Did your friend Rudius teach you magic? Gilgamesh couldn't help but show interest. This girl is a younger version of Elaine. After all, although she has green hair instead of Elaine's black hair with white streaks, Elaine's green eyes can be reflected in this hair color. Yes, he's an amazing person and the one I admire most in this world. By the way, did you meet Rudius? Sylphie looked at Gilgamesh differently, feeling less uncomfortable. Well, we only exchanged a few words. Although we're not friends, I think in the future, we might get along. Gilgamesh smiled awkwardly, lying to a child. The idea of eliminating this girl's friend had even crossed his mind when he first met him. I'm glad. I thought you were much scarier. I thought you weren't interested in relating to a half-elf like me. No one ever has in this village except for Rudius, so I'm sorry for misinterpreting your actions. Sylphie bowed repeatedly to Gilgamesh, showing her sincere apology. I've read about the different races in the world. Among them, elves are the closest to humans, but they live many years longer. Although the most surprising thing about all of this is that when they have a child with a human, that child's lifespan is the same as that of humans. I know what many fear, but I don't usually pay much attention to such things. Gilgamesh said as he leaned against the ship's railing and watched the approaching evening. Sylphie remained silent, her conflicting thoughts about Gilgamesh truly perplexing. When Gilgamesh felt it was enough, he jumped onto the ship's railing and said to Sylphie, "In the Tower of Uruk, there's a very beautiful woman. She will be your teacher. If you're lucky, you may become an incredible mage." "Wait, you're not coming to ours?" Sylphie asked, confused. "Of course not. My journey is just beginning." At that moment, Gilgamesh's body began to glow, and eventually, his entire body turned into golden particles that disappeared before Sylphie's eyes. "We'll meet again." City of Roa. Grarat Mansion. Eris was training alone with the combat method Gilgamesh had given her before he left without saying a word. She was annoyed with him for not taking her to that place, so she memorized the moves she had also seen Ghislaine learning. "Why'd he leave without taking me?" Eris was lying on her stomach on the back of the huge lion, who had become her best friend after Rudius. "Haven't you seen how strong I've become since he arrived?" Eris opened her calm eyes and looked at the huge cat, who was licking one of his paws. "Do you sympathize with me too?" Roar. "Yes, we must punish him, but what could we do to annoy him? Honestly, I've never bothered him before, and he never reacted badly before. Is all of this because of her?" Regardless of her age, Eris didn't understand why Gilgamesh had chosen her as his fiancée. There were more charming women than her, so she couldn't fully comprehend how things had changed in that way. But despite those thoughts, she had been much happier since Gilgamesh came to her home. Furthermore, Rudius seemed to be a good teacher, although she didn't want to learn magic because it took time away from her sword training. Her main goal was to defeat Gilgamesh in swordsmanship, not with magic. "Someday I'm going to beat him." Eris muttered these words, but her senses alerted her that someone was in front of her. Opening her eyes, she saw a young man very close to her, and due to the surprise, she remained silent for a few moments. "Who do you want to beat?" Gilgamesh, who had seen Eris resting on her cat, decided to approach her to greet her. "No one." Eris turned her head, somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, speaking of wanting to beat someone, don't you want to see something interesting?" Gilgamesh asked, seeing that Eris had avoided his question. "Is it something interesting?" Eris's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of something Gilgamesh considered interesting. "Of course, come with me." "What do you want to show me?" Eris gave Gilgamesh a questioning look as he stared at the ground, lost in thought. "Well, even though my knowledge of magic is tiny, to say the least, what I'm going to show you is how I summon a spirit to serve me." Gilgamesh took out the same magic book he had won from those guys at the gambling house. "Is it some kind of magic spell?" Eris didn't understand what Gilgamesh meant, because she was just starting to learn the most basic magic. "Exactly. A spell where I'll theoretically summon a spirit to be my servant, but I'll change summon to create, and I hope it works." Gilgamesh was immersed in explaining the contents of the book, and since he didn't need to read it twice, he quickly covered the fundamentals. As Eris walked and looked at that enormous book, which could have thousands of pages, she became more and more excited about what might come from this spell. I have some understanding of spirit summonings, but if I can modify things, I could summon a valuable soul through a precious object and a contract that binds them to me. They could be spirits from the past, present, or future. Even if we delve deeper into probability, they could be from other worlds, places we may never visit in our lives. Gilgamesh summoned a golden ripple and from it took out a chain with 2 knives attached to each end, then placed it on the ground and stroked his chin as he thought. If I happen to use powerful weapons, and somehow their owners, the souls of their owners, are summoned as servants, will they remember me in any way? Many things can go wrong, but I won't stop trying. After taking out the weapon, Gilgamesh also began to scatter spirit cores around the weapon on the ground. Eris, who had witnessed all of this, remained silent, both curious and expectant. Well, I think that's it. Gilgamesh had already put the magic book away and was looking at everything, analyzing whether there might be any errors or failures to avoid. You need to know that spirits are beings capable of shifting between a spiritual and a material body at will. While they are in spiritual form, they can't be easily detected by enemies because they are invisible to the naked eye and to most forms of scrutiny, nor can they be affected by physical interference. With just that, can you summon a spirit to serve you? I don't see it as feasible. It shouldn't be that easy. Eris simply voiced her thoughts as she looked at the weapon on the ground. It may fail. This is the first time I'm doing it, so this plan is subject to changes and errors, but I'm confident I'll succeed. Gilgamesh didn't lift his gaze as he said this, continuously analyzing the outcome. I was only hoping that a powerful servant would arise from all of this. I couldn't rely on the strength of my subordinates right now, because they were still learning the new battle style I had shared with them. It didn't make sense to me, at least, and they lacked a lot of combat experience. As far as I understood, spirits needed to maintain a certain amount of energy to remain materialized and fight, and they needed an anchor to the world, which could be their summoner or any other physical being. Their current strength was reflected in their energy reserves, so energy depletion was directly proportional to their diminishing strength. This type of summoning will be done with a catalyst. I'll attract the spirit with those objects on the ground, and I hope it's worth it. Gilgamesh extended his hand. His divine power connected with the spirit orbs and the weapon on the ground. Closing his eyes, he began to speak. I, Gilgamesh, King of Heroes, Emperor of Humanity, and sole ruler under the heavens, command you to emerge in this world and serve me as your soul lord. Fantastic. Eris was amazed by what she was witnessing. The energy, the unfamiliar words Gilgamesh was uttering, and the golden aura that began to emanate all around made everything feel so magical. Boom! The ground shook, alarming everyone in the castle, but Gilgamesh didn't stop and poured as much energy as this ritual required. Then, as if he had succeeded, a vague figure began to appear before his eyes. And finally, as if the ritual had been completed successfully, there was a loud explosion. Boom! What happened? Eris shouted as she looked at Gilgamesh in front of her. I think it was success, Gilgamesh said as he looked at the tattoo that appeared on his left hand. You think it was a success? Eris ignored Gilgamesh's arrogance and examined the details she could see through the dust. When the smoke cleared, a woman appeared before them, kneeling on the ground, and said, My name is Medusa, and I am at ease now that my lord is someone much more extraordinary than I. Your name is Medusa? Eris was captivated by this beautiful blindfolded woman. Medusa materialized in a way different from her legend, one that even Gilgamesh was unaware of, maintaining a human appearance, with no snakes in her hair and long purple-colored hair. She wears a blindfold to seal her powerful mystic eyes of petrification within a delimited field. Her sight is completely sealed, although she can perceive through hearing, touch, smell, and detection magic, which allows her to gather more accurate information than through sight. You can call me Raider, Master, Medusa directed her gaze toward Gilgamesh, who was standing in front of her. I can see that you are very powerful and similar to me in terms of weaponry. How strong are your abilities? Gilgamesh asked as he looked at this woman holding the weapon he had placed on the ground. In general terms, I'm not extremely strong in close combat, but my class allows me to use any type of weapon, and my enhanced advantages include extreme speed. Additionally, I can perceive any type of situation within kilometers as long as there is a disturbance of energy, such as that mana disturbance in the distance. Medusa introduced herself and briefly discussed her abilities. It didn't take much effort to summon you. I can say with certainty that I could make about 9 more summonings without any problems. Gilgamesh was about to say more when Eris elbowed him. What's wrong? Eris gave him a sidelong glance and whispered, Are you sure she's a spirit and not a servant? She may be a bit silly, but she's very beautiful. Did you really just summon her? Ha, of course, aren't I incredible? Gilgamesh was proud of this great achievement. Now he had a cursed spirit to crush the... I know what's troubling you, but I have no sexual desires, and I feel that my master Gilgamesh has no desire for my body either. Even if he did, I highly doubt it's something he desires to the extent of creating a space for it in his heart. Medusa inclined her emotionless, perfect face and responded to Eris's worries. Did I even ask that? Eris exclaimed, her white face flushing with embarrassment and the realization of being caught. Haha, I tend to ignore the fact that, even if you're not jealous, you believe that someone could hide your true worth from my eyes. Gilgamesh turned to Eris and told her directly, You are my fiancée, your value in my eyes is unparalleled, so don't think of something like that. If you want it, we just have to let time pass to get married. You? Right now? Why do you say such embarrassing things? Eris shouted before turning around and heading angrily toward her room, but she also seemed somewhat happy. Medusa, protect her at all times when I'm not around. She's my future wife. I wish I hadn't seen it, but lately I've been unconsciously using my ability to see the future with her. Gilgamesh returned to his usual self, as if he became softer only in Eris's presence, as if it were some instinctive reaction to her attitude. If that is your wish, I will watch over her at all times, my lord. Medusa responded with a gentle voice as she disappeared into illusion, and her aura headed toward where Eris had run off to. May I ask who she is? Ghislaine walked out of the shadows toward Gilgamesh, and the only reason Medusa didn't act against this figure is that she had been in the same spot since she was summoned to this world. She is a spirit, and her name is Medusa. She will be responsible for protecting Eris at all times, no matter the day or hour. Gilgamesh's eyes shone slightly as Ghislaine finally decided to move from her position. May I ask you a question? Ghislaine gave Gilgamesh a meaningful look and asked, Why do you act with more kindness when you're with Eris Sama? What may surprise you is that I do not act in front of her. I respect her, and I have never had any low thoughts when I'm with her. I'm simply becoming that way, and I'm okay with it, but she is very vulnerable. Gilgamesh looked at the darkening sky and said, I have special eyes. I can see both the past and present of people I choose. Upon hearing that, Ghislaine was like a lightning bolt, looking at Gilgamesh with disbelief and asking, What did you see? I analyzed her future without my presence, and it was truly tragic. If I hadn't appeared in her life, she wouldn't end up marrying me. She would lose her parents in the mana explosion that is forming right now, and then her grandfather would be beheaded after revealing his intentions to use the Grerat family fortune to rebuild the Fitoa region destroyed in that disaster. Gilgamesh sounded very serious when he said that, but after that point, he decided not to continue looking into Eris's future and certain special people around him. Of course, most of that timeline would never exist in the first place due to my presence. I stopped looking into the future when I knew we got married in the timeline where I exist, nothing more than that. Who beheaded Soro-sama in that future you saw? Ghislaine sat down next to Gilgamesh, her tone sounding normal, but a hint of fury was seeping through her words. Gilgamesh smiled, sat down, and said, That doesn't matter because I've already killed them. That future doesn't matter because it doesn't exist. When did you acquire this ability? Ghislaine, now understanding a bit more about the boy beside her, knew that he must have spent many years seeing possible futures and pasts of the people around him. If that's the case, each of his decisions is a choice that will bring him more benefits and a peaceful life in the future. Gilgamesh recalled his past life and replied, considering those memories, "I was born this way, the perfection of men in life. I am the light that can rule this world if I so choose." I declined when I thought about it, and only the desire to live a peaceful life passed through my heart for a long time, but people won't let me rest. When did all this start? He didn't want to be a king. At least that's what he thinks right now. But that part of him that loves humanity and wants to guide it on the right path, educate it, and harness its potential makes him naturally gravitate towards the throne. So why do you want to be king now? Ghislaine might have been the only one who, when Gilgamesh mentioned that he would be king, had a different intention, not seeking power. People don't live the right way in this world, Ghislaine. I see it that way, and it tears at my heart. When I see those nobles revel in their vain power, it makes me want to crush their heads and trample their hearts because around the corner, there's a girl being enslaved, crushing any desire for a life that's just beginning. Gilgamesh smiled and said, "Maybe that part of me led me towards the throne, where I will guide everyone to a new world where all can be happy. Realms that don't know how to govern according to my principles will be conquered by my banner, and I will make every idiot disappear from power." Ghislaine listened in silence. The only thing she felt deep within her was the urge to cry. Somehow, Gilgamesh's words had touched her deepest side. She looked at the boy beside her, and for a moment, the silhouette of an adult Gilgamesh appeared in her view. She knew that the adult Gilgamesh was sad, but when she thought she was hallucinating, she returned to reality. "It's been a long time since I felt this way, Ghislaine. Do you trust me?" Gilgamesh looked at Ghislaine. "Every word of yours is trustworthy, but I believe that this time, it's not solely your responsibility. I'm sure that by the time you become king, there will be people who support you. Will you be one of them?" "Of course. Welcome to the city of ours, a city that has been slowly transformed by our hands. The 4 towers surrounding the city all belong to Uruk. As for the platform floating in the sky, that's the Mage Tower, and it's where we're heading." Kalen looked proudly at the massive floating platform. It had been given to them by Gilgamesh, who had told them it was a temporary place for them to learn magic. A sacred place, a unique site where magic would naturally and progressively flourish. Sylphie gazed at the enormous tower with a mixture of excitement and wonder. She had never seen anything so incredible in her life. In just a few seconds, numerous questions flooded her mind. How does that thing float? How many mages are there in that place? Are all of them mages under Gilgamesh's command? As the ship passed through the clouds, they saw numerous ships unloading what appeared to be large crates of food, books, and many other items. "Who are they?" Sylphie asked when she noticed a group of children who seemed afraid of their surroundings. "Them." Kalen looked toward the port, where dozens of large ships were unloading not only goods, but also young children, elderly individuals with magic staffs, and teenagers who appeared to be excited by the sights. They are new recruits for the Mage Tower. These children were trained before coming here to learn magic, as they were once slaves. As for the elderly and the young, they have joined the Mage Tower to enhance their powers and explore magic that is forbidden in other places. Kalen explained with pride. He, a simple mage of Saint class, had become an emperor after being integrated into this tower. It didn't take a genius to understand that this place was unimaginable for any mage, an incredibly prestigious place where one could live and die solely from magic. Both he and everyone else who had come here were here to learn about magic and, above all, to seek new opportunities in their lives. The elderly became teachers. The children became apprentices who spent their days casting unnamed magic and depleting their mana reserves. Those who were formerly slaves would be educated in other basic doctrines while enjoying the rest of the day playing. How many people are here? Sylphie would have wished for Rudius to be in this place, but those thoughts were slowly erased as she remembered her father's words, where he said that everyone had an adventure waiting for them and that there were amazing things in every corner of the world. No more than 15,000. You should know that most adult mages are in buildings or libraries, learning magic, while others are in training chambers, and the rest are simply teaching the younger ones. Kalen replied as he disembarked from the ship along with the knights and the body of the woman who had been a human god's apostle. Sylphie had so many questions, but she limited herself to asking the most basic ones, so she continued, "Are they all mages?" Kalen smiled and shook his head. "No, of course not. There are cooks, tutors, masters of other doctrines, and guardians to protect the younger children." As they arrived at the floating platform, known simply as the Mage Tower, interesting things were about to begin for them, and even more astonishing things were happening elsewhere. City of Roa, several months later. Gilgamesh stood atop a mountain overlooking a massive construction that was nearing completion on its exterior. This structure was a fortress hidden amidst towering mountains. This place would be where most people would be relocated before the magical eruption, which was estimated to occur in about a year, perhaps sooner according to Gilgamesh's calculations. In the area, there were mages, mercenaries, and knights, along with workers who were diligently following the construction plans as Gilgamesh had instructed. "Why does this structure look so strange?" Rudius asked. Since the last time he had spoken with Gilgamesh, he had become somewhat reserved in his behavior, both towards Gilgamesh and Eris. "Don't be silly. This structure is a dome that surrounds what's inside. Even though it may look basic from the outside, inside that place is an incredible area where everyone would wish to live for the rest of their lives." Eris replied, dressed in much lighter clothing. "I still think it's just a strange-looking ball. Do you know why they're building this in the middle of nowhere?" Rudius didn't understand why so much effort was being put into constructing this place in such a hidden and remote location. "I have no idea, but there must be an explanation for it," Eris said as she glanced at Gilgamesh, who was unusually silent. In the distance, Gilgamesh frowned as he watched a heavily armored woman carrying large wooden crates while engaging in a stamina race with a man in the same location. That woman was Amy, one of the spirits summoned by Gilgamesh and one of the most troublesome among the 9 spirits he had brought to this world. "Medusa, have you analyzed a way to prevent the mana explosion from damaging the surroundings of this place?" Gilgamesh asked as he considered the various possibilities. "My lord, if you were to ask Flora to use her magic to reinforce the structure and then somehow create a barrier to contain magical attacks, we could potentially mitigate the final waves of damage." Medusa replied with her indifferent voice. Gilgamesh sighed and said, "In the best-case scenario, I'll deflect that energy with my best attack. Perhaps I can maintain the state of half of Fitoa if I do it that way. That is also a plausible idea within the realm of possibilities, Master." Medusa replied with a hint of amusement in her voice. "Gilgamesh, can we go inside and take a look?" Eris approached slowly, attempting to catch Gilgamesh's attention as he was conversing with his spirit. "Of course, let me give you a tour." Gilgamesh nodded as he descended the main stairs leading to the entrance of the fortress. This structure is pure engineering, and with the skill of magic, the masters who created this place achieved the impossible. Gilgamesh walked with his hands behind his back, his gaze focused on the massive structure that, from a distance, looked small, giving everyone an understanding of how incredible this place was. Inside, the place was much more incredible than anyone could imagine. It was like a mini-city with enormous buildings inside, and the sky, which should have been covered by huge ceilings, was constructed in a way that there were rectangular glass panels that provided both light and darkness. It was simply breathtaking to see what was being built by thousands of people. The sky was clear, there was vegetation and drainage beneath the ground. In addition to that, there were rivers where rainwater flowed through the entire hidden mini-city under a dome. For what purpose is this being built? Eris asked the same question as she looked at Gilgamesh walking ahead. "Well, I don't know. We are preparing for a complete reconstruction of Roa, so this city will be a temporary replacement where the people of Roa can live in the meantime." Gilgamesh smiled mysteriously as his eyes turned to Rudius, who was standing beside Eris. "That sounds very interesting," Rudius said with a frown. A fortune must have been spent on this place. There's nothing like having money to spend it on anything that comes to mind. The money Rudius was talking about wasn't estimated to be much. Most of the materials were obtained from these same mountains with the help of mages. The processing of the materials was handled by the older slaves that Gilgamesh had bought, and everything else was left to the contracted workers. After a long tour of the place, Gilgamesh spoke, "Amy, stop playing around and come here." Boom! A burst of air was felt as Amy appeared beside Gilgamesh in her heavy armor. She usually stayed in this place, and besides protecting the area, she made sure there were no problems. "What are your orders, my lord?" Amy asked respectfully. "I want you to tell Flora that after finishing what she's doing, she should take care of the rest. Don't let her sleep anywhere and hit her if she investigates weird things again," Gilgamesh said in a tired tone. This solo trip was just to pass the time. Gilgamesh had lived for over 50 years if you considered his past lives. So, as someone who had lived so long with experiences far beyond any other human, his mental age prevented him from enjoying most of the things a child would do. That's why he spent most of his time training his soldiers, looking for any trace of the human god in books, and teaching Eris her new combat style, which she was learning herself. The little time he spent with Eris, they talked about things that had happened in their days. Maybe it was too boring, but being in one place for a long time, things couldn't be that interesting. If Gilgamesh were an ordinary human, he might have found many of the things around him interesting. However, he had no need to train, let alone learn, because his strength was so great that all he did was rest. "Your orders will be communicated, my lord." Amy bowed respectfully and disappeared from everyone's view. "Very well, let's go back." Gilgamesh glanced at Eris and, after lightly touching her head, continued walking back to the exit. Rudius remained silent as he watched that heavily armored figure move incredibly fast, something he hadn't seen in anyone else. Undoubtedly, there were things much more interesting than magic. In his view, Gilgamesh was somehow different from the others, and the strength that followed him was far superior. He didn't know if this level of power was what princes and princesses in this kingdom enjoyed, but it was certainly very impressive. "I guess what you can do will be impossible for me to achieve," Rudius muttered as he walked far behind Eris and Gilgamesh. Eris Greyrat's birthday party was just around the corner, so preparation started much earlier than planned. As expected, the response letters from many prestigious noble figures arrived almost immediately, accepting the invitation to the Nodo's family's birthday party in Fitoa. Knowing that the guests would be prestigious, Gilgamesh also wanted to match the quality of the party and decided to take charge of all the organizational events. Of course, apart from the beautifully remembered venue, there were numerous tables specifying the seat of each guest. The most curious thing was that in the center of this birthday party, there was a battle platform designed with motifs of combat. Anyone who saw this specific area would wonder what the meaning of this was. "Ha! All those nobles will cry at my dear granddaughter's birthday party." Soros, who was discussing this with his son, couldn't help but laugh at what was about to happen. As a noble, he had seen Gilgamesh's capabilities up close, as well as all of his subordinates who had come to this mansion. There was no possibility of anyone trying to harm him. They wouldn't even dream of challenging his authority. "I hope no one dies that night. It wouldn't be good at all." Philip was very calm, but also expressed his concern on this occasion. "Don't be a coward. We'll clean the kingdom of those damn bastards who only want to drink," Soros said hypothetically as he drank from a large bottle of wine. Turning 10 years old is a special occasion, and according to noble customs, birthdays at ages 5, 10, and 15 should be celebrated with grand parties. Therefore, the mansion's courtyard would be open to receive gifts from the citizens, and nobles from the city would also be invited to attend. That's what would have happened if this birthday party were ordinary. However, because the official engagement between Eris Greyrat and Gilgamesh Asura would be announced, additional noble invitations were sent, with some attending merely out of curiosity to find out what the prince had been doing during his year at the Greyrat mansion. Initially, due to Soros being a coarse and pragmatic person, the original plan was to have a free buffet-style party with plenty of wine. However, Philip intercepted that plan and changed it to a dance, reasoning that it would make it easier for nobles to attend. However, Gilgamesh had proposed that instead of a boring, standard dance where everyone followed the same aesthetics, there would be a fight instead. Who would engage in this combat? Of course, it would be Gilgamesh against Eris, showcasing his new combat style that would surpass any other sword style. The Golden Lion sword style, one that combined perfect fighting, defense, movement, and long-range attacks. A style reserved only for members of the Tower of Uruk, as anyone else who used this sword style and did not belong to this organization would be killed immediately. But concerning the party, in the days leading up to the date, the person facing the most headaches was Eris, because she was incapable of dancing, not even the simplest of dances. It's a serious problem when the leading actress can't dance. These were the words of the servants in the mansion, which gave Gilgamesh the idea to completely change the boring customs for something much more interesting. Nobles fear the unknown, which is why Gilgamesh would leave a deep impression on their minds. They would be the voice that spread rumors, so by the time Gilgamesh took over this place's problems, everyone in the kingdom would know about his engagement. It might sound more normal than it seems, but that engagement would bring certain waves of chaos, considering that the Nodo's family supports Prince Grabble's faction. What do you think will be the consequences of the fourth prince now being connected to Eris Greyrat? Of course, a clear division of power. After the preparations had started, 5 weeks had passed, and finally, the long-awaited party date had arrived. Boom! Eris collided with Gilgamesh, her sword covered in a unique golden aura from the Golden Lion sword style. 9 powerful techniques, a single combat method to resolve any type of enemy. On every occasion when Eris swung at Gilgamesh, she was repelled with double the force, causing her small body to stagger back, her sword nearly slipping from her hands. Boom! 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 A beautiful sound of swords clashing echoed in the private training room that had been constructed by one of the spirits Gilgamesh had summoned to this world. That's enough. Your training with the Golden Lion sword style ends today. What follows will be done on your own. You've learned all the techniques, so now it's a matter of improving your precision, strength, and battle aura. In a few minutes, you should go prepare to receive the guests. Although Gilgamesh spoke to Eris in a stern tone, he was actually struggling to hide his surprise. Eris Greyrat was an incredible swordswoman, and her potential was truly formidable. She mastered all 9 sword techniques, even though she can only execute 3 of them decently. Within her learning, she has met my expectations. Eris has been blessed with great sword-handling ability. It's in her blood. But whatever happens in the future, her strength is still too weak. Gilgamesh had seen much of the future, and there was nothing suspicious before the mana explosion. However, he couldn't let his guard down against annoying enemies who, although they couldn't harm him, could potentially harm Eris. At that point, he might take the search for the human god more seriously. However, even though he wasn't currently focused on the search for that troublesome god, he was spending his time peacefully, which didn't bother him. In fact, it reminded him of his previous life when he was a king. What mattered most to him right now was laying the foundation for a peaceful place where anyone could step forward and solve problems without him having to be bothered. After Eris's birthday was announced, Gilgamesh made 1,000,000 gifts, all in the city of Roa. They were gold coins with his adult face printed on them. These coins were special, as anyone who possessed one could take a ride on a floating ship and visit a magical place. Gilgamesh didn't mind losing millions of coins. In fact, this plan was designed so that on the day of the magical catastrophe, most of the citizens living here could at least save their lives. Gilgamesh had seen a future where he completely eliminated the anomaly in the sky, and half of Fitoa, including the entire city of Roa, was pulverized, leaving those who survived with severe injuries. Everything was chaos, so Gilgamesh at least wanted to prevent that if there were even bigger problems in the future. There was something special in him that hadn't changed even after living many years here, and that was his love for humans. He knew they only needed a good leader to guide them down the right path. So, Gilgamesh would do that without fail, preparing for everything to be done absolutely right. Of course, not everyone would receive that coin, as Gilgamesh needed victims to unmask the nobility and let the world see the faces of their rulers. Eris wiped away the sweat, and her body had grown much more than it would have even without undergoing a blood ritual. She had a figure that would draw the attention of many, but to Gilgamesh, she was just another beautiful girl, a flower that had not yet fully blossomed and would lose its beauty if touched. Eris, yes, Gil. Remember that from today, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. You don't need to shine for others because in my eyes, you'll be something greater than any diamond. Today, our engagement is announced, so I will take care of you as much as possible. Eris's ears turned as red as a tomato, but she kept her composure and nodded, although she would usually blush or shy away from Gilgamesh's presence. This time, she stayed and showed a completely different expression from her usual self, an expression that matched Gilgamesh's stature, given their respective proportions. Today, will our engagement finally be officially announced? Eris continued to wipe the sweat from her neck with a faint smile. In Gilgamesh's eyes, she had been influenced by his aura. Although he had kept a certain distance in his interactions with Eris, he knew that this could happen, and he didn't really mind. Though it might sound harsh, the status a woman can achieve by marrying a king is a direct step to the top. Envy and admiration would surround her, and it was her job to maintain her dignity and prove herself worthy of the man she had married. Gilgamesh was a natural ruler, the most powerful in the world, and a man who had never experienced these things before. So, in his eyes, the status Eris would receive was unparalleled. By the way, I have prepared an unparalleled gift, Gilgamesh said as he approached Eris. What do you plan to give me? Eris's refined voice, without a hint of embarrassment, addressed Gilgamesh, who was getting closer. Gilgamesh's smile, charisma, and handsome face drew closer and closer to Eris, who remained indifferent, but her heart was beating faster and faster, something Gilgamesh noticed. So, when he was close to her face, he turned slightly and whispered in her ear, I will give it to you in front of everyone. This gift will be incredibly beautiful, and you'll love it. After saying that, Gilgamesh left the private training room and said, Don't be late. The guests are arriving. When Eris finally heard Gilgamesh leave the room, she let out a long sigh and murmured with a blushing face, Damn, Gilgamesh. How can you do that without getting nervous? As the party was about to begin, the guests arrived one after another and entered a special room where they were led to a huge venue that had been prepared for the festive atmosphere. There were delegates from all the factions of the princes and, of course, the princess, but they did not receive attention because, in a certain sense, it was a secret. There were guests from families in other regions, nobles from Fitoa, among other renowned individuals. All of them held high status or influential positions. When they all entered the beautiful place, decorated with exquisite details, it seemed as if this place came to life, emitting magical particles that adorned the place with great elegance. The servants showed the utmost courtesy, asserting themselves as members of the house they served. In addition to that, powerful guards were stationed throughout the Grerat mansion, and the best part was that there were golden swords in the garden that shone harmoniously, exuding notable authority. It was a majestic sight, all created by Elijah himself, who had finally been hired by Gilgamesh. The 500 guests who had come from all over the kingdom represented the prestige, nobility, and power that Gilgamesh would overthrow when he became king. Gilgamesh's 9 most powerful spirits and guardians were alert, with a strong sense of importance in this ceremony, as they took up strategic positions to keep the place secure. They had to demonstrate that the guardian knights and the servants were not ordinary people either, that each of them could destroy an army if ordered to do so. Except for the apostles, no other man in this land can even hope to fight against Gilgamesh's summoned spirits. And since 2 apostles had recently died at the hands of Gilgamesh's people, security had been increased for this ceremony to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh was witnessing this entire scene with sorrows. They stood on a balcony overlooking the courtyard. Eris's parents and Eris herself were seated at a large table. But to be honest, most of those who had come from outside were here to see the prince they had heard so much about. This must be your first banquet, right? Soros asked Gilgamesh without looking at him. Yes, this is the first ceremony I've attended. In fact, in this world, Gilgamesh had never attended an official event since he was born. He didn't go to 5-year-old parties, and when he turned 10, he didn't even show a desire to leave his room. Months later, he was kidnapped and woke up in this new world. Back then, every time a ceremony was held, Gilgamesh refused to participate, which is why he earned the title of the Mysterious Prince, the one who could change the tides and whom everyone had high expectations for, just as it was happening right now. I should apologize. Even though I sincerely feel that this is natural because it's about me, I can't ignore the fact that this is your party, Eris. Gilgamesh couldn't feel bad about this fact, but he was perceptive enough to be aware of it. The way he believed he could remedy this was by giving Eris his full attention, which was more than enough to make her feel valued. There is no man in this room who could match his greatness. Not even Rudius, who lived in the past, was fit to tie his shoelaces. However, Gilgamesh didn't express his feelings on the surface and simply waited for Soros' announcement that would shake the kingdom. As you know, this is much grander than what we would have normally done for Eris. Soros had shifted his attitude to a more serious one. I understand. My son decided to trust you, and I will support him with everything I have. Plus, I like the idea that your first wife as king will be my dear granddaughter. But you must know that if you plan to cleanse the entire kingdom, many will consider you the most audacious king of Asura. I'll be prepared for the repercussions. Even if the whole world unites against us, they will fail miserably. Gilgamesh took a sip of a special wine that only he and Soros were drinking. Soros placed his hand on Gilgamesh's shoulder and said, "Even if others come to believe you're a bloody king, I, my son, Eris, they will all know that you only want to lay the foundation for a better, stronger, and educated civilization." Gilgamesh was taken aback by a man's words in this world for the first time. He had not been so close to anyone other than this family, who were either subordinates or servants, but these words certainly filled something in his heart. When will the cleansing of the Nodo's family begin? Soros asked in a cold tone. When this place is razed, my shadows will pave the way for your son to take power in the Ars family. I will slowly dismantle my brother's faction, and after that, the same will naturally happen in the other regions, Gilgamesh said emotionlessly. Gilgamesh knew he didn't need to mince his words. Soros understood this, although he would certainly have preferred it to be done differently. There are so many branches of his family that such a cleansing, as Gilgamesh suggested, is necessary. If he hadn't considered it, they might have also perished without being able to lift a sword in defense of their lives. What bothers me are the other kingdoms. It would be so easy for my enemy to get into their minds and make them believe that we are the enemy, prompting them to send their armies and ignite a brutal world war. Although I will avoid this as soon as possible here, I cannot interfere elsewhere. Gilgamesh expressed some of his concerns. Soros maintained a harmonious smile and said, "But I'm sure you'd take care of it. Those new servants are more powerful than a damn sword emperor. I can be certain they are sword gods in the special technique you taught Eris." Gilgamesh nodded in agreement with Soros's words. His 9 spirits, because they were connected to his divine energy, were powerful guardians much stronger than a sword god. When he thought about it, they could even match the powerful apostles who existed on the side of the human god. But even among these spirits, things could slip from his sight if the enemy was clever enough. However, they couldn't evade Gilgamesh's gaze. The only reason these smiling swine were invited is because they want to know what I'm doing in this place. What is a prince doing here? If I weren't ruthless enough, no one would take me seriously until I took the throne. Hiding is my thing. Gilgamesh could see the truth of those who lie, their past and future, what will happen now and later, but he liked not using that ability on inferior beings because it made things more interesting. Well, let's begin. Soros smiled at this and took a step. The guests have almost arrived. Under the dark evening sky, countless magical lights eventually illuminated the surroundings beyond the original location where Eris Greyrat's 10-year ceremony was taking place. Beyond the gates, there was a settlement where the attendants who came with the guests stayed, all of them eating and resting. All these people would have to wait long enough until the ceremony was over. I've never seen so many people in Fitoa before. They are certainly all old acquaintances. Simple humans are like that, said Gilgamesh as he looked at all the people gathered below. Gilgamesh and Soros left the balcony and walked towards the stands leading to the main hall. The giant chandelier hanging from the ceiling illuminated the surroundings enough. They were in an elevated part of the hall, waiting for all the guests to enter, so Soros, with his strong character and thundering voice, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to this place. I am Soros, the grandfather of my dear granddaughter. This time, we are here to celebrate her 10 years. I must say that I am happy to have reached this age and to be able to celebrate her birthday. But there is something else I want to say. Prince Gilgamesh, who stands beside me, is officially the fiancé of my daughter Eris Greyrat, so I hope for your blessings." When everyone received this news, there was a cold silence, but because of how experienced the nobles were, they started applauding one by one. Applause and cheers erupted like a formal banquet. However, everyone knew that this banquet was more peculiar than they were used to. In this ceremony, in addition to celebrating Eris's birthday, her engagement to Gilgamesh would be celebrated, so greetings would be brief, and Eris, as the host, would not receive gifts. As you all know from the invitation, there are only two very simple rules. First, if a fight breaks out, the knights in the vicinity will escort the parties involved to the duel arena right in front of us. Second, the challenger must accept defeat, and the victor must show mercy. Do not forget that this is a ceremony. The nobles secretly called this ceremony one made by the Red Prince. It was normal for there to be bloodshed here. After all, it wouldn't be considered normal considering Gilgamesh's history. Many influential people had gathered in this place, and each of them was shocked to learn that Eris Greyrat, the girl with no noble blood, would marry the bloodthirsty Gilgamesh Asura, the prince who could very well take the throne through force and a path filled with blood. Everyone obviously came only to observe the situation from a distance. None were so foolish as to challenge someone as simple nobles. Perhaps that was the message Prince Gilgamesh wanted to send, telling everyone that they were nobody. The strength and the blood of the nobles should be strong and lead through power, but very few understood that message. The only rule in this place was not to kill and to accept duels. Some found it a pity not to be able to kill their enemies if a situation like this arose, but it was still satisfying for the winner to trample their enemies in front of influential faces. The loser had to admit that they were weaker and inferior, which was very satisfying for those who dared to challenge someone. When this was announced, Gilgamesh looked at Rudius, sitting at a table next to Ghislaine, who was drinking and looking around. He had only seen Rudius's past since, upon learning that he was a reincarnate, he wanted to find out without any ability to see the future what this young boy would do. When the speech ended, Gilgamesh planned to head directly to where Eris was, as if he had little or no consideration for the people around him. He was the future king of this kingdom, so he should not seek the approval of the people gathered here. What others had to do was make an effort to come and speak with him. Gilgamesh took a glass of wine from a tray carried by one of the working servants. This wine was the finest in the kingdom, but he didn't quite like the taste. "Haha, I must congratulate you on this engagement, Prince Gilgamesh." The first to approach him in an attempt to get to Eris's table was a young man no taller than him. "I accept your congratulations as a blessing for my engagement to flourish." When Gilgamesh received the congratulations, his indifferent eyes told this young man to leave his sight if he had nothing more to say. "Then, I'll take my leave, Prince Gilgamesh," said the young man awkwardly as he moved away from his side. Creating a connection, friendship, or any kind of relationship is important for nobles. They try to send their children as if they were relevant, but in Gilgamesh's eyes, they don't deserve even a few minutes of his attention. Not only were they trash, but their etiquette and behavior were the worst scum that could be found in this place. Of course, Gilgamesh sensed the unease of this young man, so he wanted nothing more than to get rid of him. After those brief greetings, he walked to the table where Eris was and sat down next to her. "I must say, you look beautiful in that dress. Are you wearing your combat attire underneath?" Gilgamesh asked as he looked ahead, where Eris's parents were talking to some curious nobles. If you don't have the character to be near the prince, it's better to go with the future in-laws. So weak that they don't even deserve Gilgamesh's attention. Of course, I'm prepared, Eris said with a happy smile on her face. What do you think the faces of all these people will be like when they find out about the main event? Gilgamesh asked as he drank wine. We'll have to find out. This new method has never been implemented at a banquet before. Who's peculiar enough to have conflicts while celebrating something? Eris was very comfortable because she didn't have to dance. She knew her potential lay in the sword, and that was the only thing she excelled in. Just as they were about to get up and walk, Rudius appeared in front of them and bowed with a noble salute and a calm demeanor. I wish you both a happy future. If your desire is to be together, fate will smile upon you both, said Rudius, offering his congratulations on Gilgamesh's official engagement to Eris. I felt like I was being watched at all times. Wherever I went, there was a shadow observing me from the darkness. I couldn't see it, smell it, or perceive it, but I knew that someone was nearby, watching me even while I slept. Rudius's eyes turned towards Gilgamesh, who was talking in the distance with Soros. He thought that this prince was just like him, but with completely different circumstances. Although he didn't know why Gilgamesh seemed familiar to him, as if he had known who he was before coming to this world. Gilgamesh seemed to know exactly who he was, so Rudius felt very uncomfortable in this place and couldn't wait for the right moment to leave with Sylphie for the magic school. He assumed that Gilgamesh was telling the truth when he referred to him directly, but he didn't know how bad he really was because he only knew his own bubble in which he was still trapped. Rudius envied Gilgamesh, who was only a few years older than him, but excelled in everything he did. Needless to say, when it came to the sword, he probably had no rival in the whole world if he waited a few more years. On the other hand, Rudius was good at magic, but most of his talent was credited to the fact that he understood certain factors of that power, because he was a reincarnate in this world. If he ever stood out in this place, it was mainly because he was more aware of his surroundings at an early age. As for Gilgamesh, he seemed to have everything around him. He was engaged to Eris, who would be beautiful in the future, and he was most likely to become the next king of the Uruk kingdom. Everything seemed so easy for him, while Rudius was still immersed in absolute darkness. He had a lot to learn, too many things to see, and new emotions to feel. He was just an adult trapped in a child's body, someone who needed help quickly to get out of that darkness and live in the present, not in the past. However, Rudius couldn't stop thinking about Gilgamesh and what that god had told him. If he let the next king of the Asura kingdom become the ruler of this realm, seas of blood would rise worldwide, and millions would die. He must be lying for sure. There would be no possibility of starting another large-scale war. Rudius murmured this as he ate his blackberry tart. That being called Hidegami appeared to him at the age of 6, after he asked his father how to get a job to start making money. At that moment, that terrifying dream invaded him, and he introduced himself as the human god called Hidegami. This man spoke to him about a red prince, a young man who, like him, was a reincarnate from another world. Unlike his situation, he arrived 6 years later than his reincarnation, so it's easy to think that Gilgamesh had incarnated into the body of the fourth prince. But he had no evidence, nor the desire to fight for someone who might be using him, so he decided to simply postpone his decision on that irrational request. He couldn't trust Hidegami. That being and the attitude surrounding him made it more than obvious that he wanted to control him. Supposedly, from his words, he knew that a tragedy would soon occur, and Gilgamesh would be the cause of it. The following months turned into peaceful days. He taught magic to Eris alongside Ghislaine and learned magic himself. Many times, Gilgamesh was not around, so he felt somewhat more comfortable. It's hard to believe he's just like me. Maybe he was happy in his past life. Rudius glanced at Gilgamesh, who returned his gaze. The idea of trying to eliminate someone like Gilgamesh, who was surrounded by guards much more powerful than Ghislaine, was a fatal one. Now and forever, he wouldn't even have the ability to eliminate him. He couldn't risk what he had for a request without reward. He wasn't someone who would help people in need. He would simply live for himself, enjoy the things he liked, protect those he cared about, and not get involved in things that didn't concern him. Impossible. I'm definitely out. Rudius didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. He knew what kind of results would come from taking a step forward in this foolish request. For now, all he wanted to do was enjoy himself and go to the magic school with Sylphie. The rest honestly didn't matter to him. Since he couldn't do anything more than teach magic, it was best to stay on the sidelines in this regard. When the engagement was finally announced, Rudius smiled bitterly. Eris was truly a beauty in his eyes. If it weren't for Gilgamesh, maybe he would have crossed a line with her just to satisfy his personal desires. However, due to the feeling of being watched from all sides, he did nothing. Well, he's a prince, and I'm just a simple magician. There was no chance. Rudius smiled bitterly as he stood up and walked over to the table where Eris and Gilgamesh were sitting. Not to mention that this was embarrassing. Rudius didn't want to approach and greet them. But as Eris's magic teacher, he was obliged to wish her a good future. When people approached them, Rudius stood firm and, with his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully. I wish you both a happy future. If your desire is to be together, destiny will smile upon you both. This congratulation was embarrassing, but he could only resort to beautiful and philosophical words to make a simple yet profound impression. At least, Rudius thought it sounded good. Among all possible endings, he wished to never be an enemy of Gilgamesh, and, on the other hand, to try to get to know him. After all, he had threatened him first. Rudius knew that his mental age was much higher than Eris's, so it would be very wrong to cross a certain line with her. Moreover, if someone else in his situation approached Sylphie, his reaction would be very similar. Still, as someone understanding, he let this pass and instead took the first step to have a different kind of approach with he's being different, something I didn't expect among all the things that could happen, thought Gilgamesh as he looked at Rudius and replied, I appreciate your congratulations. You can sit at this table since you are Eris's magic teacher. She would be happy to have you with us. Eris, who had been silent, nodded and said, Of course, you can sit with us. I don't understand why you weren't here from the beginning. Embarrassed, Rudius replied, No, I'd rather stay with Ghislaine. You have many people to talk to, so I'll step aside not to take up your time. That's right. Well, we can talk later once this is over. Eris smiled as she bid farewell to Rudius, who returned to his table. Interesting. Gilgamesh murmured with a hint of curiosity about this new stance of Rudius, who had been reserved from the start. Thanks to Eris, after Gilgamesh met her, his attitude, for some reason, had become much calmer. As if a great volcano had slowly cooled down, all that fierceness in his demeanor had been contained for some reason known only to them. Once Gilgamesh and Eris stood up, the guests began to approach them one by one. Due to Eris's presence, the guests had learned that Gilgamesh was not as cold and distant as when he was alone. Many of the nobles in this place had seen and studied the prince's attitude, and they understood that he was calmer after meeting Eris. Pleased to meet you. I'm Richard Brown from the Centaur Merchants Group. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Brown. Is the atmosphere to your liking? Gilgamesh took care to respond to each guest as Eris had asked him to. Haha, we rushed to this place as fast as we could after receiving the invitation. It was a surprise to see Prince Gilgamesh participating in a ceremony, so we were intrigued and decided to come and see. Of course, also to celebrate the birthday of your fiancée, Eris Greyrat. Oh, then I must thank you for your consideration. Many in this place must be confused about what is happening, but they have nothing to worry about because since I arrived in this city, I found Miss Eris by my side, and I can say it was destiny. Gilgamesh smiled broadly after feeling slender hands trying to pinch his waist. However, since his body was always in its best condition, it was very difficult for her to succeed. Idiot, Eris muttered, wanting to leave this place because of embarrassment. Did he really become interested in her that day? She couldn't believe it. His behavior that day was very aggressive. Wait, does Gilgamesh like her being that aggressive? Eris let her imagination run wild as she discovered something that perhaps pleased Gilgamesh, but he didn't even acknowledge it. In this way, one after another, They became encouraged to greet Prince Gilgamesh and the lucky heiress, who seemed to be on par with her fiancé, according to the rumors about her. Haha, so you're Prince Gilgamesh. I was very curious to know who the prince was who managed to kill a Sword King at such a young age. Well, I'm also a Sword King, and I don't understand how someone like you could have defeated an old man. Well, pleased to meet you. My name is Hugo. Hugo didn't reveal his last name because he didn't have one. He represented a large travel protection trade group. Their reputation was great because they could safeguard any valuable items from being stolen during transportation. Perhaps it was because he believed it was impossible for Gilgamesh to have defeated a Sword King, or maybe he had some other intention. But Hugo seemed to forget that he was in the presence of Gilgamesh at his fiancée's celebration. And so, Gilgamesh smiled as he sought the man's gaze before him. Oh, yes, I can respect your own opinion. You simple mongrel. The air suddenly turned cold, spreading a simple but oppressive atmosphere around, and many who noticed this began to speak in hushed tones. Hugo's laughter and enthusiasm disappeared upon seeing Gilgamesh's gaze. Eris, on the side, furrowed her brows and said, "An idiotic mongrel who doesn't know his place at this celebration." It seems the drink had a higher alcohol concentration than expected, so it's understandable for someone who can't handle alcohol to become a fool. I suggest you take a walk. If you're still dissatisfied, we could test those doubts you have on that fighting platform right in front of all the nobles in this place. Gilgamesh patted Eris's back and said, "I wouldn't want to spill your blood on this important day for Eris." Hugo felt the impending death, so he shook his head and said, "I beg your pardon, Prince Gilgamesh. I was wrong, and I deeply apologize." Gilgamesh might have already killed him, but Eris was by his side, and maybe that scene wouldn't have looked good on such a special day. She had handled it, so she said, "Very well then, disappear from our sight." Yes, if Eris had let things escalate, she knew what would happen next, and it wouldn't be good. Therefore, she decided to let it go for now, since they could settle this matter later. Gilgamesh smiled and asked Eris, "Do you want to start tonight's event? Do you want to do it already?" Eris became very excited at the thought of having a duel as the main event of the night, instead of a simple dance. "Of course, you're the queen in this place." Tick-tock. Gilgamesh made a sharp sound with his wine glass, drawing the attention of everyone around. His gaze turned dignified as he spoke. "Dear guests, I interrupt your conversations for something very special that I have prepared for Eris, my fiancée." As soon as they heard these words, everyone fell silent. Their eyes turned towards where they were standing, eagerly awaiting what was about to happen. Gilgamesh, for the moment, merely continued to speak. "As you have all noticed, this ceremony is very special as we announce my engagement. But there is something different, and it's this combat platform, where, of course, Eris will demonstrate her sword skills by facing me." Ugh! The spectators let out sounds of admiration and astonishment, while some of them appeared very excited to witness a duel between fiancés, especially when swords were involved. Noble etiquette is something simple yet unique, special, and superior. If you ask me, I would say that nobility is about values and education, dignity, and obviously pride. Very few possess it, but I believe you all do. Gilgamesh lied to their faces as his venomous words pierced the consciousness of each spectator. That's why I wanted to make this ceremony special. Eris is an incredible sword woman, and I am confident that she will become a future sword goddess. That's why such an incredible woman in the future will need a sword that matches her caliber. Gilgamesh looked at everyone, and, after summoning Medusa, she appeared with a long wooden box surrounded by magical runes as protection. Those who were impressed by Medusa's exquisite appearance lost themselves a little in Gilgamesh's words. After all, the speed with which she moved and those eyes covered by a black cloth were worthy of admiration. This sword is special, containing within it an immensely destructive power, and I can say with complete certainty that it is unparalleled among slim swords. Gilgamesh opened the wooden box, and at that moment, a scarlet sword was revealed to the captivated audience. Gilgamesh's red sword is a visually stunning work of art. Its blade, an intense red like blood, appears to be made of an unknown material that mysteriously gleams. Along the length of the blade, there are relief engravings of ancient runic symbols that seem to come to life when the weapon is wielded. The sword's hilt is forged from a dark, polished metal that contrasts impressively with the red blade. On the pommel, an embedded crystal shines with a radiance similar to that of a ruby, emitting that same red aura when the sword is held by its intended owner. When the sword is unsheathed, the gleam of the edge and the glow of the crystal on the pommel come together in a display of supernatural power. Anyone can see it. This sword is an unmatched jewel in both beauty and lethality, capable of capturing the imagination of anyone privileged enough to see it. My gift, Eris, this sword will accompany you for the rest of your life. One of my most beautiful and special swords, as it can only be wielded by a woman and thus unleash all its power. Gilgamesh had prepared this gift for weeks. He had wanted to find a dragon, but he discovered that those lizards couldn't be tamed so easily. Of course, he had considered other aspects such as feeding and maintenance. Undoubtedly, having such a large beast was not something a child could take care of, especially with the events that were about to unfold. This sword is absolutely beautiful. Eris held it with her right hand, and unlike its appearance, it weighed nothing. At the same time, the mysterious strength that filled her body somehow told her that the sword in her hands was very special and mysterious. It has very mysterious powers and is an unparalleled treasure. I will teach you to control it completely in the coming months, said Gilgamesh as he looked at Eris's excited smile. Are you ready to try it out? Upon hearing this question, Eris nodded and sheathed her sword in the exquisite scabbard. This sword was held by Medusa, who was by her side, and with a wave of her hand, Eris's dress was cut into many pieces. Unbelievable! What is she doing? Many didn't understand what was happening, but when the clothing under Eris's dress was revealed, everyone understood that this had been prepared in advance, and the combat they had been talking about would happen without having to make any prior preparations. Eris's training clothes, which she always wore underneath her dress, were there, so after getting rid of that annoying dress, she stretched comfortably. Her sheathed sword was immediately adjusted by Medusa, who had given her the sword. In just a few moments, she was ready to give a demonstration in a battle with Gilgamesh. On his side, Gilgamesh held a simple sword of the same size as Eris's and prepared to put on a great show. Compared to a boring dance, this was much better for both him and Eris, who was the host of this ceremony. Don't hold back, Eris. There will be a barrier to protect the guests, so there won't be any problems with collateral damage, said Gilgamesh, smiling arrogantly. You're as confident as ever. If you keep that up when facing me, someday you'll lose. Eris smiled excitedly about this battle. All the spectators directed their gazes to the center of the combat platform, immersed in this strange but intriguing presentation. Some wanted to see how strong Eris Grerat was, and others wanted to know what Gilgamesh's fighting style was like, as he claimed to be the strongest. During my free time in this place, I created a new sword style that only my knights can learn. Its name is the Golden Lion Sword Style, which currently has 9 sword techniques perfectly balanced for any type of enemy attack. Gilgamesh raised his sword, emphasizing the importance it held for Eris. This battle meant a lot to Eris because she would demonstrate her sword talent to the public eye, a talent that would make her shine like a beautiful red ruby, fantastic like flames, and with a character as strong as the pain for burns. The duel arena was silent, all of them watching as Eris's crimson sword gleamed in a golden hue. It must be said that manifesting a battle aura is not easy unless you're a sword king, and even in the early stages, it's challenging. Perhaps a sword saint could do it for a brief moment, but not more than that. As for Eris, she struck a beautiful pose while holding her sword and gazing at Gilgamesh with an expression befitting a real duel. Only she knows that out of the more than 300 times they have fought, she has never even touched her fiancé's skin with her sword, not even once. Well, it would have been too disappointing if things had been different. Only when Gilgamesh is strong, she, Eris Grerat, is always ready to be stronger than him. When Gilgamesh proposed this duel, He wanted others to be his rivals. But Eris's response was very simple. She only has one rival in this lifetime, and that's the person she will marry in the future. In her eyes, there was no man more worthy in swordsmanship than Gilgamesh. She wanted to defeat him, not out of competition, but to demonstrate that in the future, she could protect him. Once Eris assumed her position, the golden aura concentrated on the edge of her sword became more abundant, spreading a virtuous sense of oppression. The dignity in her eyes was unique, special, transparent, and something only she could emit. No restrictions, my dear Eris. As soon as Gilgamesh finished speaking, he immediately closed the distance between them, moving like a ghost across the combat arena. He planned to dominate Eris with his physical strength, just as he always had. Boom! Suddenly, the golden aura from Eris's sword was shot towards Gilgamesh from a distance. He recognized this sword technique. It was called the Thunderous Claw. It involved charging energy into the sword and, with a swift motion, releasing a slash of golden energy towards the target from a long distance, cutting through anything depending on the strength used. The damage of this technique increased depending on who used it. Eris, who had just turned 10, was bordering on the sword saint rank with the special training Gilgamesh had instilled in her, as well as the sword he had gifted her. Gilgamesh could see that golden energy heading in his direction, so he could only respond to the attack with a simple sword movement. Boom! Gilgamesh's sword clashed against that attack, and in a matter of seconds, Eris had appeared by his side like a curtain of smoke, moving her sword towards his shoulder. However, Gilgamesh shifted a few degrees to the left, and his sword countered Eris's. If Gilgamesh hadn't blocked that attack, he would have received a severe wound on his left hand. Your strength has certainly increased a lot with that sword, Gilgamesh thought as he looked at Eris's serious face. Most people would have become distracted after receiving this combination of attacks, but that wasn't the case with Gilgamesh. Boom! Gilgamesh decided to keep dodging and defending his weak points, giving Eris the impression that she was still weak and needed to be more aggressive using the Golden Lion style. While Gilgamesh continued to evade, Eris's face showed a smile, and she thought, I'll force you to attack. But he wasn't so sure. He could have defeated Eris if he had wanted to, but he didn't want to do so because it wouldn't end well. After all, they were putting on a show. I've got you. Eris swung her sword with all her might once more. There are many cases where a weaker warrior defeats a stronger one. Of course, such things often happen in a life-or-death battle where experience reigns supreme. Therefore, if Eris gains more experience in intensive combat, as she was doing with Gilgamesh, she would become unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. Each time Eris swung her sword, the ground suffered significant damage. The Golden Lion sword style was a highly dangerous one. In fact, Gilgamesh had created it to be aggressive and to inflict real damage on the enemy. Sword art, Golden Lion charge. Eris retreated a significant distance, and her sword, as well as her body, emitted an aura 3 times stronger than before. Gilgamesh became serious and said, I didn't expect you to use that technique, knowing how powerful it is and how little control you have over it. But I'm sure this time it will be a success. Of course, Eris shouted as she covered dozens of meters in a second, and her sword clashed forcefully with Gilgamesh's. Boom! The spectators were paralyzed by the fight Eris Greyrat was putting up. This girl, who seemed to only know how to swing a sword, was as strong as a sword saint. This sword style completely surpassed any they had seen before. There was no comparison. If a child could unleash that power in each of her attacks, they couldn't imagine what an adult could do. That's impressive. When the dust finally cleared, Gilgamesh stood tall with his sword raised while Eris tried to push forward with all her might. Faster and more brutal. As she was pushed back, Eris attacked horizontally, and she kept doing it faster and faster, to the point that even Ghislaine was very surprised at Eris's level of fencing, given that she had only trained with Gilgamesh in recent months. The Golden Lion sword style was fierce, but it meticulously handled any kind of enemy with ferocious attacks and calculated trajectories. Gilgamesh only moved his body to dodge his opponent's attacks. Although it seemed that Gilgamesh was merely dodging, he was looking for errors in Eris's stance to later correct them and make her stronger. Everyone thinks that talent alone can make one powerful, but even the talented must exert themselves if they want to reach true power. Soon enough, Eris realized Gilgamesh's purpose, so she tried to maintain her stance and handle her sword with greater precision. It takes a beast to defeat another beast. Eris had to admit that she was still far behind Gilgamesh. Her fiancé's sword skill was much more stable than hers. But that wouldn't stop her. She still had good moves. She wanted to connect with Gilgamesh regardless of the outcome of this battle. This time, she would use a technique called the Lion's Leap, which involved an incredible jump and, upon landing, executing a downward sword attack that created a shockwave affecting the ground below, targeting Gilgamesh who would be beneath it. Yes, that technique was the last one she would use. His strength, endurance, perception, and senses are incomparable to mine. There's no need to prolong this battle further. If he tries to read my moves, all I'll do is launch a powerful attack. Boom, boom, boom. The slow but chaotic, unrestrained yet precise duel reached a turning point for Eris. With time, both had reached a connection that couldn't be found in a real battle. But for both Gilgamesh and Eris, it wasn't good for this to drag on, as it would become quite dull. And Gilgamesh wasn't the only one thinking that. Eris believed it too. She enjoyed the fights, but only when they were against Gilgamesh. You should have realized it by now. Haven't you, Eris? Gilgamesh thought as he began to counterattack Eris's weak points. Gilgamesh was too lazy to estimate the strength of his attacks, because, since his last life, he had never held back his strength. He had started doing it after reincarnating, but he still wasn't very good at it. Therefore, Gilgamesh decided to use a bit more of his brute strength. In the past, when facing an enemy, he would use just a bit more force than his opponent. But he couldn't do that with Eris, as it could have serious consequences. Needless to say, if he unleashed a blow with all his physical strength, he would split this place in two. Here I come. Suddenly, Eris attacked from a distance where Gilgamesh was, and due to the dust that obscured his vision, it gave an advantage to her opponent, which Eris took advantage of by leaping as high as she could while using her most powerful technique. Her body gleamed in a golden hue. But unlike other times, this time she had a chance. When the strong winds arrived, the dust cleared, and Gilgamesh could see Eris's figure, which he had already sensed for a long time. Golden Lion Sword style, Lion's Leap. Once Eris located Gilgamesh, her slender figure filled with strength and crashed directly into her target, completely destroying the battle platform. Boom! The explosion was so strong that even the Grand Hall resonated, shaking both it and the surroundings. This impact was much stronger than what a sword saint could achieve, which was precisely why Gilgamesh's sword style was so powerful. Eris knew that her strike had been powerful, but for some reason, it wasn't enough. She felt as if, after releasing that blow, a strong hand held her by the waist, and they landed gracefully on the ground. Ow! Eris quickly wanted to free herself from Gilgamesh's arms, but he didn't let her go until he said, "Enough, my dear Eris. Do you want to end your fiancé's life?" This remark made Eris calm down, and after regaining her composure, she remained still, and her gaze met Gilgamesh's so closely that even he himself became a little impatient. "If you want to kiss me, I won't refuse, but I admit that a single kiss at our age is no different from..." Gilgamesh lowered his gaze and saw a sword resting on his shoulder. "I won," Eris said with a wide smile on her sweaty face. "Do you consider that a victory?" Gilgamesh didn't mind and let Eris stand up before others saw them. "Of course, I couldn't defeat you in any other way than with my charms." Eris sheathed her sword and walked through the debris without looking at Gilgamesh, who stood there confused. "That doesn't even count as a victory. You were in my arms," said Gilgamesh as the dust cleared. "Then don't casually embrace women," Eris murmured softly. "You're the first female person I've embraced in this life. Not even the goddesses have experienced me carrying them." Gilgamesh shook his head as he looked at the people who were curious about what had happened. "Let's declare this battle a draw," Gilgamesh said with a smile, then asked, "Does anyone else want to participate in a fight?" There was a dead silence when he asked if anyone wanted to fight in front of everyone. Even if they were to fight Eris Greyerat, they would be defeated so quickly that they wouldn't even have a chance to raise their swords. That was an incredible battle. Fantastic performance. I'm sweating. Gilgamesh stepped down from the battle platform, extended his hand to Eris, and she also jumped down. This battle was more than enough to stir the hearts of those old nobles who hadn't touched a sword in years, which was certainly disappointing. "Ah, Eris!" Sorrows roared with excitement as he watched his granddaughter's demonstration of swordplay. That battle made his drunken body feel cold. Those attacks were definitely superior to those of the average knights. Without a doubt, his granddaughter had been well instructed in sword handling. "Of course, I am amazing." Eris puffed her chest with pride as she received congratulations from her grandfather and parents. She felt happy. She had never received so many honest and heartfelt congratulations before. The banquet continued peacefully after the combat had ended. Since no one else wanted to step on a battle platform, it was evident that there would be no more fights tonight. Gilgamesh remained seated at his table, and some brave guests dared to approach. However, there were fewer people around him now, as many had already resolved their doubts and gained more than just information. It was normal for them to discuss something more interesting among themselves. Since Eris and Gilgamesh had finished their fight, tranquility had returned to the place because everyone seemed to have understood something very important. And because everyone was here witnessing the behavior of Prince Gilgamesh, they knew that this boy's desires were aimed squarely at the Asura kingdom's throne. By marrying the Greyerat girl, he would split the Nodo's family in two, and Prince Grabble's faction would weaken so much that in the noble struggle, his chances of surviving would be slim. The real spectacle of politics and assumptions had begun. However, Gilgamesh sat at his table, drinking wine and eating meat. His aspirations beyond this were minuscule. After he resolved the last issues here, he would leave this place and travel to another continent. After all, he had heard rumors that the other regions were now under the control of the fledglings, and Uruk towers were functioning. As long as his power was spread throughout the kingdom, there would be no one who could escape the great purge that was about to hit this realm. Gilgamesh was curious to see the reactions of those neighboring realms, but long before passing judgment on that, he wanted to see how those kingdoms behaved when the missing people appeared in their realms, and whether they would support the unfortunate humans who had been teleported. Moreover, if he had the opportunity, he would want to expand the Asura kingdom and provide more development opportunities for other humans. In fact, that was one of his desires, albeit overshadowed by more pressing matters. As the hours passed, everyone returned to their camps, and the party came to an end. At least for Gilgamesh and Eris, it was over. Only the lovers of alcohol remained at a few tables, recounting their great achievements and worst tragedies. Typical of men who drink too much. After bidding farewell to Eris, Gilgamesh walked to his room, and when he looked outside the window, he saw Rudius sitting in silence. "This will be even more interesting," muttered Gilgamesh as he disappeared from the spot. When Gilgamesh appeared near Rudius, the latter seemed to sense him and smiled weakly upon seeing him. They weren't friends, but Rudius felt that he didn't want to be on bad terms with someone like Gilgamesh. "You don't like parties, do you?" Rudius asked as he gazed at the stars. "That's correct. There are more people than necessary, and most of them are a nuisance. Have you felt uncomfortable about the words I said to you when we first met?" Gilgamesh took step by step to get closer to Rudius. "Not really, but I believe you capable of doing anything if someone crosses you," Rudius said with no fear in his voice. "That's curious coming from someone like you. You have an incredible opportunity, yet you seem empty, like a lifeless shell. I'm good at reading people, and because Eris holds you in high regard, I'll give you some advice from someone who has seen much more than you ever will in your life." Gilgamesh sighed and continued, "For every normal human being, death is something they cannot control. Life always leads them slowly into a deep sleep. When you realize that you're about to close your eyes, facing that immense darkness, everyone realizes that all those circumstances that once seemed like a challenge are trivial compared to the fact that they are dying and can do nothing to prevent it. Gilgamesh's words undoubtedly spoke of the common sense that every human faces in life, opportunities to risk it all to learn, grow, share, and love. When you realize that you shouldn't try to please everyone, that's when you start living. But for many, it's already too late. Though you might not believe it, I'm good with others. I simply express gratitude when I believe it's necessary. I'm kind to those who are pure-hearted humans, but I'm a demon to those who still don't understand the meaning of life after many years. You, on the other hand, Rudius, when you try to please everyone, at some point, you'll stop pleasing yourself, which means you're disrespecting yourself. But unfortunately for you, you've never truly felt alive since you can remember, and that leads others not to respect you. Gilgamesh felt no pity for Rudius. He simply did something his friend Enkidu would have done in his situation. But if in the future, Rudius becomes his enemy, like any other, he won't be given a second chance. I am happy, Rudius said in a voice as weak as a mosquito's. No, you're not, Gilgamesh said with a look of contempt. If what you've achieved had been done by someone else, would you value it more than you value yourself? Remember, another person's life may seem sweeter and more worthwhile than yours, but you must value what you have accomplished. When you learn to live in the present and see yourself as a man, maybe then we'll be closer. Gilgamesh, are you like me? Rudius's vague question came from the depths of his thoughts, shaking him to his core. No, you will never be like me. However, you have the potential to become someone much better than before. Our lives exist on completely different levels. If you ever come to understand these words and overcome your inner darkness, maybe I'll tell you more. Gilgamesh disappeared, leaving behind a quiet ending. If Rudius were to become an apostle of a human god, he would undoubtedly die by Gilgamesh's hands. Those words he directed at him were a sign that he felt obligated to try to give him the push he needed. It all lies in the hands of that adult who is learning to be a child, someone who has the opportunity to see the light. Have you heard? That strange gold coin is a direct pass to those flying ships, and they say they'll take us on a tour. Could it be? Did Prince Gilgamesh give us this gift when he concluded his engagement with Miss Erisama? It's incredible. I never thought I could get on a ship like that, let alone be one of the first to do so. I still believe that of all the princes, Gilgamesh is the one who has made himself the most known. Is that happening in a few days? Yes, even the feudal lords will visit that place with us. This is incredible. However, I heard that not everyone has that kind of opportunity. That's true. I heard some even sold their coin for a high price to get some money. I won't sell mine. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I'm going to get on that flying ship. Money doesn't matter. I won't become rich, and even if I do, what will happen if I die the next day? Rumors were spreading, and the news not only shook the city of Roa, but also other nobles in neighboring cities. Obviously, everyone was interested in these flying ships since they had completely disrupted the distribution business throughout the kingdom. It was said that the owner of the Uruk Tower, which distributed these beautiful means of transportation, had never been known before. If these types of ships were to spread to all continents, numerous businesses would be ruined, such as seafaring. Who would want to risk their life navigating the dangerous waters of the sea when they could fly over it? This obviously brought a lot of envy and a desire to find out how these ships were constructed. However, every attempt to approach a Uruk Tower or one of its workers ended in a very regrettable situation for both the one who tried it and the one who sent them. And all of that was because they ended up mysteriously dead. Many had not noticed, but the Asura kingdom had changed very slowly but noticeably. Now, nowhere could you find slaves, and if somehow you did, all those people, along with the source of the sale, would end up being killed. It's not that someone with a good heart had prevented it from happening, but rather that buyers who wanted it all for themselves were everywhere in the kingdom. The only feasible way now for others was to travel to another kingdom and buy slaves from there, then return to the Asura kingdom with those slaves. But this method was slowly becoming more complicated over the months because these men in black would appear, and if you were found by them, you would die in the worst possible way. The forces of Uruk were becoming so powerful that they now enjoyed thousands of warriors and hundreds of thousands of workers, distributors, administrators, researchers, and many other jobs that did not come to light. The illegal network was controlled by the Pishans, led by Simon, while all the warriors who passed the test were accepted under the wing of Uruk's warriors. Needless to say, there were thousands of Sword King warriors, hundreds of Sword Emperors, and dozens of Sword Gods. The blood ritual Gilgamesh used on the most talented was so effective that it could expand his power further if he wished, but only those who chose to take up his sword became worthy of that baptism of blood. As for the mages, there were methods to expand their perception of magic, intuition, magic reserves, and their talent to manipulate it. However, their growth was much slower than that of Aura warriors. Swordsmen were the best weapon currently in the hands of Gilgamesh on a global scale. On the other hand, businesses were the source of Gilgamesh's wealth. New methods of gambling, betting, incredible battles in the Colosseums, restaurants with never-before-seen cuisine, modern clothing, new inventions, new jewelry, and magical accessories. All sorts of small things brought great fortune to Gilgamesh, and thanks to his blessing, every business was a resounding success. Those auction houses knew they would be slowly consumed, and in the end, they decided to sell their monopoly to the Black Pearl Auction House, gradually taking complete control. The loyalty contract enforced by Gilgamesh was the main source of success for his businesses, but what truly flourished in the hearts of those who followed him was their love for life. He had not only earned the respect of returning hundreds of elven slaves to the forest and hundreds of young beast children to their respective homes, but those races had also accepted his protection in exchange for their loyalty. The dwarf villages accepted his care, and powerful guards were secretly established, so strong that unless a sword god or magic wielder came personally, no one else would dare to destroy those villages or kidnap their inhabitants. Everyone knew only one name, Gilgamesh, who was their sole savior. Of course, Gilgamesh had a very special reason for doing all this. If in the future the human god decided to enter the minds of neighboring kingdoms, and they decided to start a war, at least a certain group of people would know the truth. Gilgamesh wanted to clean up the trash of this world. His goal was not to make it perfect, but to teach everyone to live according to the values of life. He wanted to demonstrate that as long as they accepted it, they would never live in fear again. As long as others accepted it, they would never wish only to die. In the end, Gilgamesh would participate in another war, but he knew perfectly well that he could not afford to die in this one. This time, he would create a just world where there was no need for slavery, fear of living, racial discrimination, or useless nobles. Nobles were meant to protect the people. If they couldn't do that, it meant they were not deserving of being nobles. Only those willing to change the world were noble. In the final moments of his life, Gilgamesh only called commoners mongrels. In fact, he greatly appreciated his people, and only those who were poisoned to his territory deserved that insult. Here, he would teach everyone to live differently, where the value of life was instilled in all those who wanted to live. "My lord, the preparations are ready." Alastor bowed slightly as he looked at Gilgamesh's straight back. "You will oversee the reconstruction of this region. Remember that every detail must be accounted for so that no divine being can pry into my new city." Gilgamesh turned and looked at Alastor. After Soro's request for the reconstruction of Fitoa and the crown's rejection of aid to the affected is announced, eliminate the obstacles from the Nodos family, and have Philip take charge of that family with his grandfather, supporting their rise to power. "Are you still planning for Soros to become the prime minister?" Alastor asked with a calm but cold gaze. "Yes, do everything you can to make it happen. If it reaches the point where it cannot be achieved, give this letter to the king and let him contemplate his decision." Gilgamesh took out a letter and handed it to Alastor. "Your orders will be sent through the communication channels. I wish you luck on your journey, my lord." Alastor bowed slightly before disappearing. "Are you sure it will work?" Gilgamesh asked a female figure that materialized behind him. "My lord, your plans are always perfect. Then ensure that no apostle ruins my plans. Eliminate them all." "It's been months since you turned 10. Do you know I'm 12 now?" Gilgamesh asked, not exactly remembering his age. He had spent over a year and a half in Fitoa. So he was approaching his 13th birthday. What's wrong with me celebrating your birthday whenever I want? Eris questioned Gilgamesh as soon as she spoke. Her gaze and facial expressions had changed dramatically since he arrived here. Is that important? Gilgamesh asked with a calm look, knowing that everything he had planned would begin in a moment. Of course, it's important to me, Eris said, trying to celebrate something on behalf of Gilgamesh since she had learned that he had never celebrated a birthday party. From that moment on, she had been telling him that she would personally throw him a party and buy him a better gift than the one she had given Rudius. Of those present, only Ghislaine knew about the incident that would affect a third of Fatoa's inhabitants, a small number due to Gilgamesh's efforts to reduce the tragedies that would occur. Today, on the same day as the magical incident would happen, Rudius was out of the city of Roa, all to fulfill a supposed promise he had made with Ghislaine to show her superior level water magic. He had not expected Gilgamesh, whom he hadn't seen since that night, to appear alongside Eris. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, believed that it was indifferent. Now that most of Roa's inhabitants had left for the dome where they would be protected, his intention was to be here to somehow try to prevent the expansion throughout the Fitoa region. It seems like you can at least choose appropriate gifts. Did you personally choose that magic staff without being cheated? Gilgamesh enjoyed disrupting Eris's balance as she struggled to change from how she used to be. Of course, since he's about to leave here, he should at least have something worthy. What will others think if they find out he taught me magic, and he has a little wand? Eris waved her hand, a bit embarrassed that she hadn't chosen that staff herself. Once they arrived at the location, Rudius began testing his magic staff, using the exact amount he used before to cast a water projectile. But he realized that the spell's power was significantly greater. Wow, that was huge. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, while Rudius experimented with his low-class weapon, began looking at the sky and the hourglass he had placed on the ground. According to his calculations, everything would start in about 10 minutes. In that case, he needed to be ready by then to launch a powerful attack at that mana expansion. Hey, did we come just to watch you cast water spells and examine it so carefully? Eris looked at Rudius after Gilgamesh stopped paying attention to her. It's nothing. I'm just getting used to my gift, Rudius replied with an embarrassed voice. All right, sorry for the delay. And now, Rudius Greyrat will teach you his greatest and most powerful ultimate spell. Great! Eris was interested in how strong Rudius was, while Ghislaine was quite informed. On the other hand, after checking the time, Gilgamesh said, Eris, how about I also show you one of my most powerful attacks? Everyone was surprised to hear Gilgamesh's words. No one knew the limits of his strength, and it was clear they would be interested. However, Rudius wondered, what kind of sword attack could shake the world as much as his greatest spell? If Gilgamesh knew about that, he would despise him even more, and his disappointment would become another reason to make it clear the difference between an ant and himself. Well, I think it's perfect, said Eris, who immediately ran towards Gilgamesh. All right, then let's begin. Gilgamesh opened a golden ripple as he looked at the wind's turbulence and that overwhelming increase in power. The main event was about to begin. When everyone saw EA protruding from the ground, they didn't feel any pressure because Gilgamesh had hidden it. He didn't want to surprise the people around since it was unnecessary. Is that your greatest treasure? Eris approached EA, seeing how unusual that sword was. In fact, it was very different from the concept of a sword. What's going on? Rudius asked this question while looking at the changing sky. Everyone observed the strange changes in the sky, and Gilgamesh, who didn't want to waste time, held Eris by her slender waist with his left hand and his sword EA with the right. Gil, what are you doing? Eris was taken by surprise and, as a result, didn't notice what was happening around her. Eris, you'd better hold on tight, Gilgamesh said as his body emitted such a powerful aura that the ground sank. Ghislaine, I leave the rest in your hands. Remember that there's a spirit in your shadow, so you just need to head to a Uruk tower or a group of mercenaries with the name Templar Knights, and you'll be enviously back to this place. I will take care of everything, my lord. Ghislaine bowed respectfully and nodded towards Gilgamesh, who was holding Eris. For her, There was no safer place than beside such a powerful being. Boom! When Rudius was about to ask what was happening, Gilgamesh flew towards that concentration of mana being released at a terrifying speed, and Eris, who knew he was flying, hugged Gilgamesh tightly, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Right now, Gilgamesh measured over 1.40 meters, his height matching that of an average 15-year-old boy. Although he had stopped using blood rituals to accelerate his growth, his body had been maturing at a very abnormal rate on its own. In the sky, Gilgamesh stroked Eris's back and said, "Open your eyes. Don't be afraid. Nothing can happen to you as long as you're with me." Gilgamesh's words made Eris open her eyes, and seeing that they were at a height, her heart began to race, and she asked, "Why are we flying?" "I'm sorry, but if I didn't include you in this, I was sure you wouldn't forgive me. Today we're about to embark on our adventure. Didn't you ask me?" Gilgamesh asked with a gentle voice as his sword began to spin, and red marks appeared on his body. "Everyone will be fine. Your parents are in a safe place, and I will take care of you. You just need to know that something inevitable had to happen. I'll tell you after this is over." As he said this, Gilgamesh saw the colors of the sky start to change to strange shades, mainly mixes of purple and gray. Boom! This time Gilgamesh's attack carried 30% of his maximum strength, so as long as he managed to pulverize half of this place's incident, it would be more than enough for his plans to work. Unfortunately, the city will always be affected, so I can only save the people on the side I choose to protect, and that's where the refugees are. Gilgamesh raised his sword. The concentration of power was much superior to that which the strange mana orb was releasing. Gilgamesh knew that if he used all his power, not only would he completely destroy this incident, but there would also be a hole in space large enough to destroy the entire Asura kingdom. Boom! Gilgamesh, who believed it was enough, pointed his sword at the target, smiled indifferently, and murmured, "Enuma Elish." As if the sky were shaken, the mana concentration also exploded, and the two powerful energies collided, creating a powerful atmosphere that made those present believe it was the end of the world. The ferocious waves of mana couldn't penetrate Gilgamesh's attack, so half of the damage that would have befallen the Fitoa region had been successfully halted by his attack. By the time Gilgamesh realized this, a magical current began teleporting him to a completely different place. "How far will it be from this place?" Gilgamesh asked, stopping in space. In fact, if he didn't want to be taken to another place, he could easily avoid it, but he wanted to visit other places before returning to Fitoa. "Well, let's go. My name is Elijah, and my life changed when I met who would become my future lord, to whom I would swear eternal loyalty." Elijah, aboard a magical ship floating among the clouds, headed towards the dome that hid a mini-city within it. If all went well, the magical explosion would occur in a few minutes. "My lord, I wish you the best of luck." After getting to know Gilgamesh, he realized how different he was from the rumors about the Red Prince. There was no comparison between the two aspects. He never thought of Gilgamesh as a child. No one believed it. And secretly, they considered him a good man who came to this world to be their governor. It was natural to the sense of things. Only those who had met the true Gilgamesh had the right to bow before him. And as if luck smiled upon him for the first time in his life, Elijah was taken in by the one who was now his lord. "Look, those are the clouds." A child pulled Elijah out of his thoughts, and he smiled as this group of children was the last to be directed to the dome. As a con artist, he resorted to those shameful skills to deceive all the parents of Roa into sending their children on a free trip to the dome, where most of the citizens were heading. That was his only act of kindness before taking refuge. Since he knew it was impossible to fail, there was no chance the parents would deny this happiness to their children, so they agreed to it after seeing even Philip's wife among the children. "Why are we all going on the same day?" asked a well-dressed man as the ship left the city of Roa. "I wonder if that will make it easier for thieves to enter our homes." "Well, with that thought in mind, I brought all my belongings with me," said an elderly man as he looked at the breathtaking views this trip was offering them. To Gilgamesh's eyes, they were all naive. They had tried to give the coins to the younger ones, but some of them ended up selling the coins to the elderly, something that he respected in a way but didn't value. In Elijah's eyes, there were many bad people in every kind of place. Having grown up on the streets, he knew perfectly well the kind of people one could find in each place. Rich people complain about the poor. Those with a middle-class life complain about the rich, but they commit the same sins toward the less fortunate. And those at the bottom aspire to be rich but hate those living a middle-class lifestyle, Elijah thought with a stern look. Humans are complicated, and he wasn't here to understand them. He simply did what he was ordered to do and aspired to be much better than his previous version. These ships have been loaned to us by the Uruk Tower to showcase their new method of product distribution, something much more effective and revolutionary for our terrestrial systems. Elijah walked ahead of the children and explained some things that might interest them slowly. "And how do they fly, sir?" asked a brave child who was being encouraged by his friends. "Well, that's thanks to magic and runes." Elijah looked up at the sky and said, "Magic can be used in many effective ways, and this is one of them. With manipulation and air magic, the ships can fly at a speed greater than that of a horse running at full power, but infinitely. I can't believe they allowed children to come. They're a damn nuisance," said an old noble who seemed to belong to the city of Roa. "We came on the children's ship because we bought those coins from their parents. For God's sake, I never thought they would ask for 100 Ashur gold coins. Well, we can afford it." Boom! At that moment, the air made the ships would creak, which made many feel afraid. After all, they were high up, and there was no safety measure that would allow them to survive an accident. "What's happening?" Elijah descended to the command room and saw with his own eyes the knights and mages controlling the ship. "The mana gauge is increasing. We'll accelerate to arrive on time." One of the mages could only increase the speed because possibly their calculations were miscalibrated. "It's starting." Elijah quickly assumed a commanding posture and ordered, "Increase the speed to the maximum. We must reach the dome in less than 2 minutes." "You heard him, let's go." Boom! The ship's speed increased, and they soon reached the dome. As they descended, the ships entered through the large gate and hid in the center. Everyone could see with their own eyes that the surroundings were becoming more chaotic. Why is the sky purple? It doesn't make sense. It's happening above the city of Roa. Elijah's heart was pounding, his skin was sweating, and his lips murmured, "My lord, we are in your hands." But at that moment, as if Elijah's words had been answered, Gilgamesh's voice was clearly heard in the sky. "Enoma Elish." Boom! From the dome, everyone could see a huge shockwave shaking the earth and splitting the ground. The shockwave shook the dome, leaving clear crack marks. However, the mages who were prepared quickly repaired the damage and reinforced the surroundings with magic. On this day, someone superior to a god saved more than 1,000,000 lives, and few would know, but that was secondary to what would happen next. After the shockwave, the dome held strong, and everyone was safe. However, they now knew that something very bad had happened in Fitoa, city of Roa, moments before the explosion. Who is that flying in the sky? Many citizens who had not evacuated Fitoa looked at the purple sky in confusion. No one understood what was happening with the sky, and seeing someone flying had left them very puzzled. "Alex! Run, Alex!" If one wasn't dreaming, they couldn't ignore what was happening in the sky and what was about to happen to the entire city. It was chaotic. For those more immersed in survival instincts, they knew that something bad was happening, and with greater understanding, they needed to get out of the city as soon as possible. A baker woman woke up her younger brother, named Alex, to get both of them out of the city as soon as possible. She lifted her younger brother, and when they stepped outside, they saw what was happening in the sky. "What's happening, sister?" Alex asked, confused, as he looked at the purple sky and red lightning. "I have a rough idea, but I don't know how to explain it, so just follow me without asking questions." Her name was Alice, and she had had a very strange dream. When she woke up, she realized that she had passed out in the middle of the road. What she saw was terrifying, so all she wanted to do was find her younger brother and get out of this place as soon as possible. "Dear Alice, where are you rushing to?" A sturdy old man asked his neighbor. "If you want to live, follow us and run as fast as you can. We need to get out of this part of the city if we want to survive." Alice didn't have time to stop, so she kept running. She didn't have time to explain. She just wanted to get out of the location she was in, or she would definitely die. At least her younger brother Alex should survive, but the chances of that happening without hurrying were slim, and she knew it. Is it about what's happening in the sky? The sturdy man matched Alice's speed and asked, his eyebrows furrowing. Half of the city? No, the entire city will be destroyed, but the chances increase if we stay in that part of the city. We would be killed in the first impact, and if that doesn't work, we'll die when we get teleported. Alice explained to the old man while trying to catch her breath. Now I see that this purple color is not a good sign. The old man continued running and made sure to do whatever it took to protect those he cared about. Little Alice had worked very hard since childhood to feed her brother, so now that she was an adult and of marriageable age, she wouldn't allow her life to end in this place. He owed a lot to Alice and Alex's parents, so he would do everything in his power to ensure their survival. "Sister, I'm getting tired," Alex said as he struggled to breathe. "We're almost there. Even if we can't escape, at least we won't die." Alice ignored her fear and just kept running. She had to save her brother no matter what. "Come on, little one. Let Grandpa carry you," the old man said as he lifted Alex and boosted their forward speed. "Turn right. Then we'll have a straight path that will lead us to the safest point." Alice gritted her teeth as she ran as fast as she could without falling to the ground. She had to survive for her brother. However, at that very moment, strong winds and red electrical lightning began to destroy the houses beneath the sky. The city of Roa was soon plunged into chaos, and everyone began to panic without knowing what was about to happen. "Is that Prince Gilgamesh?" a Roa citizen shouted while looking at the figure flying above the city. "What do we do?" Alice, who was just running, stumbled when she collided with a man who had come out of a house. Her legs, weakened by exhaustion, couldn't stabilize, and due to the bad fall, her ankle twisted. "Sister," Alex cried out when he saw his sister fall to the ground. The burly old man who was carrying him stopped, and just as he was about to turn back, Alice shouted, "Don't stop. Alice, I can handle both of you." "Don't do it, just keep running, please." Alice pleaded through tears, and the burly old man clenched his fists and said, "I'll come back for you." When he turned around, Alex, who was watching his sister, saw a red lightning bolt strike one of the houses, burying his sister under the debris and extinguishing all hope in his eyes. "Sister." Alex looked at his sister's face and saw her smiling. "Boom. Enoma Elish." Gilgamesh's voice, heard throughout Fit-Toa, roared thunderously, and everyone affected by the magical explosion saw a blue light expand and completely devastate everything. "Where am I?" Alex opened his eyes in a completely white world, and when his vision focused, he saw his sister lying on the ground. She was unharmed but still unconscious. "Sister, wake up. How are you?" Alex didn't wonder about what was happening around him. He was still stunned by what had happened to his sister. "She won't wake up. What you're seeing is just a product of your closest dreams and desires. I tried to warn your sister to escape the explosion, but many unforeseen things happened in the process," said a figure with a completely blank human body, devoid of facial features. "What happened?" Alex only stared at his sister's peaceful face, which showed no signs of waking up. "I'm not sure if I should tell you." All of this could have been avoided if he had wanted to, but his selfishness led him to make one of the worst decisions just to create a safe place. "My name is Hidegami, a divine being who can see everything, but my interference in your world is limited. Who could have prevented this?" Alex shouted, overwhelmed by frustration. Hidegami showed a big smile and said in a cold tone, the being hiding in the body of the fourth prince of the Asura kingdom, Gilgamesh Asura. He took advantage of this tragedy, and instead of preventing hundreds of thousands from suffering, he decided to use all of you to gain power. Even for me, that's cruel, but can't be helped. My sister died because of him. Alex's face filled with coldness and an unprecedented toxic hatred. You can interpret it that way. Tell me, do you want to avenge your sister and kill the demon hiding within Prince Gilgamesh's body? No one can harm him, but but I'm sure I found a way to kill him. So tell me, do you want power? Hidegami changed his tone of voice and asked Alex what he desired. Why weren't we saved at least? Alex shouted as his sister's body faded away. At least you can prevent many more from dying because of him. What do you say? Hidegami was playing his cards as best he could to eliminate Gilgamesh, who was a tarnished golden stain in his future. Alex couldn't fathom that without Gilgamesh, millions would have been affected, but of course the affected never think about others, only themselves. A beautiful elf with black hair, green eyes, and skin so pale it appeared almost sickly, gazed into the distance at the region of Fitoa, her expression filled with obvious concern. You should have been teleported by now. Everyone should have disappeared. Master Elaine, urgent news from Fitoa. Sylphie, what's going on? Elaine looked at her disciple, who, in addition to learning magic, had a strong interest in the trade she worked in. They told me to deliver this letter to you. I'm sorry, but since it said urgent from Fitoa, I read the header, and the news seems to be dire. Sylphie, who at this moment had small white strands of hair sliding down her cheeks, and the rest green, showed deep concern for what she had read. Elaine smiled at her student, not blaming her, but still reminding her. Remember that if your emotions control your actions, you're losing to your impulses. I'll pretend this didn't happen, but I hope you won't do it again in the future. Yes, Master. Sylphie bowed and walked alongside Elaine as they both gazed at the reddish hue spreading across the sky. The region of Fitoa has been damaged by 58%. Our Lord personally took measures to reduce the estimated 100% damage. In addition, considering the losses and affected inhabitants, it's estimated that there will be 150,000 casualties. We have managed to shelter 400,000 people. The White Eagle plan will commence, and the mercenaries, under the name of the Templar Knights, will initiate large-scale searches, sending reports and offering rewards. Various slave businesses have been informed. The Towers of Uruk, operating under the name Black Pearl, will secretly work to find survivors until the Asura Kingdom's crown makes an official statement. Official envoys have been dispatched with Prince Gilgamesh's direct representation, diplomatically requesting each kingdom's support in safeguarding Asura citizens. In return for their assistance, favorable trade agreements may be reached. In secret, the pigeons will soon learn the response from this kingdom, and depending on whether they help or not, we will declare a report on what transpired. Furthermore, we anticipate chaos in the requests from adventurers. As planned, our request will be extended to adventurers from other kingdoms. Elaine, upon finishing reading the letter, turned into ashes, her cold gaze filled with cruelty, and she muttered, I suppose it's time to plan the construction of Asura Kingdom's new capital, the City of Gold. Master, may I inquire about the scale of the damage? Sylphie was anxious for her friend and those she cared about, like the Grerat family. The entire city of Roa was destroyed by a mana disaster, and the incident damaged half of the Fitoa region, most likely completely destroying your hometown. We still don't know the extent of the damage, but as a mana disaster suggests, all people within the damage radius were teleported to different parts of the world, and it's estimated that 60% of the affected will die due to their circumstances. Sylphie's gaze froze upon hearing this news. If she were in Bana village right now, not only she but also her parents would be affected. Is there any chance they'll survive? Sylphie convinced herself that it was true and that they would all be fine. Elaine, seeing her student state, said, 2 out of 10 people will survive, although that 60% translates to 6 out of 10, and that's in the best-case scenario right after being teleported. Some fall into the sea, others from heights, even mighty beasts wouldn't survive, and others are sent to regions where even powerful knights would find it difficult to return. It can't be. Sylphie felt like her whole world was spinning. She couldn't come to terms with the reality her teacher had just revealed. Sylphie, you should be thankful that Gilgamesh took the trouble to bring you here. What happened is a true tragedy, but at least you can take comfort in the fact that your parents are nearby. Elaine walked over to her student and said, Take the whole day. I'm sure if we ask, Prince Gilgamesh will agree to help us rescue all those affected. Wasn't he in Fitoa? Sylphie asked. only to realize that he had probably already moved from there. That's not a concern. Elaine didn't respond and said, "You need to become stronger, Sylphie at the very least, good enough to protect your parents. In that case, I'll retire." Sylphie returned to her parents to deliver this tragic news. By the time she was out of Elaine's sight, Elaine snapped her fingers and said, "Shadows, begin the cleanup plan. Make sure to train the slave traders from other continents very well." The shadowy figures that appeared near Elaine nodded, and without saying a word, they began to move to carry out the orders. "Aha! Who the hell are you, and why are you doing this to us?" a slave trader asked after witnessing how his guards, who were originally slaves, were incapacitated with just a few movements by the enemy. "We are the fledglings of the three-eyed crow that sees all, and we're here to buy all your slaves," said the man wearing a crow mask. "You bastard, then why don't you make those purchases through conventional means, you son of a bitch?" the slave trader roared, lying in a pool of blood from one of his assassins who had been turned into pulp by the enemy. "It seems you don't understand. We want you to sell us absolutely all the slaves that enter this place. For someone like you, this business should be very tempting." The man with the crow mask pointed and continued, "There's only one rule. If you sell a single slave to anyone other than us, we will first cut off one of your hands and then kill the buyer." The man approached the slave trader so closely that he trembled. "Don't come any closer. But if you decide to keep lying and betraying the three-eyed crow, you'll die in the cruelest way you can imagine. Have you ever thought about being eaten by pigs while you're still alive?" "I don't want to experience that," the trader said, with a pale expression. "Then we have a deal. Here are 2,000 gold coins, which are equivalent to the more than 500 slaves you have here. Since most of them are in poor condition, I suppose it's a fair price," said the man with the crow mask. "That's a very good price. You shouldn't have caused all this chaos. I surely would have chosen you as the only customer if you had asked. Don't fail us. We'll be watching you. The Asura Kingdom, city of ours. Silver Palace. Counties free in Asura," with an expression of indifference, said, "Nobles and crown advisors, we are here today to discuss an urgent and delicate matter. As you all know, the Fitoa incident has resulted in the sudden disappearance of over 100,000 citizens of our kingdom. It is imperative that we address this situation with the seriousness and care it deserves. So what stance will we take? What the hell will our stance be in the face of this disaster? A disaster of such magnitude hasn't occurred in over 100 years. I propose we exercise caution when deciding what to do. Either way, we're in deep trouble. Do you have any idea how to handle this situation?" Everyone was in chaos, not because the citizens had been transported to different parts of the world, but because they feared that the next city to be completely destroyed would be the capital of ours. Empathy was lacking among the nobles. Their interests and security took precedence in their lives. Even the king himself considered this situation a true nuisance. No one would want to risk creating a big scene for just a mere 100,000 people. A noble representing the Nodo's family said, "Your Majesty, we could consider the option of mobilizing our armies and attempting to forcibly retrieve our citizens. We cannot allow other kingdoms to benefit from our misfortune." Have you gone mad? Is all that's in the heads of the Nodos just damn women? Listen to what you're saying first, and then consider the consequences of those actions. Percival Purplehorse looked at the mess of these nobles and thought to himself, "These damn pigs deserve to be replaced," just as Prince Gilgamesh said. After his family increased the number of knights available under his command, his son Setter Purplehorse had risen significantly in rank in the military, and he was representing his family in this matter. Counties free in Asura glanced at the silent Percival and asked, "Old Purplehorse, what do you think about this?" "That is an option we must consider with extreme care. However, we must remember that we do not know who or what has caused this incident in Fitoa. Violence could have even more devastating consequences." Percival replied to the king's question quickly and concisely. A noble who served as a crown advisor said in a cold tone, "Your Majesty, why don't we sever our trade ties with Fitoa and let them fend for themselves?" "Choose your words carefully, advisor," You'd be burned alive if people found out how a heartless animal like you suggested this after thousands of families are currently dying, suffering, enduring cold, and surviving. Percival crushed that advisor with cold words, and everyone fell silent. Calm down, old purple horse. I understand that your knight's code prevents you from disrespecting people like this, but nothing from here would really come to light. Do you agree? County's Freen Azura asked and continued. That is also an option we must assess, but we must not forget that Fitoa is still inhabited by humans. Abandoning them completely would be inhumane. This old man is swayed by public opinion. If Darius, that pig, were still alive, there's no doubt everything would end up worse given the circumstances. Percival Purple Horse thought as he shook his head. He was surrounded by idiots. It would be good if Soros were the prime minister. Your Majesty, we could carry out a thorough investigation to determine the cause of this incident and find ways to prevent it from happening again. If we find the culprit, or rather if we blame someone, the people's anger might subside, another advisor said in a serious tone. That is a sensible proposal, and we will consider it seriously. But we must remember that our priority should be to help our citizens who are transported to Fitoa. We cannot allow them to become double victims. Percival intervened more intensively. With a softer tone, a noble ignored Percival and said, Your Majesty, perhaps we could organize a fundraiser among the nobles to aid those affected in Fitoa. County's Freen Azura nodded and said, That is a noble and generous idea. However, the assistance we can provide must be complementary to any efforts we make to resolve this mystery. Since the death of his prime minister, the king had refrained from giving his opinion and remained neutral in the face of the thoughts of his supporters in the crown. He believed that by maintaining a middle ground, there would be no further destabilization than what already existed. A man from the Urus family proposed, Your Majesty, what if we simply forget about those citizens and move on? After all, we cannot allow an isolated incident to distract us from our more important affairs. After over half an hour of the meeting, County's Freen Azura said, Nobles and advisors, I have heard all your proposals and concerns. However, the Crown has decided not to intervene, but also not to abandon them. Instead, we will put all our efforts into helping those who are not transported. This includes investigating the causes of the incident and providing humanitarian assistance. Your Majesty, it is a wise and compassionate decision. I appreciate your support and understanding. Our kingdom will demonstrate that we are worthy rulers and protectors of all our citizens, no matter where they are. Please, let us unite in solidarity to face this challenge together. Cursed nobles. Percival muttered with a somber expression and was the first to leave the place. Azura, Kingdom Borders. Official announcement from the Crown of Azura Kingdom. To our beloved citizens, it is with profound respect and concern for the well-being of each and every one of you that the Crown of Azura Kingdom addresses you at this moment. In recent days, we have faced a situation of great complexity and difficulty, one that has affected a significant portion of our population. As leaders of this nation, our unwavering duty is to safeguard the safety and prosperity of our people, no matter the circumstances. We have witnessed an unusual and unexpected event that has led to the transportation of over 100,000 of our fellow citizens to different parts of the world, reducing numbers in Fitoa. This situation has understandably caused anxiety and concern for all of us. However, we want you to know that we are committed to addressing this situation in the wisest and most compassionate way possible. After careful reflection and consultation with our advisors and experts, the Crown has decided not to aggressively intervene in other realms regarding the events in Fitoa. We recognize that this choice may generate concern among some of you, but we believe it is the most appropriate measure to prevent conflicts that could exacerbate the situation and further endanger our citizens. Our foremost priority is the well-being and safety of the citizens of Azura, wherever they may be. We call upon all those transported from Fitoa to use all available means to return to our homeland. We are working closely with aid organizations and specialized resources to provide support in this process. We understand that this situation is distressing, and some of you may feel abandoned, but we want to assure you that we are closely monitoring the situation and continually evaluating our options. We are committed to finding peaceful and diplomatic solutions to address this root problem. Furthermore, we extend our gratitude to those citizens who have shown solidarity and support for those affected in Fitoa. Your generosity and compassion are examples of the best of our society. At this time, it is crucial that we stand united as a nation. We must not allow divisions or differences to weaken our resilience. Together, we will overcome this challenge and build a stronger and more united future for all. On behalf of the Crown of Asura Kingdom, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the safety, peace, and well-being of all our citizens. May peace and hope guide our hearts in these difficult times. With sincere gratitude and affection, counties free in Asura Kingdom. What kind of garbage are these empty words in the end? We're stuck here, and they won't send help. I didn't expect the kingdom to be so heartless as to abandon us here. What kind of trash is the king? He's still the king. Watch your words, said a man who had lost everything. Watch my words. You know perfectly well that we've all lost everything. We have nothing in this world, and we don't even know if our families, friends, and co-workers are alive. A man dropped to the ground, lifeless in his eyes. He believed he could never find his relatives, let alone rebuild his life. We've lost everything. Move out of the way, shouted a thunderous voice. And when all the refugees who had gathered near the Fitoa border in recent days saw a group of knights in black armor, all of them carrying flags of the Asura Kingdom, but not appearing to be here under the king's orders. A man took the lead, bowed before everyone, and said, "On behalf of Prince Gilgamesh, we deeply regret the entire situation you're going through. We, the group of adventurers with the title of Templar Knights, along with the assistance of Prince Gilgamesh's personal knights, will take care of helping you recover your lost family members and rebuild your lives." "Wasn't Prince Gilgamesh in Fitoa?" asked a slightly confused man. Fortunately, we received a letter in time. Powerful mages realized what was happening. So Prince Gilgamesh ordered the teleportation of hundreds of thousands of people to what was expected to be a safe place. Unfortunately, we couldn't rescue them all, so we prioritized the younger ones and small children. The captain of the Templar Knights explained their doubts to everyone present. "Are you saying my little one wasn't teleported?" shouted a man from the crowd. "If they boarded the magical ships, they're not in danger. For all those who didn't enter the safe zone, I'm afraid they're somewhere else in the world. However, I, Captain Hugo Daraway, will establish a shelter here to help all the affected, and I won't move until everyone has been recovered." Everyone showed relieved smiles. Tears of despair welled up in their eyes, and many even shouted for joy. Gilgamesh's name resonated strongly in the place, thanking the prince who acted faster than the crown itself. Rumors began to spread like wildfire throughout all the regions and primarily in the capital of the Asura Kingdom. The rumors varied from the Red Prince, who was traveling the world upon learning of what was happening in Fitoa, decided to give everything he had for the affected. Many others said that if it weren't for Prince Gilgamesh, many more people would have been affected. As for the crown, the people began to blame it, and the negative rumors about the current king were so numerous that they reached the monarch's ears. "How is it that my son has so much power?" asked the king to one of his advisors. "No one knows, but it's said that his faction is much larger than the others, and now, with his announced marriage to Miss Eris Greyrat, he not only took his sister Ariel's faction, but completely divided Prince Grabble's faction. Furthermore, prestigious knight families have sworn allegiance to Prince Gilgamesh, supporting his ascent to the throne. I suppose no one can stop him now, can they?" The king wouldn't intervene in the battle for the throne succession. This was normal, so he would let it pass despite all the complications it would have for the future of the Asura Kingdom. Nodo's family mansion. In the darkness of the night, dozens of figures dressed entirely in black moved around the mansion's surroundings, and when they were in position, they began to move. Their current mission was to eliminate all the main leaders so that Philip could lead the family while Soros would become the prime minister. This way, Gilgamesh would gain absolute control of Fit Toa, beginning its future construction. Move now. Yes. The figures soon reached the door of the first buildings, but it was clear they would encounter guards, so combat was inevitable. You? Who the hell are you? Asked a guard as he unsheathed his sword. Identify yourselves, or be eliminated. We are the cleansers. We eliminate the useless and rebuild a proper path for our Lord, the three-eyed crow. Then die, shouted a guard while his companion alerted the other guards that there were intruders in the mansion. Boom. However, at that moment, a curtain of blood stained his vision, and when he tried to regain his sight, he discovered that his companion had been turned into pulp. Enemies, we are under attack by multiple enemies. We request assistance. Someone took a deep breath as a sword was deeply thrust into their chest like a ghost. When all the guards had been eliminated, there were several fights heard on the upper floors and screams of terror. Prioritize the targets. Avoid unnecessary confrontations, but eliminate any nuisances. Who sent you? Paimon Nodo's Grey Rat looked at the corpses of guards, members of the Nodo's family, and yet not a single assassin had been even wounded. Paimon, if you die right now, we won't kill your stupid son who is with Princess Ariel. You are the last in the family succession line, so killing you would remove all future problems, said the lead captain of the black-clad and masked assassins. If you promise not to kill anyone else, I can accept it, said Paimon Nodos as he raised his sword. The reports said you were a very distrustful person and terrible with a sword. Now I believe it's true, but you have courage. The captain of the assassins didn't move, so without warning, a figure like a ghost appeared behind Paimon Nodos, and his sword plunged into his heart. Ow! Paimon Nodos didn't know who had attacked them, nor did he understand how the enemy was so strong. Last obstacle eliminated. The message will be sent, so let's get out of this place, said a man as all the other assassins retreated. In just one night, a family proud to be exceptional knights had been completely crushed by an unknown force. That night, the heads of the Nodo's family were eliminated, and no one would know what had happened. Have you heard about it? The Nodo's family thing? Yeah, it was a damn tragedy. Now that I think about it, maybe what happened in Fitoa has a lot to do with what happened just a few days later in this place. Doesn't it all seem very connected? The Grerat family are the feudal lords in the Fitoa region. Days after the explosion, the Nodo's family and ours is attacked with clear intentions of extermination. You're just drunk. What happened here is a mere coincidence. It had only been one night, and the news of the attack on the Nodo's family had spread throughout the capital. This news even reached Soros, who was in Fitoa, organizing people so that the city's reconstruction could be done as Gilgamesh had requested. In the Tower of Uruk, Elaine watched attentively as the Asura kingdom stirred due to all the various problems that had occurred. She had personally revived the assassins to clear the way for Philip to regain leadership of the Nodo's family, thus giving full support to Gilgamesh's ascent to the throne. There is no doubt that now, with two candidates to become king and queen of this kingdom, the only obstacle for the nobility could be Gilgamesh's brother Halphus. But as is well known, he has no interest in ruling. Therefore, the fight for the throne had ended long before it began. There's no doubt that no one could even oppose Gilgamesh's reign, but we still have to consider different factors to make everything perfect. Elaine spoke these words as she returned to her room, but at that moment, Sylphie appeared in her sight. Elaine looked at her and said, I had reminded you not to come back until you were well. Have you not followed my advice? Or have you recovered in just one day? I'm well, mistress. Sylphie touched her chest and said, regretting a loss I'm not aware of happening is absurd for my training. With all these things happening in the kingdom, I'm sure the least I can do is work hard to protect those closest to me, and those of my parents. Elaine looked sternly at her student, who seemed to have awakened from the glass bubble she was in, so she smiled with satisfaction. Then go prepare yourself. I'll train you much harder than before. Yes. Sylphie showed determination in her gaze for the first time, although that still had to be proven. Since she arrived at the Tower of Uruk, Elaine, who had picked her up from the Mage Tower, knew immediately that her personality would become a problem. Sylphie had many insecurities. She was a shy girl and didn't seem convinced of how much she was worth. Things like what she could achieve were something she constantly questioned. So before fixing that, Elaine couldn't help but be harder on her. At least it will be worth it. She must be useful enough to Gilgamesh, so I'll make sure she suffers enough to be strong enough to defend herself. Elaine muttered as she entered a special training room. A few days ago, right after the Mana disaster, in an unknown location, a figure that could fly suddenly appeared in the uninhabited area. Wow, where has that thing taken me? The sound of the rushing air was very loud, catching his attention. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he found himself in a completely different place from where he had been, and he was amazed by the views. There was nothing around him. In fact, he had appeared among the clouds, and if it weren't for the fact that he was practically flying, he would have died a long time ago, along with Eris. But fortunately, that was not the case, so he descended slowly to the altitude, where he felt a salty touch in the humid air. It seems that somehow that big explosion made Eris lose consciousness, which is normal considering her weak body. Gilgamesh, as he descended through the clouds, saw a vast sea stretching as far as the eye could see. A sea so vast that it was astonishing he had never been here before. Having seen the map, he could be anywhere in the world, and if he was here, it meant that the people who were teleported should be in a similar or worse situation, depending on the cases. For anyone else in his situation, it would have been risky, but as long as Gilgamesh had a need to occupy himself, there would always be interesting things at his doorstep in Babylon. Well, at least I managed to avoid half of the great disaster. Gilgamesh sheathed his sword, and snapped his fingers to summon Venema. After sitting on his throne next to the sleeping Eris, he thought it would be best for her to return to her family once they reached a point of civilization. Not knowing where they were. Not knowing where he was, Gilgamesh decided to go in a completely random direction, and the speed of his Venema wasn't too fast. After all, he wanted to appreciate the sights, and before leaving this place, he would like Eris to see this place. It seems there are monsters under the sea, dangerous enough to make me move my hand. The presences beneath the water excited Gilgamesh a little. Where are we? At that moment, Eris, who had been unconscious in Gilgamesh's arms, slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the smile of the person who had carried her into the sky without warning. How do you feel after that incredible adventure? Gilgamesh cast a glance at Eris, who seemed dazed. I'm fine, just a little confused. Eris sat up, holding her head, and when she saw that they were sitting in what appeared to be the middle of the sea, she grabbed Gilgamesh's clothes tightly, with an impression so great that she remained silent for a long time. You must be impressed. It turns out we're in an unknown place after the explosion, so Gilgamesh couldn't help but explain to Eris what had happened. In addition to that, knowing the many things that could happen, he had prepared in advance. It was then that Eris understood what was happening. It turned out she had been protected by Gilgamesh when all that happened. Now that she thought about it, looking around, she wasn't scared. On the contrary, she felt very excited about embarking on this adventure. She was relieved that her parents were okay, so Ghislaine was likely fine, knowing that a powerful spirit summoned by Gilgamesh was protecting him. Now, without those worries, she stretched her body and said, I'm ready to travel the world. Gilgamesh turned his head, isn't it better to fly? Eris leaned her body against Gilgamesh's, unaware that she was the first woman to sit on the throne of his Venema and act this way with Gilgamesh. Weren't you so scared to the point of digging your nails into my back? Gilgamesh asked with a calm look directed at Eris. Eris wore a serious expression and said, It was just the heat of the moment. Better yet, how can you fly? That's unimaginable. I can't forgive the fact that you can fly, and you never showed me that incredible ability in all these years. There are many things you don't know about me, Eris. I become more incredible every time you dig deeper into my secrets, Gilgamesh said in a mysterious tone as he manipulated his Venema once again. You're still as arrogant as ever, just more subtle. How could there be secrets between betrothed? We will marry in the near future, so there's nothing to hide, right? Eris extended her hands and boldly embraced Gilgamesh because he never told her anything. Gilgamesh sighed and said, "Just remember to behave in front of others. I usually don't show my kindness to those who might be my enemies." Eris nodded. She thought that Gilgamesh would tell her about the secrets of his power at some point, so there was no need to know it now. Besides, because they were still very young, and Gilgamesh didn't seem like a young man with active hormones, she felt the need to take the initiative in this regard. If Gilgamesh didn't want to take the first step, she needed to mark her territory before another wife arrived to take her first position. As the future king, Eris understood that Gilgamesh would have more than one wife, and it was something she accepted as natural. But she couldn't tolerate another which taking the top spot from her as his only betrothed at the moment. It is said that in the sea, there are truly terrifying beasts that many pirates and sailors encounter, although it's rare for ships to fall victim to them, Gilgamesh said after running out of conversation topics. After some thought, he concluded that it wasn't suitable for Eris's peace of mind. "Then I'll cut them with my sword." Eris didn't worry about such trivial things. After all, they were flying on a ship that was incredibly fast. But just then, a few dozen meters in front of them, a burst of water stirred the waves, and an enormous serpent's head emerged in front of them. Its appearance seemed ancient, and its aura was very profound. Roar! The mighty roar made Eris, who had arrogantly declared that she would kill any creature emerging from the sea, feel afraid. She gripped Gilgamesh's shoulder tightly and asked, "What do we do now?" "But look at that beautiful creature. It's been a long time since I've seen such a large and aggressive-looking marine creature." Gilgamesh ignored the beast's roar, showing no concern for safety. At this moment, the only one unaffected by that aura was Gilgamesh. He observed this supposed invincible beast and remained silent. The serpent's shadow gazed at Eris for a while, then turned its attention to Gilgamesh for a longer period. Finally, it all turned into a gentle snort, and the shadow materialized in front of the two of them. Feeling the presence of this serpent, Eris, who had a pale expression, dared not close her eyes. This was the first time she was so close to a dangerous creature. "Humans, it's been a long time since I've felt energy so similar to the divine from a mere human." Much later, after the serpent's presence subsided, Eris finally grew less nervous, and her expression softened. This scene, at least for her, was truly terrifying. This was a serpent that possibly had over 1,000 years of existence, so it was natural for her to feel fear. "That thing can talk," Eris couldn't help but exclaim with surprise and fear. "Don't be afraid. This kind of worm can't even touch us, and he knows it very well, right?" Gilgamesh looked at the serpent with such a cold expression that even the well-concealed killing intent in his face was overshadowed by the creature. That arrogant comment made Eris want to cover Gilgamesh's mouth. She couldn't imagine he would dare to say those words after being in the presence of that serpent. Anyone else would have already fainted from fear, gasping for air and unable to speak. The ancient aura that the serpent was emitting was something only beings like dragons could release, but not just any dragons. It referred to the oldest and most powerful dragons that had mastered the ability to speak. "You're right, human. You're much stronger than all the self-proclaimed gods in this world combined. You don't need an introduction because everyone should know you." The serpent lowered its massive neck and asked, "But I don't understand. Why are you in the body of a mere child?" Is that worm upset because it hasn't spoken to humans in a long time? Eris cast a puzzled look at the serpent. Gilgamesh nodded and said, "Perhaps you might think of me as someone of such low stature as the odd gods of this world, but believe me when I say that no being, even those who hide from the human eye, is my rival. None can match my power, so you should choose your words carefully and not interrogate me as you would with others." That's true. In this world, there have been incarnates, summoned beings, and reincarnates, but it's the first time someone like you has arrived in our reality. I assume no one summoned you. You're not an anomaly, but rather a result of sheer fate. Are there human summonings? It seems somewhat similar to spirits, murmured Eris, observing Gilgamesh's unusually serious expression. The The serpent moved its body weakly and spoke in a deep tone. You should be well aware of your situation. The power you possess isn't from this world, so things should be easier for you moving forward. However, I must dare to make a very important request. Do not destroy the world. There are beings here who are just learning to live, so please consider that every time you engage in combat with others. Gilgamesh smiled coldly and said, That depends on my enemies. I don't know what's been happening, but lately they've been throwing themselves at me like uncontrollable pests. Eris looked around, not fully understanding what was happening. She approached Gilgamesh and asked, So, are you Gilgamesh or not? Do you believe this stupid worm? Well, you should be the first to know about this, and I'll fully understand whatever decision you make. Gilgamesh turned to Eris and said with a dignified voice, My name is simply Gilgamesh. I awakened in this body after dying in a war at a relatively young age. It was the creation of gods whom I later began to challenge, and after my death following the victory in that war, I don't know how I woke up in this place. I never married, I never had children, I had no lovers, and all I remember from my previous life were the final moments. Mysteriously, I don't know how it happened, but I woke up in the same body I remember. I had planned to tell you much later, but now that I think about it, if we are engaged, you should know before things happen that you might regret. As he spoke these words, Gilgamesh didn't feel guilty, nervous, or fearful that Eris might say she didn't plan to marry a man older than her. In a way, it was understandable. But from another perspective, people here often married elves who were over 200 years old and dragons who had lived for over 500. In a way, these words were only something from the past, as he didn't intend to pursue an 11-year-old girl. That's precisely why Gilgamesh never crossed any boundaries with a child, never touched her inappropriately, and respected her personal space at all times. Now that his plans included building a place where he might spend most of his life, he simply followed his heart. However, having glimpsed fragments of the future, he knew that in a way, they both ended up getting married, something he couldn't quite comprehend. Then you don't know if your memories belong to someone else, if you're your own self, or if it's just an inheritance. Eris extended her two hands and touched Gilgamesh's face. She looked at him with a calm expression and said, You are Gilgamesh Asura. You are both the same and different, the same and another. To me, you are the Red Prince who came to my family to propose marriage. I don't care about the past because I want to live in the future, so it doesn't matter to me. Are you serious? Gilgamesh asked, becoming increasingly interested in Eris's thoughts about him. In a way, she wasn't lying, but she seemed upset. I'm serious, but I'm upset because a stupid worm ruined this story with its annoying appearance. Eris turned to the serpent and asked, So, what more do you want? If you think about it, this conversation shouldn't even be happening, you know? There are few people curious about the lives of others, knowing how complicated their own lives are, but you seem interested in things that don't concern you. The serpent looked at Eris and displayed its enormous tongue. I was merely curious to know what kind of being had so much divine and magical energy. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I can leave you in peace. However, if you have any questions for me, I can answer whatever you like. Gilgamesh nodded and asked, Do you know the human god, and do you know where he is? I do know him. I've encountered many of his apostles in past years, but where he is located remains a mystery. Certainly, it's not in this world, so there must be a place the humans can't easily tread. The serpent replied in a deep and cold tone. So you don't know anything? Eris murmured as she sat on Gilgamesh's throne. Then answer me. Are there humans nearby? And where exactly am I? You are in the Central Sea, in the middle of the vast ocean surrounded by all the continents, a place where normal people certainly can't be. That's one reason why I approached you. But now that you ask, it seems you don't know where you are, so I must assume you were victims of that incident caused by the devastating mana from the central continent. Gilgamesh nodded and said, You've thought it through. We were teleported to this place, so we don't know where to go, hence the question. The serpent began to submerge its body and said, I sense the presence of multiple humans about 150 kilometers from here. They found a dungeon, so perhaps they can guide you. I couldn't go any further than that, so good luck. When Gilgamesh saw the serpent disappear, he turned to Eris and asked, "Do you want me to take you back to Fitoa, or will you accompany me on this adventure for a few months? Consider it something new that you can learn." Eris didn't even bother to think it over when she said, "In my father's letter, he said I could have fun, so I'd like to visit that dungeon. Since you're so strong, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, no one can harm you if you stay by my side." Gilgamesh, feeling different, sat on the throne of his Vimana and embarked on the journey to meet those humans in the distance. Although many things had happened a few minutes ago, he wasn't someone who dwelled on the past, as Eris had said, and he wasn't the same as in his previous life. A few days ago, in the Central Sea, a dungeon was detected where numerous ships had sunk. News of this began to spread among adventurers from various continents, so they decided to prepare a journey to find out what kind of strange phenomenon was causing these losses. The attention towards this was so great that many mages, powerful swordsmen, and kingdoms wanted to get involved, at least to try and gain some fortune, inheritance, or knowledge. Everyone received the news free of charge. After all, it was better to have more fighters and mages in case the problems couldn't be handled by a small group of people. In fact, when this kind of phenomenon is discovered, very few dare to venture due to the high risk of death. But this time was very different. The dungeon was completely unexplored, and that's what ignited people's intentions. Many groups of adventurers were well prepared. Mages of all ranks were hired, and huge groups of warriors were formed with the intention of living this unique experience. For everyone, this unexplored dungeon meant there would be a large number of medicinal plants, weapons or magical items, research materials, and even books full of history about long-forgotten magics. All the groups had set off on the same day as the tragedy that struck Fitoa, which is why they all continued their journey without any problems. Central region of the Ringus Sea. It is well known that the Ringus Sea is a sea surrounded by the 5 continents. The central continent to the west, the demon continent to the east and northeast, the divine continent to the north, and the Millis continent to the southeast. This sea emerged when the ancient supercontinent split into the central continent and the demon continent during the Second Human-Demon War. The sea is inhabited by the sea people. The language spoken here is the language of the sea god. Unlike other races, they have no contact with the outside world for obvious reasons. For adventurers and mages to decide to come to this place would be only to enter the Devil's Cave, a labyrinth located in the middle of the Ringus Sea. It is brutally difficult even to reach this labyrinth, and due to its location, it is impossible to resupply once you arrive. Given its depth and the fact that slow-paced exploration is almost impossible, it has gained a reputation as one of the toughest challenges an adventurer can face. Now, with a new area discovered, all those who have ever set foot in the Devil's Labyrinth became very interested in this dungeon. Despite the legends, it is said that visiting the center of Ringus is a sign only of death and tragedies. It is a zone that any adventurer boasts of having visited at least once in their life. No one could speak clearly about the origin of the dungeons. Some say they're simply ancient structures of dead civilizations. Others describe these places as created by God, something that holds any kind of treasure that would change a man's life. In that war, that few remember, this sea originated after a certain person unleashed a super attack on a particular enemy. Although that war did not end all life in this world, a large part of the continent was lost, and the entire Central Sea was once dry land. That year was a time of absolute terror for anyone who remained alive. That's why many decided not to remember, hold grudges, or seek revenge. This new dungeon, which was erased like the deep abyss, is not far from where many claim to have found the Devil's Cave. No one knows how large it will be, what everyone will find, or if it will be something interesting. However, after years of similar work, many were in need of something new to occupy their time. Calculating the location Gilgamesh was heading to, it was exactly where all those adventurers were gathering. All those who had decided to come were waiting on their ships. At this point, Gilgamesh traveled at a not-so-fast speed because he was not in a hurry. Because of that, Gilgamesh even performed maneuvers with his Vimana and only stopped when Eris ended up soaked in seawater. "Come on, don't be mad. You told me you were hot, so I just got you a little wet." Gilgamesh concealed his ironic smile from Eris's complaints. Eris looked at Gilgamesh coldly and asked, "Then why am I the only one who's wet?" "Just a coincidence." Gilgamesh manipulated his vimana just above the sea surface, creating a powerful agitation that left traces in its wake due to the high speed at which it moved. Gilgamesh's vision was not bad, so he could see perfectly certain figures in the distance that seemed to be ships, dozens of ships anchored motionless in the calm sea. Supposedly, this was the point where the serpent had encountered humans, something very abnormal according to its words. The flags of various mercenary groups were flying high on the ships, while some of the more experienced adventurers were diving into the water after mages cast spells to scare off sea creatures. At the moment when many groups of adventurers were stationed near the dungeon entrance, they had heard about what happened in Fitoa, which certainly piqued their curiosity. However, right now, they were all focused on this point that could change their lives. Not long after numerous groups of adventurers arrived, there were other ships approaching from a distance. The Red Dragon mercenary group has arrived, a formidable group of demon mercenaries enlisted from different parts of the continent. They specialized in wars and were extremely brutal. The already stationed mercenary groups looked at these demons with expressions of disgust. There may not have been resentment between them, but they would definitely look for ways to kill each other. The leader of the Red Dragon mercenaries simply greeted the humans standing in front of him, and then turned his gaze to the tasks he needed to attend to on his ship. Next, there were many other scattered groups of adventurers arriving on smaller boats. The Green Spider Adventure Group is here. No way. Those lunatics are here. I heard that in their last appearance, more than half of their members died, a tragedy within the mercenary groups. This group of adventurers took on the most dangerous tasks and fulfilled them only to taunt those who considered themselves adventurers and never left their villages, something that they enjoyed greatly. Aren't we more than 1,000 adventurers? Those who die will pass on their things to those who live. That has always been the way, so it's not surprising that they even brought their slaves. Seeing the arrival of multiple groups of adventurers from all continents, a few inexperienced adventurers didn't understand why some even brought their wives on this deadly adventure. There's something you don't know. Ancient legends say that if a ship is abandoned and there's no crew to protect it, what will happen is that the ship will disappear. By the time the adventurers resurface from the sea, they'll find their ships have vanished. An old adventurer commented as he opened a fish and tossed its entrails into the sea. A woman who appeared to be a child said, "Those are baseless legends. What happens to an unmanned ship is that it is carried far away by the sea's waves. It can even be destroyed by sea creatures, which is understandable since we are in their territory." "And who are you?" "I'm Roxy Magurdia, a holy class water mage. Personally, I was hired by the sponsor of this expedition, so it would help many if you don't scare them with your old tales." It was difficult to determine the conditions under which people had been living in recent years. Life for everyone had been simple, and no one bothered to improve their way of life. It seemed that everyone was only concerned with surviving using their own methods. Reaching adulthood meant that you could become an adventurer, and if you were lucky, enroll in a school of magic or fencing to improve your strength. But in recent years, conditions had changed, starting from the center of the Asura kingdom and eventually extending to the other continents. Boom, boom, a loud noise echoed in the sky, and suddenly, a golden aura arrived at a speed that no one noticed, near where some ships had been affected by the explosion. What the hell just happened? Is it a sea beast? Everyone held their breath as they tried to figure out what had attacked them. Only moments later, they saw a strange ship flying above the water, something that was flying right before their eyes. "What is that supposed to be?" one of the adventurers asked, confused to see a boy no older than 16, along with a girl who looked barely 11, sitting on a magnificent throne that should belong only to a monarch. "Hey kid, you've got a beautiful means of transport there. It could be the envy of everyone. Reminds me of the floating fortress of the Dragon King. You and your girlfriend better get out of here before some bad guys attack you. and leave you with nothing. These comments provoked laughter from many people who found the scene highly irrational. But everyone fell silent when they saw golden chains emerging from behind that flying platform, which held the man by all four limbs, leaving him unable to do anything to prevent it. Yeah. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Kid, be careful with your actions. You could end up losing your life in this place. The boy everyone had mocked was actually Gilgamesh, who had arrived at the scene and received comments that he wouldn't let slide. He decided to set an example for them all. Did you just call me a kid? Watch your words, mongrel, or I'll rip your companion's limbs off and completely destroy your miserable ship. I'm lost here, so I came to request guidance, not to receive sarcastic comments from your mongrel of a subordinate. Then let him go, said the man as he gripped the hilt of his sword, and the men behind him did the same. You pathetic mongrels, Eris muttered with a cold look, holding her sword at the ready, prepared to start a slaughter in this place. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, patted his chest, straightened his wrinkled clothes, and looked at the man in front of him. He said, So, to ensure none of you die, apologize like the dog you are. When Gilgamesh's words were heard by the others, everyone looked at the boy with surprised expressions. He's completely insane. Does he even know that those are the Black Bull's adventures? Should we tell him? The whispers were about to continue when one of the man's bones who was suspended in the air cracked, and he let out a scream of pain. Son of a bitch, you've crossed the line. Rodolfo, the leader of the Black Bulls, unsheathed his sword and attacked the golden chains holding his subordinate. Boom, boom, boom. 3 distinct strikes were heard, but none of them managed to cut through those golden chains. Instead, Rodolfo's sword suffered severe damage. His previously cold face turned slightly worried as he couldn't sever the chains. Stop, Rodolfo. You're making things worse, shouted an elderly man who was one of the captains of the disbanded Adventurers Unification, formed and sponsored by nobles. Old man Bolt, stay out of this unless you want things to turn red before we even start the dungeon raid. Damn it, we both know my subordinate's stupid joke wasn't that big of a deal. They're just kids. We can let it go by simply apologizing, Bolt said with a deeply concerned look as he observed the chains that seemed to have a will of their own. Move aside. A female voice came from the back of Bolt's ship, and when her gaze fell on the young man in front of her, her expression filled with surprise. Her hands trembled, and her voice barely whispered a name, Gilgamesh. Old Bolt, who hailed from the Asura kingdom, felt a chill down his spine upon hearing the name from the holy class mage on his ship. He turned his head and asked her, Roxy, how did you just call him? He is Prince Gilgamesh of the Asura kingdom. Bolt furrowed his brow, and when he was about to ask how Prince Gilgamesh ended up in this place, he remembered the news he had received about a mana incident and muttered, Is that him? Stop. Just at that moment, more bones were fractured by the chains due to Rodolfo's continued threats towards Gilgamesh, who simply watched this beautiful scene with a calm expression, as if what he was doing was nothing more than trivial. Gilgamesh wanted to send a message to all these adventurers with their heads between their legs, telling them that he was not a duck in dangerous waters. He was a damn predator among chickens, and if they messed with him, everyone would lose. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from another ship, and it was directed at Gilgamesh. Do you really, someone like you, Prince, want to start a fight in the middle of the ocean? It seems you're doing well, but you should reconsider what will happen if all these experienced men unite to take you down. Do you expect us to be terrified by mere words from a scrawny old man? Eris directed her gaze toward the source of the voice and questioned his warning. Little girl, your Nodo's family can't protect you, let alone that boy beside you. It would be better if you took a step back and obediently lowered your heads, said the man with the voice, appearing beside Rodolfo. When everyone saw him, they sighed with fear. King of the Sword, Brutus. Gilgamesh, from beginning to end, never looked at anyone other than the clear sky and said, I will respect the dignity of those who respect mine. When I speak to someone, I always consider that I'm speaking to a person, not a dog. Do you intend to step forward and face the consequences? Brutus smiled coldly and asked, Why don't we give it a try? However, at that moment, Two powerful water explosions surrounded the ship, and a figure with a cap jumped onto Gilgamesh's Vimana. In an authoritative tone, she said, "My name is Roxy Magurdia, and he is Gilgamesh Asura, my best disciple and one of the strongest men present here. So, if you don't want this to turn into a fight where nobody can gain anything except their pride, it's better to forget this and focus on the main objective of our gathering at this point." "Teacher." Gilgamesh's eyes looked at the small figure with some confusion, but after figuring out what was happening, he smiled slightly, knowing who the woman in front of him was. "Gilgamesh, make a decision. Do you remember? Kill or spare. That's what you told me in our last lesson," Roxy said with a smiling look at her best student. "I didn't. A while ago. My name is Roxy Magurdia, and I am from the Migger tribe, a part of the Demon Continent race. My parents are Rowan and Rokari, both of whom protected me until I ventured out of my village in a quest to find myself. Because I was born without the ability of my race to communicate telepathically, my parents taught me to speak normally, and I could feel less cursed." Roxy was pained by her inability to have a conversation with others in her tribe. This led her to isolate herself from the rest and ultimately leave what was once her home. Feeling the void in her heart, she decided to leave home and become an adventurer to earn some money, all with the goal of leaving the continent. During that time, she joined the adventurers group called the Rekarasa Gang, along with Dale, who later died, leading to the group's dissolution. After those life-altering events, she stayed with Bloody Kant for a while, where Kant gave her a letter of recommendation for the Renoa Magic Academy. She then headed to Sharia to become a student at the academy. Her life within a magic school was dull. She couldn't keep up with others, and her insecurities occasionally made her feel sad. She wanted to have her own love story, wanted someone to cherish her as their treasure, but no one had shown interest in her because of her petite appearance. Upon reaching the advanced rank in water magic, Roxy became a student of Gina's Halfaz and eventually became a water saint. After graduating, she left the academy without saying a word to her teacher and went to the Asura Kingdom to look for work. She decided to visit every city, town, and interesting place that could give her an unforgettable experience and, hopefully, something that would change her life. Of course, during her solitary adventure, she heard rumors about the third son of the king, who was fourth in line for the throne. When she heard these rumors, her interest grew, but they were just rumors she had heard on her way to Ars, the home of the high nobility and the capital of the Asura Kingdom. Along her journey, she heard much more about Prince Gilgamesh than anything else. "Have you heard that Prince Gilgamesh is cursed? Rumor has it that he has sleep issues. Those who tell the story say that he can somehow see the future, or at least claims to do so. He assumes he'll be king and will slay all the gods and their religions." Don't joke. How can those false stories be real? No one has ever confirmed the rumors about Prince Gilgamesh, and moreover, no one has even seen him to assume that his personality matches the rumors surrounding him. I'll only tell you what I've heard. Gilgamesh is, of course, someone special. He's excellent with the sword to the point where he can completely humiliate his instructors. Haha, of course. How can a 5-year-old achieve something like that? It's true. How can a child be a sword genius to the extent that even his instructors have been humiliated? For Roxy, these were simply false stories, much like the foolish adventurers who claim to have slain a dragon with their own sword. All the attention is on the princes because they will inherit the world's greatest fortune when they ascend to the throne of the Asura Kingdom. Of course, the privileged are always the most important. Thank you for the ride. Roxy got off the carriage and walked down the main street of Ars. The streets were luxurious, and unlike other places where adventurers abound, nothing here is similar due to the high level of security in this privileged location. Roxy was at ease. Besides enjoying some delicious food in the city, she decided to visit the fountain that is said to grant wishes. According to rumors, you must leave something precious behind, and life will return it to you in the way you need it most. Most people do it for health. It was foolish, but she wanted to give it a try, so she tossed a gold coin. So what wish did you make? When Roxy looked at the boy with golden hair, blood-red eyes, and a calm gaze, she felt he was special and replied, "Someday, I hope to get married. Maybe not now, but it's something I hope to do in the future. A very human wish, considering you're from the demon continent. Although that privilege isn't just for humans. Each race adapts it to their lives, makes it their own, and cherishes that feeling as much as they can. Roxy thought she had hit rock bottom when a child started talking to her about life. She was about to turn and leave when the boy spoke again. Miss, do you know magic? First of all, my name is Gilgamesh, the future king of the central continent, and if you wish, I can be your husband. Are you the prince? That was a clumsy question, but Roxy couldn't process the kind of information Gilgamesh had given her right after meeting her. Don't be alarmed. I'm just looking for future wives for my future self. You might not know this, but if I don't do this, he won't be able to marry anyone again. When I say, I mean myself both the same and different in two distinct times. Little Gilgamesh, realizing he had spoken too much, turned his head. Fortunately, Miss Mega was still there, so he added, if you teach me magic for a month, it will be more than enough. By the way, I'll pay you, and you can boast that you trained the world's greatest warrior. Roxy couldn't exactly recall why she had accepted. Perhaps all those rumors about Prince Gilgamesh had influenced her decision. Only after the first few weeks did she not regret her choice. She had never known anyone to learn magic just by seeing it once, and it was humbling. But she vividly remembered Gilgamesh's words regarding this. My talent is granted by the gods. I have no right to compare myself to humans because I have learned to be like them for a long time. I can't take pride in being invincible because no one was born like me. I'm proud of how far you've come, Roxy. If we ever meet again, I can cure your curse, give you the power of a goddess, and when that time comes, you'll be my wife. She knew that Gilgamesh was no ordinary child. He could see people's past and even parts of their present. He said that, in the future, this would be a source of displeasure, although it wouldn't be fun to see whom he would end up marrying. But that was how the future worked, and he would have to accept it. The weeks turned into months, and only after realizing that she had to leave did she, having learned so much about life from someone who might be the reincarnation of someone incredible, depart from the Asura kingdom, slightly worried about what future Gilgamesh would become and if he would keep his promise. Although it was hard to discern the variables of time, she knew she had to let it go and went in search of another job, which she was immediately hired for. On her way to her next job, Roxy remembered the silly promise she and her student had made. Remember to always make a choice to kill or to spare all those who are your enemies. Remember it well, but in the end, make a decision. Roxy looked at her first and best student, who had learned everything she could teach him. We'll meet again, perhaps in a slightly different way, but when we see each other again, we'll never be apart. And when the time comes, if you haven't found your love yet, let's get married. Gilgamesh looked at Roxy and said these words with a happy smile. He bowed respectfully and said, I'm sure we'll meet again. I don't believe that. If you claim to be someone completely different, you won't remember me. As long as we don't see each other, you won't remember that I was ever your teacher. Everyone who becomes involved with Gilgamesh becomes stronger, their sense of life improves, and they bring out their best selves. That was something everyone could observe when they interacted with him, but many others were not as fortunate and ended up becoming his enemies. Roxy Magurdia had grown in confidence. She felt that she should be proud of knowing exactly what her strengths were. Her life was pleasant. Others weren't so lucky, so she felt blessed. After she stopped training Prince Gilgamesh, she somehow knew that it was a silly excuse for that student to better the life of his future self as much as possible. She would have considered it selfish if he hadn't told her about some circumstances of the former Gilgamesh. When she thinks about it now, she believes he deserved a better life. Dying alone is something no one should feel. A unique sensation of loneliness is not something one wishes upon people, especially when they only live once. Her life was extensive, long enough to deserve a good life just like Gilgamesh. She deserved to be happy, just like everyone else, and that was entirely different from selfishness. When she arrived at the Grerat family to train her new student, she was somewhat disappointed that it was yet another child. She taught him the basics, and what surprised her about his abilities was his skill in using spells without naming them. much like Gilgamesh did. There were clear differences between this child named Rudius, whom she trained naturally, and someone who was vastly different from what she should have expected. There's no doubt that Rudius was incredible, but she, who had such high expectations, was merely talented. Master Roxy, am I not the best student you've ever had? Roxy always gave the same response. No, you are incredible, but my first student has never been surpassed by anyone. If you ever get to know him, you'll understand what I mean. Rudius didn't need to comprehend the greatness of Gilgamesh, as no one could compare to him. And this was not something she herself believed. Compared to those born with talent, her first student was born with the gift of surpassing any human, and that was something others shouldn't feel bad about. During that time, Roxy discovered that despite teaching someone talented in magic, Rudius was simply a child with better development than children his age. She hoped to find something similar to Gilgamesh in him, but never did, so she focused on Rudius' training. What Rudius learned in 4 months, Gilgamesh somehow learned in a week at most. He was someone who should be praised even by the most powerful wizards in history. If his talents were announced to the world, it might shake all the continents. After all, there was no one compared to Gilgamesh, and that could potentially bring certain problems. But for some reason, the rumors about Prince Gilgamesh began to decline to the point where very few talked about him. At that point, everyone believed that no one would speak of that mysterious prince again, but when he reappeared, he would crush kingdoms and change the course of the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. On a study night, Roxy was giving advanced lessons to her student, who seemed to be excelling in everything they did since they began practical training. It was straightforward, easy, and intuitive. Nevertheless, she couldn't quite understand why something bothered her. Teacher, why is magic only used in combat? Well, actually, magic isn't used only in combat, Rudius. Roxy always answered her students' questions seriously, taking each of her tasks seriously. So she continued, where should I start? First, magic is said to originate from the long-lived race of pointy-eared beings, or high elves. Elves? Yes, the pointy-eared ones live in the northern part of the Mealy's continent. A long time ago, before the Great War between humans and demons, when the world was still in chaos, and wars erupted every day, the High Elves were able to communicate with the spirits of the forest to control the earth and wind to repel invaders. It's the oldest documented magic. Oh, so all that history is documented. Of course. Roxy nodded and continued. Current magic comes from the human race's imitation of the magic possessed by the High Elves, as well as its subsequent development. Humans are particularly good at this. What are humans especially good at? Human adaptation to magic was a kind of blessing. Yes, the human race is always behind the creation of new things. The reason magic is mostly used in combat is that it's primarily utilized in conflicts. But even if you don't use magic, you can achieve similar effects by harnessing what surrounds us. What do you mean by what surrounds us? For example, if you need light, you can light a candle or oil, right? Also, not all types of magic are useful in combat. For instance, summoning magic allows you to summon magical beasts or spirits of the corresponding level. Summoning magic? Can you teach me some? No, I'm sorry, I've never used it. And although I said tools, it also includes magical items. Magical items? Objects that possess special attributes or effects. To work, they have magical circles inscribed inside, so you don't need to be a mage to use them, although they do require a mana expenditure for their use. I see. Roxy had somehow done a good job teaching Rudius everything she knew, and when she was finally about to leave the Asura kingdom for another kingdom, her student asked her, Teacher Roxy, now that you've taught me everything you can, who's better? Rudius asked with total confidence. What do you mean? Roxy asked this question without understanding what Rudius meant. Your first student, which one of us is better? Rudius asked again without losing hope. Understanding that question, Roxy simply smiled and said, No one, not even I can compare to Gilgamesh, but he doesn't compare himself to anyone else either. He taught me that merely comparing is a defect of confidence and longing. When we as a society stop comparing ourselves to each other, we'll understand the true value we bring to others. But I still want to know. I already told you, Rudius, you're incredible, and there's no doubt that no child your age can surpass you now or in the future. However, the student I told you about is extraordinarily talented. Someone born with magic in one hand and a sword in the other. After leaving Rudius's house, her best student, even though she felt that she somehow didn't teach him anything compared to Gilgamesh, Roxy left the Asura kingdom with the hope that everyone would grow and make their lives. She, too, would seek her own path, leaving the future to unfold as it may. Gilgamesh saw Roxy's past and then slowly peered into the future, and what he found was something unimaginable even for him. He had his ability to see the past and present of people, but he had never been interested in seeing the past of his own life. The result of using his ability on this woman who had leaped onto his Vimana was certainly impressive. He never expected that the previous Gilgamesh in this body had a special circumstance in which he could see the life of his past self. The Gilgamesh of this world before his memories awakened was, in fact, himself slowly receiving fragments of his life. He met Roxy, the mage standing before him, and was certainly impressed with the intentions of the young Gilgamesh. These actions had made him believe that he might have a chance to get married in a future where he believed he couldn't find a wife. In all of this, Gilgamesh wondered why Roxy. Is she your teacher? Eris was surprised that a mage she didn't know had stepped forward and directly introduced herself to stop this fight. It's not appropriate to discuss that now. First, I must see if the ruffian in front of us will apologize. Gilgamesh's arrogant words caused all the adventurers to change their expressions. The Sword King Brutus, who was accompanying them, was an excellent warrior raised in the best training grounds and dangerous areas. He had experienced horrible battles from which very few men would have survived, so it was foolish to try to confront him. Ignorant fool, I could kill you in this place. Brutus's expression soured greatly. As a titled Sword King, he would never tolerate being ignored in this manner. If he let this matter pass, it would greatly diminish his status as an adventurer, so he decided to simply give Gilgamesh a beating. However, just as he was about to make a move, Adolfo, who was standing beside Brutus, fell to his knees and said as sincerely as he could, "I apologize. My subordinate disrespected you even without knowing you, so I hope you can overlook his anger just this once." Gilgamesh had other things to focus on at the moment, so he simply released the chains, letting Adolfo's subordinate fall. Killing him was not his goal, as he had already given a lesson to everyone. It was time to step aside and watch from a distance. "Let's end this here," Gilgamesh said, giving Brutus a glance. "Unless you want to do something else, if you decide to step forward, I wouldn't mind playing with you. But remember, you have nothing to prove, so better go on your way. Our goal is to go to the dungeon, not waste time on these meaningless matters," Brutus said, turning around without looking back at Adolfo with contempt. Gilgamesh then manipulated his Vimana and approached the old man Bolt, who had spoken earlier to stop the argument. It was nothing to admire, but his objective behavior was appreciated. Upon seeing Gilgamesh approach, Bolt said, "Prince Gilgamesh, it's a pleasure to meet you in such a strange situation. Although I can't say these are optimal conditions, I must say it's a surprise to find you here. May I ask if you need any assistance?" Those words from Bolt immediately alarmed the people. They simply didn't know if it was true that this Gilgamesh was, in fact, the Asura prince. After all, it was highly unlikely for a prince to be in the middle of the sea where even adventurers wouldn't dare to venture alone. One has to know that a prince rarely leaves the royal palace and is hardly seen in public. But now, having the chance to meet a prince was something many felt curious about. It's nothing interesting. Both of us were victims of the mana disaster in the Fitoa region. We don't know the extent of the damage, but we were brought to this place without being able to do anything about it. It was a blessing for us to have my Vimana for transportation. We wouldn't have found you if it weren't for that. Gilgamesh was more than modest in this situation, with no apparent reason, but he did it unconsciously. Roxy looked at Gilgamesh and knew he was different from the one she had known, so she acknowledged that he had indeed changed. She asked, How badly was the Fitoa region affected? I was able to reduce the damage from spreading, but at least half of the region has been completely wiped out. Nobody would know the reasons for this, even if they have basic knowledge of what happened. By the way, Mistress Roxy, what are you doing in such a dangerous place? Gilgamesh asked, looking at Roxy, who seemed quite uncomfortable. Although he said these words, many interpreted them differently, so they remained silent. However, Roxy knew about Gilgamesh's capabilities long before he became known. So she said, "How do you feel? According to my memories, you should know the truth about what happened to me. Although it feels confusing, I could remember a part of my childhood when I looked at you," Gilgamesh said as he touched Roxy's head. "It's not the right time to talk. By the way, who is the beautiful girl accompanying you?" Roxy looked at Eris after she had remained silent all this time. "She's Eris, my current fiancée, and we were together at the time of the explosion." Gilgamesh introduced Eris formally. "Nice to meet you. Can I ask if you're another suitor of Gilgamesh?" Eris took Roxy's free hand, and her expression became very serious when she asked this question. "What do you mean?" Roxy stuttered when this bold girl asked her that. Eris smiled and said, "Well, it's not usual for Gilgamesh to talk to women. So, besides me, there's a certain elf waiting in ours, and you would be the third. It doesn't bother you, right?" "No." "Wait, what?" Roxy's mind short-circuited, and she didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Gilgamesh interrupted the conversation and said, "Eris, don't bother Roxy with uncomfortable questions." "Haha, it's not uncomfortable at all. If she wants to marry me, I have no problem with that. But that comes from the heart, not just words," Gilgamesh said in a serious tone as he looked toward what was beneath the water. On the other hand, Roxy didn't even bother to say anything. She knew that the current Gilgamesh was much more ruthless than his younger version. Although his words remained the same as before, their meaning had now changed significantly. In the depths of the sea, there was a hidden cave beneath massive rocks that obscured the view from above. After investigating for a few hours, the adventurers had found the entrance to the cave. "They've found the entrance to the cave. We can go in and start our investigations." It seemed like a large place, and a location so concealed was certainly more than just a cave, judging by the recent disturbances they had caused. The loss of ships was due to something magical pulling them from within. So after some investigations and searches, they discovered that it was a dungeon. There have been rumors of many sunken ships in this part of the sea. Some adventurers who miraculously survived that catastrophe found signs of what could be a dungeon. So I came to support since I'm a water mage, a king class. Roxy explained her reasons with more calmness after Gilgamesh gave her that confidence. "From what I can see, everyone will die if they go down there." Even Gilgamesh, with his exceptional abilities, was unaware of what lay below. That was why this place had caught his attention. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be interested in this place. However, now it was different because he was seeking the human god. If he had a chance to find it, he wouldn't miss it. How this world worked was still a secret to Gilgamesh, and so was finding that human god who should be in an unknown place, a special zone just for him, like a different dimension. He had let his spirits gather evidence, but none of them could uncover anything. That's why, while traveling the world, he would investigate the most mysterious places. Gilgamesh stood apart from the others, staying with Roxy and Eris, who were sitting on the throne of his Vimana, observing the depths of the sea, which were difficult to see beyond with just their eyes. In normal circumstances, everyone should not get involved in this place. But as adventurers, telling them this might hurt their pride. That way, everyone will fall into the trap like a herd. "How deep is it?" Eris leaned over the water, and no matter how close she got her face to the unusually calm water, she couldn't discern much. Roxy held her magical staff and said, "It should be close to the depth. Fortunately, the entrance is much higher, so we shouldn't have to dive too deep." For many, this is already a challenge, but for the rest, it's just getting a bit wet. Gilgamesh, who was sitting and analyzing the situation, watched as people began to dive into the water one after another, like greedy dogs. It was something so ordinary to see since it was a type of human nature. if he ever posted a worldwide announcement about an expedition with no possible way out, thousands of men, and perhaps women, would show up to experience that magnificent adventure. The question that everyone always asks is, why? A cold answer would be, why not? Some have escape methods that are hardly feasible, which I consider not at all viable. So the first group of adventurers entering are kind of bait. No one knows it, but the first group is the bait, and the expedition will be aborted if they die in the first few minutes. Roxy said these words indifferently, as if she didn't care about the deaths. So, what are you going to do once no one dies? Gilgamesh didn't say this to prevent Roxy from going in, but to join her on this incredible adventure. Of course I'll go in. It was a mission I accepted as an adventurer, even though I retired from expeditions a long time ago. Roxy had come here at the request of a family that had supported her in recent years, which was why she was here. Then I'll accompany you. Hold on tight, Gilgamesh said, and at that moment, Eris backed away, letting out a small cry when she saw the Vimana sinking into the ground. However, the shields prevented the water from entering the interior, so there were no breathing problems at the moment. Behind the Vimana, several golden ripples opened in a defensive formation to protect them in case a sea creature suddenly attacked. The light from these ripples illuminated the increasingly dark surroundings due to the lower depths. Of course, many didn't know the full capabilities of the Vimana, and when they saw this thing approaching, they were scared but later appreciated the extensive illumination. Although there was a rope connecting the cave's entrance to the surface, it was still terrifying to the point that many turned back. "This is beautiful," Eris couldn't help but exclaim with excitement as she hugged Roxy, who was not much taller than her. "Impressive. What magical functions does this thing have?" Roxy was more excited about Gilgamesh's Vimana than the fact that they were in the depths of the sea. At this point, Gilgamesh noticed that as they delved deeper, there were plants that illuminated the deeper areas of the sea. Different types of fish and many harmless creatures were nearby. Bubbles rose from the surface of the magical shield, beautifully encircling the Vimana's structure. Moving slowly toward the cave entrance, Gilgamesh, upon seeing that it could fit, carefully entered the passage. It was known that underwater caves encompass natural cavities in the sea floor caused by various factors like water erosion, ice, or lava, or less commonly, a combination of these factors. In the most common cases, caves are formed by the dissolution of limestone rock by slightly acidic water. But in this place, magic existed, incredibly powerful creatures like the serpent that Gilgamesh chose not to eliminate, and of course, beings very strong in magic. There were also magical inventions similar to Gilgamesh's Vimana, so the research of ancient races could not be underestimated. It seems like this cave is enormous, and the best part is it has oxygen. Gilgamesh emerged with his Vimana, and the people who were preparing inside the cave a few meters away had already set up campfires to keep warm. Roxy looked at the illumination inside the cave and said slowly, "According to records, there are said to be enormous stone doors further into the cave, which is why we're here, but now it looks like we're going to find out. By the way, how strong are you?" "Well, I've never really considered how strong I am in this world, as I haven't faced the strongest in this world yet. But I believe I'm skilled enough to get out of here with all of you. Let's go down and regroup with the others." Gilgamesh deactivated the shields and descended as far as he could to the cave surface. Upon seeing that the two of them were down, Gilgamesh jumped while automatically storing his Vimana in his treasury. As he took his first steps in this underwater cave, he noticed that the algae, moss, and other marine plants had disappeared a few meters from the cave entrance, leaving only the intact rocks. "We shouldn't split up. If we go together and stay behind the others, we might be able to detect any traps in advance and act more skillfully," Roxy said, walking ahead with Eris closely following, bombarding her with questions about dungeons. Ouch! At that moment, more people followed in behind them, one after another. Adventurers made up the majority of those who had managed to reach this cave, and as for the mages who hadn't improved their physical abilities through training, they were in a difficult situation. Gilgamesh didn't stop to look at the people much. He passed by, looking for something he was familiar with as he made his way through the spacious path formed by the interconnected rocks. Fortunately, there were mages who used lighting spells, and the adventurers threw luminous stones in addition to the glowing green plants on the ground, which made it perfect for everyone to see their surroundings. The challenge, however, was to maintain these conditions as they progressed deeper into the dungeon, which might not be feasible. Eris, could you hold this oil lamp? Gilgamesh looked at Eris and handed her an oil lamp that appeared to be lit but wasn't. Instead, it emitted an increasingly extended magical light. You always have the right things in these conditions. By the way, do you have something comfortable? Eris leaned her body towards Gilgamesh like a cat nuzzling its owner, to which he simply handed her a jar of dried fruits. Roxy, how do you see this place? You must have more experience in these kinds of places, so your opinion holds more weight. What do you think is behind that stone door? Gilgamesh approached Roxy and asked her this question, while avoiding using any ability that would spoil this experience. Roxy seemed to think it over and responded simply, "It's hard to say. When I came here, I never thought of going directly into the dungeon, since my primary job was to protect the ships. However, now that I'm here, I can say that it's not as straightforward as everyone is thinking. We're probably heading into a trap, a tomb of a mad being who only wanted to ensure no one found him. Another possibility is that this place belonged to a tribe of aquatic people. Only they and those crazy enough would do something down here." As Roxy's words spread through the crowd, a man at the front stepped into Gilgamesh's path and said, "Children shouldn't be here. You can leave this cave right now, and that way you won't be a nuisance to the rest of us." The man who stood in front of Gilgamesh's group approached and looked at Roxy with a disdainful expression. "Have you even thought about your words?" Gilgamesh, who had been talking with Roxy about her experiences in dungeons, looked coldly at the man in front of him and thought to himself that this was what happened when you left leeches alive. None of this would have happened if he had cleaned up those scoundrels upstairs. Now he had to deal with the idiots down here. Anyone who wants to join this riffraff, step forward. I alone will be enough to give you a warm beating. The more, the merrier. Otherwise, if you're not going to draw your sword, you can go to hell, scum. Gilgamesh's arrogant attitude infuriated the Red Dragon adventurers, and those who were tired of his comments moved towards him, trying to attack him with their swords. Boom! However, the others who were about to make a move stopped, because more than 6 people who had taken the initiative to attack Gilgamesh were all hit by some kind of unseen attack. As they were in the air, a huge stone in the outer part of the stone door moved and grabbed one of the adventurers, carrying him into a slowly opening mouth that devoured him. Aha! What the hell is that? Everyone could see that monster. Its huge body, formed from rocks, appeared before all the adventurers. It was about 15 meters tall, its body was robust, and in its left hand, it held a massive rock that was hurled towards Gilgamesh. Careful, get out of the way. The other adventurers closed their eyes, while the more experienced ones raised their swords and formed a battle formation. As for the rest, they ran towards the back rows to see what would happen. Roar! The massive stone golem, with moss covering most of its body, showed itself to all. It stood at least 15 meters in height, with a strong body, and in its left hand, it held a massive rock that was hurled toward Gilgamesh. Watch out, move aside. The other adventurers closed their eyes, and the more experienced ones raised their swords and formed a battle formation. The rest of them ran toward the back rows to see what was about to happen. Boom! When the stone hit Gilgamesh, there was a massive explosion that shook the cave, and shards of stone flew forward. Everyone hit by it didn't even dare to breathe. This is getting interesting. What kind of aberration are you? Gilgamesh's voice came from the dust cloud, and everyone then saw how the chains he had used before quickly immobilized the stone golem. Incredible! Can he subdue something so large with those magical chains? Standing in front of the enormous stone giant, Gilgamesh looked at it with a sense of insignificance. But before he wanted to see something else, at that moment, another massive rock at the far left and another stone golem of the same size emerged. Its dark blue eyes fixed on Gilgamesh as the primary adversary. Gilgamesh smiled coldly and said, "Although it's a massive compliment, don't you have others right next to me? Don't attack only me. That's boring."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.